Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Tense. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
And book launch in honor of Chief Kyari Gazama upon the attainment of 25 years as the senior advocate of Nigeria is an epochal achievement. It is no doubt appropriate that the theme is, quote, the Nigeria of our dreams, a call to the patriots. I say so in the light of the prevailing situation in Nigeria as a result of the 2023 general elections, which has generated a lot of storm, necessitating the conversation which we are about to indulge in, as there seems to be moves to throw the nation into chaos or conflagration. These may be brought about by some individuals and groups who, fanning the embers of hatred, bigotry, and tribalism, fail to see the possible outcomes of the utterances without caution that are being thrown around. It is human to feel cheated or having the short end of the stick, but one who is not declared a winner at any of the electoral contests, such emotions, however grieved, does not justify bringing the roof down, the roof of our nation. The reason is simple, that in such an eventuality, that aggrieved person may not be spared, as the commotion that would ensue would be like an unguided missile which could land anywhere and upon anyone. Therefore, in ventilating our points of view and facts at the electoral tribunals or other courts, a sense of responsibility from all parties is demanded. The situation does not call for the blackmail of the judges or the posting of speculatory hypotheses, giving them such a life of their own, which run riot and accepted by the hapless and innocent in the society as the truth. Knowing the quality of participants at this colloquium, and I'm happy professional, those who are well equipped in litigation matters or electoral disputes. Chief Olonegweku is a master, and our Attorney General, recently sworn in. These are experts. I am confident that having such persons here, including our chief host, Chief J.K. Gazama, there is confidence that at the end of the day, a resetting of the mind would be taking place, and we would keep things in perspective in the full knowledge that elections are seasonal and litigations relating thereto of the same bend. And so, when the seasons are gone, the courts get back to their natural and regular duties of adjudication regarding the affairs and rights of all persons, irrespective of their status in life. J.K. Gazama, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, has called us to this discourse, lest we forget our past, the recent happenings in our country, and the need for a restoration of the ethos and the values for which the founding fathers had set in motion as guide to all of us, young and old, irrespective of the positions we occupy in the society. We all have to get our acts together and rebuild our nation. This colloquium.
And there it is. Let me. Yes. So yes. And there it is right there. So there it is right there. An unusual start to the session, but then of course, you all know all the reasons why. So there it is right there. That was Justice Mary Odili speaking truth, not to power, but to the naivety that seems to be playing out within our nation and our political space. So that was Justice Mary Odili. So now the backlash against her, of course, are fairly predictable, but they've not gone as heavy against her as they have done for reasons of being she is part of stock. She is part of stock, but nevertheless, it was quite pungent and quite striking and quite there was clarity in what she was saying. Like, look, packing the nonsense, but there it is. Where is my manners? Where are my manners? So good day to you. Good to have you. And how are you? So how have you been? So here we go again. Another session. Your friendly neighborhood, bald-headed or you're laughing man. One man went to mow. So we go on that journey again. Come along with me. The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. And if you want to well, you can buy your host cups of coffee. It's pinned on the comment section, but of course, a lot of you ignore that, but I'll continue to mention it anyway, just really because it's part of the, pardon me, just really because it's part of the opening phase. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink. That's the most well, those three things are the most crucial bits. So do those. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Buy your host cups of coffee, and if you want to be like Ayo, you can use the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen to encourage your host. I don't know that you want to encourage me that much, because I know roughly where the base of my audience is, and the base of my audience are people who watch me every day with what we call in Yoruba land, etano. So I have an etanos audience, etano, bad belle. The core of my audience are bad belle watchers who are watching me and throwing cups of coffee at their screens, only really because the diet is not to their palate, because I am here to tell you as it is, not as you want to hear it. But click on like nevertheless, click on subscribe nevertheless. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is your opportunity to come and debunk or agree with whatever it is that is being said. And so do those. Click like, subscribe, hyperlink that says StreamYard. So it's been a long and tortuous journey, but it's about to come to a crescendo. At least the fat lady is about to clear her throat, only for her to sing shortly after. But the clearing of the throat of the fat lady is going to be done on Wednesday when the verdict of the petition tribunal is coming in. So there are indications to the direction of that verdict, and the indications for people who understand nuance and people who understand subtlety is already being pointed to you by Justice Mary Odili, and recently retired Justice of the Appellate Court. So if she had not been retired, she will be sitting on that tribunal, because the tribunal is at the appellate level. So she's already pointed you in the direction. Now forget about it and go home and go back to your yellow gari or whatever it is that your diet is. So anyway, we all know the direction of travel. So, but TikTok, after all the hooplas and the brouhahas and people doing backflips and banging their heads against the wall, it looks as though now a verdict coming in on Wednesday. So now we've had a senior advocate, now a PhD holder, who has talked us through what all those petitions look like. And after he gave us a TED talk on the petitions, where I'm talking about Dr. Ogbeni now, of course, Colley, of course, after he had talked us through the content of that of those petitions, because there are two main ones, Atiku and Peter B. After our senior lawyer on this platform had talked us through the content of that petition, you will notice that we completely abandoned the Peter Obi narrative, and we were just focusing on Tinubu's governance, his style, the direction of travel. You'll notice suddenly it was a cold shock. It was a cold cut, rather. We went cold turkey on the Peter Obi narrative, because we endlessly gorged on it for weeks on end and months, never ending, and then suddenly an abrupt stop. And that abrupt stop, as it came to a sharp halt when a senior lawyer, who is one of our own here, came and took time to talk us through the entirety of those petitions, and there was nothing there. So we abandoned that, and then, of course, we're now monitoring Tinubu for the next 4 years. But now the official casting adrift, whiffing away the wasping sounds of that obedient noise, the official whispering away the whizzing, buzzing sound of the obedient noise is about to take place on Wednesday. So the verdict, they tell us, is about to come in. So here it is, right here. So here it is right here, the headlines. Presidential poll, Obi Atiku to no faith as tribunal delivers verdict on Wednesday. So there it is. It's run and it's run and it's run and run, but now it comes to a halt. So everything comes to that crescendo on Wednesday. But of course, we're not even really speculating as to where it's going to land. But we want to know how quickly that hop is to the Supreme Court, so that the whole of the entirety of it can be put in a very nice package and tied with a bow and posted back to the Southeast. So the headline, presidential poll, Obi Atiku to no faith as tribunal delivers verdict on Wednesday. So Wednesday now, a hop, a skip, and a jump from today. So today is Monday, maybe Tuesday, wherever, depending on where you are, but certainly a hop and a skip to Wednesday. So fairly swiftly and very sharply, we shall be knowing just the direction of travel of this whole narrative. So the direction of travel of that whole narrative are all eyes on the judiciary campaigners planning anarchy to destroy Nigeria. So this is the Nigerian Bar Association now, the president of, alerting to the space. So this very much in tandem with that clip that we just heard from Justice Mary Odili. All eyes on the judiciary campaigners planning anarchy to destroy Nigeria. Nigerian Bar Association president sounding the alert and sounding the alarm. So sound the alarm and sound the alert. So a lot of it wrapped around that space somewhat. A lot of it wrapped around that space somewhat. and in all fairness, the authorities are aware. The authorities are aware, but are they geared up for it? That's the question. The authorities are aware, but are they geared up for it? DSS uncovers plot by certain politicians to stage violent protest in Nigeria. So now we're still on that language of a sore loser, if care is not taken, that sore loser could very quickly turn into a sorry loser, because I'm not sure that the temperament of the country has the fullness of tolerance for this journey that Obi and his acolytes are embarked upon. But there it is. So I'm not. The headline is not even showing. Let me bring it up. So there it is. DSS uncovers a plot by certain politicians to stage violent protest in Nigeria. So you don't have to stretch to reach too far to know who those are certain politicians are. We all know, of course, who they are, but you probably want to caution them to tread with caution. So tread with caution. Federal government borrowed 30 trillion naira from CBN. Inexperienced boy owned private jet under Buhari. So we're still at that space, truth to power. Of course, he knows no other thing but to speak it as he sees it. I'm talking about the former emir of Kano, of course. Federal government borrowed 30 trillion naira from CBN. Inexperienced boy owned private jet under Buhari. So this is a headline attributed to LAMIDO SANUSI, but of course we know who that inexperienced boy is, because I think it's that guy that they call Saibu, isn't it? They call him Tunde or something. It's the recharge card guy who was the bag man for the Buhari administration. So all of that and plenty more wrapped into it. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. We might well actually kick it off with a clip that I was watching with Femi Falana. So we might well kick it off with this. We just see what direction it goes. But lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The protocol, of course, click on like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, so click on that as well to come and join in the conversation. And then, of course, buy your host cups of coffee and follow Ayo's example with a handsome super chat. So Ayo kicks it off with a handsome super chat, which already sets the platform in a good mood. Yes, do all those as we go to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Neriwagbeche and may death have nothing to do with that. Amen to that, on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So let's get straight and immediately into it. All of that noise is about to at least be paused for a moment and hopefully then halted very quickly by the Supreme Court. Presidential poll, Obi Atiku to no faith as Tribunal delivers verdict on Wednesday. The Presidential Election Court, PEPC Tribunal, sitting in Abuja, will on Wednesday deliver judgment on petitions seeking to nullify President Bola Tinubu's election. So there it is. The two petitions marked XYZ and ABC were brought before the court by a former vice president and candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, as well as the candidate of the Labour Party, LP, Mr. Peter Obi, respectively. The Justice Haruna Samani led 5-member panel of the court had on August the 1st, okayed the cases for judgment after all the parties adopted their final briefs of argument. Whilst adopting their final written address, Atiku and the PDP, through their team of lawyers, led by Chief Chris Uche, SAN, urged the court to declare that President Tinubu was not qualified to contest the presidential poll that was held on February the 25th. They prayed the Presidential Election Tribunal to nullify the entire outcome of the presidential election and order a rerun of fresh contest. Atiku and his party alleged that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, despite receiving over 355 billion naira for the conduct of the election, deliberately bypassed all the technological innovations it introduced for the purpose of the 2023 general elections. They contended before the Presidential Tribunal that INEC acted in breach of the amended Electoral Act when it refused to electronically transmit the result of the presidential election. On the issue of the transmission of election results based on new provisions in the Electoral Act, we are all in agreement, including the INEC, that there is a new regime in election management. This thing is not scrolling. The essence of the innovation was to enhance transparency in the coalition of results, which was an, pardon me, the essence of the innovation was to enhance transparency in the collation of the results, which was an area that we usually had problems with, and not the actual election. And secondly, to enhance the integrity of the results declared. We agreed that INEC had an option, and we brought video evidence by the INEC chairman showing that the electoral body indeed chose an option. It is our contention, and it is here in evidence, pardon me, it is our contention and it is here in evidence that witnesses admitted that results from the National Assembly election were transmitted, but that of the presidential election was not. A whopping 355 billion was deployed for the election. Therefore, INEC owes this court and the nation an explanation. It is our submission that there was no technical glitch on the election day. Rather, there was a deliberate bypass of the technology in order to create room for the manipulation that eventually took place. Until the court makes a judicial pronouncement, there may not be compliance to express provisions of the new regime of the Electoral Act. So a lot hinges on All right. It's a long read, but I think for the purposes of we have to read all of this. All right. Let me pick it up from this paragraph and then I'll run through it. We agreed that INEC had an option and we brought video evidence by the INEC chairman showing that the electoral body indeed chose an option. It is our contention and it is herein evidence that witnesses admitted that results from the National Assembly election were transmitted, but that of the presidential election was not. Hold on. Right. A whopping 355 billion naira was deployed for the election. Therefore, INEC owes this court and the nation an explanation. It is our submission that there was no technical glitch on the election day. Rather, there was a deliberate bypass of the technology in order to create room for manipulation that eventually took place. Until the court makes a judicial pronouncement, there may not be compliance to express provisions of the new regime of the Electoral Act. My lord, in a situation like this, the burden shifts on INEC to explain. It is not on the petitioner to explain why there was such a technical glitch. We urge this court to hold that there was a deliberate non-compliance. The substantiality of the non-compliance lies in the national spread of the non-transmission of results. It was a national and not limited to certain polling units, Uche SAN added. He further before the Presidential Tribunal argued that the forfeiture proceeding that involved Tinubu in the United States was still subsisting. It is our position that time does not run out against crime. Even if there is forgiveness in the Constitution, there will always be consequences foreseen. We urge our lords to adopt the modern trend of leaning towards substantial justice and not technical justice. Let this case be the precedent. Let justice be done. The heavens will not fall. We rest our case. Uche SAN submitted. So that essentially is the case for Atiku. Non-transmission of electoral results and Tinubu as $460,000 forfeiture. And that is the basis by which they are asking the petition to upturn an election. So throw that one in the bin and let's go on to Peter Obi. Likewise, whilst adopting their own final brief of argument, Obi and the Labour Party, through their lawyer, Mr. Levy, something or the other, SAN, argued that there was no glitch during the election, but an intentional act to sabotage the outcome of the poll. So somewhat repetitive. Levy, SAN, whilst calling for the removal of President Tinubu, insisted that an election where over 18,088 blood results were uploaded to INEC's iRev portal is certainly a flawed election. So we have litigated and re-litigated endlessly all of these spaces. So we are all already well rehearsed. Let me have a sip of water. You are all already well rehearsed in the arguments, and it's really just to take a position depending on what your political leanings are. So this is what they are saying. It says, Levy SAN, whilst calling for the removal of President Tinubu, insisted that an election where over 18,088 blood results were uploaded to INEC's iRev portal is certainly a flawed election. So it's not really what was uploaded or not uploaded on INEC's IREF portal that determines anything. Is actually what transpired at those polling units that matters. So are you saying that your party agents were not given copies of the results at those 18,088 polling units? So is that an argument? And that should be the argument. And if you are saying that your agents were given the copies of the results at that 18,088 units, are you then saying that the results that was given to your agents does not substantially mirror or match the results that were announced? So that's the thing. So it's the result that you have to query, not the quality of printing machines and scanning machines. So it's not an IT exam, it's an election. So are you querying the results because you have results to the contrary according to what was given to your polling agents and what was showing on the results of your polling agents vis-a-vis what was uploaded? So that's really where it is. So you see now why we dismiss it as a totality of a nonsense. Livy SAN, whilst calling for the removal of President Tinubu, insisted that an election where 18,088 blurred results were uploaded to INEC's IREF portal is certainly a flawed election. He told the court that some of the documents that INEC certified for his clients included blank copies of A4 papers and pictures. That explains their inability to produce original copies of results that were certified, he added. Continuing, Obi's lead counsel said, it is not in doubt that the second respondent, Tinubu, forfeited the sum of $460,000 in the United States of America, being the proceeds of narcotics trafficking and money laundering. So it's somewhat libelous, these things that he's saying. Our case is hinged on section 137, subsection 1D of the Constitution as amended, which clearly provided for disqualification based on fine for offense of dishonesty. So now this is now Tinubu's case. President Tinubu, meanwhile, all the respondents in the two cases, INEC President Tinubu, Vice President Kashim Shettima, and the All Progressive Congress APC, through their respective lawyers, prayed the court to dismiss the petitions as grossly lacking in merit. INEC's legal team, led by Mr. Abubakar Mahmood, SAN, maintained before the Presidential Tribunal that the presidential election was not only validly conducted, but was done in substantial compliance with all the relevant laws. The electoral body argued that the petitioners misconstrued and totally misunderstood the purpose of the technology it introduced for the 2023 general elections. It told the court that the Biomodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS device, was introduced for the authentication and verification of voters and for transmission of results from polling units to the IREF portal. INEC's lawyer said there was evidence to show that the commission went to great lengths to ensure that the technology functioned as designed. The applications used on the BVAS device was developed in-house and tested again and again, both for performance and reliability. The intention of the first respondent to conduct a world-class election is clear from the evidence that was placed before the court, he insisted. He argued that no evidence was presented to establish the allegation that INEC made use of an election coalition system in any election that was conducted in the country, adding that such a system did not exist. Mahmood, SAN, told the court that INEC made use of manual coalition system, admitting Mahmood, SAN, told the court that INEC made use of manual coalition system, admitting, however, that the commission experienced a technical glitch that lasted over 4 hours on the day of the presidential the presidential election was held. He said it was not true that the glitch was contrived to create an avenue for results of the elections to be manipulated. The petitioners have failed to establish that there was human interference that led to the said glitch, and they have also been unable to prove how the failure to upload results in real time affected the outcome of the elections. So you see that sentence, you see that sentence ends it all right there. So that is the end of everything, isn't it? This paragraph right here, that's the end of everything. The petitioners have failed to establish that there was human interference that led to the said glitch, and they have also been unable to prove the failure to prove how the failure to upload results in real time affected the outcome of the election. So that ends it right there. The contention of the petitioners on the alleged 13,088 blurred results goes to no issue because the results uploaded to the IREV did not in any way suggest that the original copies were also blurred. So you see, the totality of the pork belly fat of the Peter Obi petition is that they have issues with INEC's scanner. You know, I'm sure you scanned documents and sent them off before, and then the person you sent the document to, it doesn't have an issue with the content of your. It's laughable. The contention of the petitioners on the alleged 13,088 blurred results goes to no issue because the results uploaded to the IREV did not in any way suggest that the original copies were also blurred. They have not tendered original copies of the form EC8A that was made available to their agent, Mahmoud submitted. And that was exactly what I didn't even read it before I said it earlier on. Mahmoud submitted, saying the allegation by Obi and the LP was for mere dramatization. And there it is. You see, I almost want to give a round of applause because there is nothing that captures the core of it all, this whole noise, than what this Mahmoud fella said. They have not tendered original copies of the form EC8A that was made available to their agent. I mean, what are we even talking about here? Mahmoud submitted, saying the allegation by Obi and the Labour Party was for mere dramatization, as nothing concrete was adduced to prove that the said blurred result on the IREV portal was the same with the original copies. So was not the same with the original copies that should read. So the totality of it nonsense. The totality of it nonsense. Apologies that we're back here, but we have to be back here in order to wrap up this space so that we can move on to Tinubu's policies in weeks to come. It carries on the issue of Tinubu's alleged forfeiture. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, so it carries on the issue of Tinubu's alleged failure, rather, to secure 25% votes in the FCT. INEC's lawyer accused the petitioners of inviting the court to adopt an interpretation that will result in absurdity. INEC told the court that it was illogical for the petitioners to claim that a candidate must secure 25% votes in the FCT to be declared winner of a presidential election. It argued that such an argument would run contrary to the spirit and intendment of the drafters of the 1999 Constitution as amended, adding that FCT ought to be regarded as the 37th state of the Federation that is without a special status during elections. Similarly, President Tinubu and Vice President Shettima, whilst adopting their written address, urged the Presidential Tribunal to dismiss all the petitions. Addressing the court through their team of lawyers led by Chief Wole Olanipekun SAN, the duo said it would not be in the public interest for the court to set aside the decision of the electorate that led to their victory at the poll. Arguing that the petitioners completely failed to discharge the burden of proof that was required of them by the law, Chief Olanipekun SAN further argued both Atiku and Obi of merely dumping documents before the court. He told the Presidential Tribunal that his client won 1/3 of the votes in the FCT, adding that Obi had no locus to challenge the outcome of the election since his name was not found on the register of the Labour Party. On the issue of the forfeiture proceedings that led to the imposition of a fine against Tinubu, Olanipekun SAN relied on Section 137, subsection 1E of the 1999 Constitution as amended to argue that his client could not be disqualified since over 20 years had elapsed since the case was decided. Even if there was a sentence before, it is no longer to be reckoned with, adding, "My lord, may we submit that the second respondent is not under any fine." Besides, he argued that should the court order a rerun election, Obi and the Labour Party will be precluded from participating in it, going by the provisions of Section 134 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which he said allowed only the winner of the annulled election and the second runner-up to participate in such poll. On his part, counsel to the APC, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, is Lateef Fagbemi not now the Minister of Justice? Should he is, isn't he? Should he be a lawyer for the APC as well as being the Attorney General for the country? Am I missing something here? On his part, counsel to the APC, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, urged the court to hold that Tinubu scored over 25% in about 29 states, adding that to do otherwise will amount to constitutional absurdity. He argued that Obi was over-ambitious in his petition when he requested for a rerun poll, notwithstanding that he would not be legally qualified to participate. Fagbemi SAN stressed that all the issues the petitioners raised against President Tinubu have all been decided by various courts. There is hardly any point agitated by the petitioners that has not received judicial pronouncement and resolution, he argued. On the issue of the forfeiture order by the court in the United States, Fagbemi SAN argued that it was not an indictment that was capable of disqualifying Tinubu from contesting the presidential election. All right, still a couple more paragraphs, but let me just give you all of it because it is important that we get all of it. Assuming without conceding that it was indicted, it happened over 20 years ago, and the Nigerian Constitution is a forgiving one that does not breed hatred, is submitted. He argued that the petitioners failed to establish that Tinubu had dual citizenship, adding that the Nigerian Constitution recognizes a citizen by birth could not be disqualified from contesting an election. So this Masari Shettima VP slot. The Presidential Tribunal had also reserved judgment on a third petition that was lodged against President Tinubu by the Allied People's Movement APM. Specifically, APM in its petition contended that the withdrawal of Mr. Masari, who was initially nominated as the vice presidential candidate of the APC, invalidated Tinubu's candidacy in view of Section 131 subsection C and Section 142 of the Constitution 1999 as amended. The party argued that there was a gap of about 3 weeks between the period that Masari, who was listed as the 5th respondent in the petition, expressed intention to withdraw, the actual withdrawal of his purported nomination, and the time Tinubu purportedly replaced him with our senator. It further argued that Tinubu's candidature had elapsed at the time he nominated Shettima as Masari's replacement. According to the petitioner, at the time Tinubu announced Shettima as the vice presidential candidate, he was no longer in position constitutionally to nominate a running mate, since he has ceased to be a presidential candidate of the second respondent, having regards to the provisions of Section 142 of the 1999 Constitution. More so, APM contended that Masari's initial nomination activated the joint ticket principle enshrined in the Constitution, stressing that his subsequent withdrawal invalidated the joint ticket. It therefore prayed the Presidential Tribunal to declare that Shettima was not qualified to contest as the vice presidential candidate of the APC as of February the 25th, when the election conducted by INEC, having violated the provisions of Section 35 of the Electoral Act. An order nullifying and voiding all the votes scored by Tinubu in the presidential election in view of his non-qualification as a candidate of the APC, as well as an order to set aside the certificate of return that was issued to the president by INEC. So, and there it is, whistling in the wind. So, whistling in the wind. So, this is the ludicrous abracadabra. And by the way, there's plenty of spaces still in the on the. I'll post the link again. If I finish the readout, no one is there, then we just bail out. It's not to anything, but you know, when I finish the readout and there's nobody to have a conversation with, then that ends the stream, doesn't it? So it's not being me being trying to be funny or anything, but but there it is. So now let's now go to what is coming in anticipation of what the petition results will be. So let's go to this. Let's go to this. Oh, all right. All eyes on the judiciary. Campaigners planning anarchy to destroy Nigerian Bar Association president Yakubu something or the other, Nigerian Bar Association president, says all eyes on the judiciary campaigners are planning to plunge the country into anarchy. The NBA president accused the all eyes on the judiciary campaigners of setting the country up for anarchy. When you make bare allegations, unsubstantiated allegations, you are hurting the very fabric upon which this country is held together, I should say. Mr. McHugh, that's his name, by the way, stated in an interview broadcast Sunday night on Arise TV, because once the people do not accept the judiciary, once public confidence in the judiciary is eroded, then you will not have a country in place. You will only have anarchy and chaos. So that's the Nigerian Bar Association president. So let's go on from the Nigerian Bar Association president to the DSS. DSS uncovers plot by certain politicians to stage violent protest in Nigeria. So who are they and what's their plan? The Department of State Services, DSS, says it has uncovered a plot by some elements, including certain politicians, to stage violent protest in parts of the country. So there are only really two flashpoints there. There are only really two areas of significance that protests can take place that it will have any meaning. So that's Lagos and that's Abuja. So I'm not really sure that anybody, they shouldn't really be trying it. They may attempt it in Abuja, but I wouldn't recommend that they try it in Lagos. We all saw what happened last time. The Department of State Services, DSS, says it has uncovered a plot by some elements, including certain politicians, to stage violent protest in parts of the country. A statement issued by the service spokesperson, Peter Ofunaya, on Monday, September the 4th, 2023, said the protests are being planned in order to discredit the federal government and the security agencies. The Department of State Services, DSS, hereby informs the public that it has uncovered plans by some elements in parts of the country to stage violent protest in order to discredit the federal government and security agencies over sundry socio-economic matters, the statement reads. Intelligence reports have indicated that the plotters include certain politicians who are desperately mobilizing unsuspecting student leaders, ethnic-based associations. So does that not tell you all you need to know? Ethnic-based associations, youths and disgruntled groups for the planned action. Meanwhile, the service has identified the ringleaders of the plot as well as sustained monitoring around them in order to deter them from plunging the country into anarchy. In view of this development, university vice chancellors and heads of tertiary institutions are advised to discourage their students from engaging in acts capable of derailing public peace. Also, parents and guardians are enjoined to admonish their children and wards, respectively, to shun the lure of participating in inimical behaviors or conduct against law and order. Whilst the Department of State Services is aware of government's efforts and determination to resolve some of the challenges confronting the nation, it wants that those desirous of subverting national security to retrace their steps. This is more so that it will not hesitate to legally come against persons and groups behind the devious plans. So is that the rattlings of handcuff headed in Peter Obi's direction? I do wonder, is that the rattlings of handcuffs headed in Peter Obi's direction? Let's go on from there to this one. Federal government borrowed 30 trillion naira from CBN. Inexperienced boy owned private jet under Buhari, Lamido, Sanusi. Hopefully this is not, okay, yeah. It's not a long and winding one. Muhammadu Sanusi II, a former emir of Kano, has said former President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration wrecked Nigeria's economy. According to Sanusi, in a recent video message to Nigerians, the last administration treated the economy without recourse to expert advice. He claimed that some sycophants exploited the system and that an inexperienced boy owned a private jet under the past administration. Sanusi, who noted that borrowing had crippled Nigeria's economy, urged Nigerians to be patient with President Bola Tinubu-led government. In his view, Nigeria led a false life in the past 8 years. He said, the last 8 years, Nigeria led a false life. The government borrowed from within and without. About 30 trillion naira was borrowed from the central bank. All the revenue the country generated in the last few years couldn't service the debt. Debt service exceeded 100%. The government borrowed to service debts. No country can grow this way. The time will come when one cannot borrow anymore. Additionally, there will be nothing to pay the debt. Those writing demanding that we speak on the current situation in the country, this is not the right time for me to speak. It was like a driver on the road driving recklessly, despite a wise counsel telling him of a crater ahead. What will you tell after plunging the car into a hole? People refuse to listen to us. We will only now advise them to be patient. I will never say Tinubu has pushed Nigeria into difficulty. I am not saying he's flawless or flawed. We will speak when he goes awry or when he goes astray. The government can't pay subsidies since it doesn't have the means. If they added tax, we will have to pay. Since borrowing is impossible. If the CBN printed more naira, the dollar will jack up to 1,500. We must suffer. When I was the CBN governor, it was 150. Today, it is somewhere around 900. They treated the economy the way they wanted and refused to listen to expert advice. In the last 8 years, only sycophants succeeded. The sycophants bought dollars at 400 naira and sold at 550. An inexperienced boy who had never worked anywhere owns a private jet. So that is Tunde Sabiu, almost certainly that inexperienced boy. So the inexperienced boy, all right. Okay. I think that's enough of a readout to be going on with. So let's kick it off with we've got Solomon and we've got Thomas. So who wants to go first? Hello?
Yeah, let me go first.
All right. Good to have you, Solomon. So kick it off. Where do you want to come into the conversation, Solomon?
Yeah. Sorry, what did you just say? What did you just ask me now?
No, I said, where did you want to come into the conversation? Obviously, the verdict of the petition tribunal coming up on Wednesday. Wow, what's that sound?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you and as well as some sound, but carry on.
Yeah, this election petition tribunal stuff is going to really be serious. Like, it's going to be very serious. And I think I saw a headline where Tinubu's had a meeting with the chief of defense, the ministers of defense, and defense ministers, and chief of staff, like the chief of staff, and
yeah, I saw that too.
So definitely it should be this election stuff. This Wednesday stuff will be part of the reasons why they are meeting. And you see, DSS has already come out to say that they have intel about.
So what's going on with your system? So slow it down a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but we can hear some wooden sound.
Is it better now? Yeah,
it's a bit better now. You know that meeting that Tinubu had with the service people.
Has it gone back again?
No, don't worry. We have to push through it since you are the only one here. So, you know that meeting that Tinubu had with the service chiefs. I thought that Tinubu is going to India for the G20 meeting. I thought he was having that meeting with the service chiefs in order to just get reassurances that they were not going to do a coup on him when he's away. That's what I thought was going on there.
Yeah. I was even surprised to I don't know if he has gone, because I saw headline yesterday that he's going. That he has already gone to US. I mean, where they are having the meeting and all that. But I still saw a headline this morning that he had a meeting with this security agents. And yes, the cool thing, I just know that the whole discussion they had was concerning security and everything concerning security, and this maybe definitely this cool thing is going to still be one of the main reasons they had that meeting. But this election thing of Wednesday is going to be the major reason. I can assure you, I'm very sure of that. It was the major reason why this meeting was held, because it's the way people are going about it. But the way I feel, this thing is only going to happen in the south and not in the north. The north, I don't think they have time, because their governors are already working, and they are getting relieved of this stress of this whole economy things that is going on. So it's just the south that I fear for, and especially like this place, what they call it, Lagos. In fact, the whole of the south, even as Sabasef, as small as that place is.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure that anybody will care about whatever happens in Asaba, but certainly Lagos, you'd expect a strong security presence in Lagos and Abuja. And if you do anyhow, you go see anyhow, as they say in Lagos. And the DSS are already warning parents to caution their children.
Yeah. For me, I'm not even scared of. I'm not scared of Abuja. Like anything that will happen in Abuja, I don't think anything serious is going to happen in Abuja. I know that it's the state capital, but no, I don't think.
Did you say you are using Bluetooth?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My
do you want to remove it? Remove it. There's a.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go that way. That now we can hear you.
Okay,
yeah. So yes. But for all of it, this thing now comes to an end somewhat. Somewhat of an end. I'm sure some people will still push towards the Supreme Court. But even Justice Mary Odili is already telling them to pack their bags and go home. And she's their own inside person.
So you see, they already know the people there. I even believe maybe Obi himself might even know that no level. Do you understand?
Obi knows now. He knew from when the results were announced that the game was up. He's just one of the submissions of the lawyers was that the whole thing is just dramatization and just acting. It's just acting up, isn't it?
Yeah. Because he really carried. He was a leader of the movement, and it's somehow that you just leave your people like that on the road. He's not going to tell good about him. So, it's a good thing that he has led them to this point, but he should try. And even I saw a tweet when they said that as soon as they disclose the date for this final petition, for the result for the final verdict or something like that. Yeah, I saw as soon as DSS and that DSS tweet about protest and all that, I saw a tweet. People were just retweeting about that this time around, Obi should not tell them what to do. He should better just respect himself. He has played his role. He should allow them to.
So let them go out now, and then let the security forces deal with it. So I mean, sometimes when the kid wants to put his hand in that fire, after you admonish, then you say try it. So let them go out, and then let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, but I would advise that people should just calm down, and there will be other way, not just come, because in fact if they.
And by the way, if anything happens, Obi will be held culpable.
But if he should come out to put a tweet out that everybody should calm down like the way he normally does, and I don't think
he has to put his hands up in surrender. That's what he has to do, because he has lost an election.
Though, like you just said now that there is every probability that he would want to go to Supreme Court. So if he comes out to put a tweet out that people should just stay calm, that they are still on the procedure and all that, and he doesn't surrender, like say he's giving up on this case, if anything should come out, the youth should come out for the protest, and anything happens, Obi should not be held because he has come out to say people. He has come out to calm the tension down. So it will be an injustice.
But he has pushed it to this point now. Did he not push it to this point?
One man, let's just, like I told you now, he's a driver of a movement. He's a leader of a movement. Let him just keep on keeping those people's hope high. He should keep giving them hope. They should keep having hope. But he should try and do what.
I hope the security forces are giving him close monitoring. He mustn't be allowed to run.
No. He's not going to run.
He must not be allowed to run.
I don't see him like somebody that is going to run. I believe he's going to do the right thing by even tomorrow or today. Okay, today we're already in the next day. He's going to put up a tweet that tomorrow, I believe he will do so, that tomorrow there's on the 6th of September that they will be going to hear the final stuff about the election and all that in the court, that they should try and their best to calm down and hold on to, let them hear what they will say, but definitely that there must be a way that they must find a way to recover their mandate, but it's not going to be in a worrisome or in a problematic manner. So definitely he's going to put up tweet like that, and if he should do that, one man, we don't need to really blame that man. I won't lie to you, we don't need to blame him. It is the people that I don't want to call them the coconut head, but
the thing is, Solomon, he has mismanaged those people up to this point, so he cannot now at the last moment just make some whatever and then absolve himself. Whatever he says now, if those are gullibles, if the gullibles react or act in a wayward manner, Obi must be held culpable.
No, one man, you're not understanding what I'm saying. He has been doing this thing. He has been doing this thing even after the election. You saw how he every time he's always putting out tweets to calm these people down. He's doing it. He's taking action, so they can't use those things against him.
Can I interject?
Yeah, you can come in.
No, we can barely hear you. We can barely hear you though. So if you are using a Bluetooth as well, if people are using Bluetooth, it doesn't come through. So if you want to make a
Hello, Solomon. Yeah. I hope you're following what's happening in the States, how Trump is being treated on something similar. I hope Obi will be smart enough and accept the verdict in good faith, send congratulatory message so that it doesn't end up having serious issues. If United States can treat a former president like that,
you talking about Trump?
Yeah.
You talking about Trump? There are some videos.
The Prime.
Yeah.
The Prime. Can you mute the YouTube because it's echoing back? So mute it. Yeah. You can still hear it on. You can still hear it on StreamYard. So mute the YouTube. Can you do that?
Is he okay now?
No, it's not. You can hear it as well.
Okay, I think I've done that.
Oh, all right. You've done.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Solomon.
Yeah, carry on, Solomon. We're having feedback from the Prime. Carry on, Solomon.
Okay, you can't compare Trump and Obi. Trump's own case and Obi's own. Why? Because Obi tries to he tries to make himself, like, he puts himself in a way that he's not trying to cause problem. Like he doesn't make utterances or tweet utterances that will cause problem in the country. He tries to calm these people down. He has not made any statement that would unlike his vice that was saying those things he said after the election. Obi has never done something like that. So you don't have anything to be honest with you. We can't compare Obi or put Obi in the place of Trump. Trump used to come out, has made statements that are not good for the state. So you can't say the same thing about Obi. If they should do anything, if Obi should come out today now, if he doesn't put any tweet, maybe any action they take, if he doesn't come out to say, please, obedient, calm down, do this, as in to calm the tension down, the head, and the Nigerian government can have something, if at all, to hold this guy. But if he comes out to put that tweet, or to come out, or even to broadcast that, see, Igbo should not do this, Igbo should, as in just calm them down. They don't have any right, as in it would be unjust for the government to behave, to go hard on that guy, or to do anything on against him.
Yeah. After the Supreme Court judgment, people should be picked up. People should be picked up after the Supreme Court judgment. Certainly, people should be picked up.
Yeah, let me.
People like who? One man.
Like, well, you know them, the usual suspects. And certainly should be picked up even before the
You're making sense in what you're saying. I think that you're right around the corner. You're almost there. I don't know how you do it. You say you're from the southeast, and when one man is provoking southeasterners and needling us with his sly remarks.
No, please don't do that. Don't do that. You did that the last session. No, don't do that. Don't do ethnic divide again. You did that the last time, so don't do ethnic divide again, please. Now, don't do it.
Okay, don't make me do it, right? But anyway, let me say to you, Eze. Tinubu is not Buhari. I want ethnic people here to understand that Tinubu is not a Buhari. Buhari is a military general, former thug, jackbooted thug that has a respect, I guess, of the military industrial complex in Nigeria. And he was able to rough shadow over Showore and some of our activists. Now, if Tinubu tries it, in my opinion, he's done. So, for those who are
hello, Pansat.
Let me land. Can I?
We're still getting feedback.
Yeah, we're getting feedback. For one, we're getting a feedback for the other, but I haven't said anything. You gotta be able to deal with the truth. I want to address our youth, the youth in the country, in Nigeria. Here it is. Get ready, Wednesday. There are qualities.
No, please don't canvass for violence.
One man. I think you should moderate this situation, because a clear incitement at this point. Please,
How?
You're just trying to incite people. You're trying to incite people.
The prime, if you scroll back 1 minute, you hear what we're hearing. Just scroll back to when you speak.
Remove the guy.
Carry on, Solomon. Yeah. My goodness.
That I'm
Solomon,
leaving, right? If you
are leaving. Okay, thank you for coming. No. You're out. You're out. Yeah, that's enough of that. So sorry, carry on, Solomon.
Yeah, like Mr. Passat that is here saying that the youth should do this. Will he be here? Because some people are where they are now, trying to incite these people to come and start on that Wednesday. They should come and start protest and all that kind of thing. Then they will not hijack the protest, and the thing will not result to another thing. So let's not do this thing. Let's not do this thing for real. Let's not do this thing, because it's not going to be good for this country, and it's going to cause lots of problems. So let's just stop this thing he's trying to do now. Let's just wait on Wednesday. Maybe the judgment will be in favor of Waziri, or it will be in favor of Tinubu. But I know that it's probably going to be in favor of Tinubu, because there is no way, or there is nowhere, or it has never happened in Nigeria that a president, they just come and rule against him in the court, and it has never happened. But let's see how it's going to go, how it's going to be. But people coming here to say that you should enter the street and do this, do that. That means you don't even love those people. You are just trying to use them, because you'll be where you are now, inciting them, encouraging them to enter the street. You are where you are. If they now eventually...
No, it's a very dangerous language that Pansat was trying to introduce no, we can't, you can't use language like that, especially in this time that we're in, certainly not here. I will not be held responsible for that,
Yeah, so if okay, for instance, now they now achieve, maybe they achieve the goal or they did not achieve it, those people now die. You will now come back to the Nigeria here and enjoy yourself. But people that you've encouraged to enter the streets, they already, God forbid, they've already joined their ancestors. So you see, these are the things we don't want, and it's not going to make sense. So let's just watch and see what is going to happen. And this DSS, maybe DSS did not even get any intel, or maybe they did, but they already know what
You
might
know,
play out.
often instances when they say they have intel, I don't often believe them. They are just trying to use eco, just boju something.
Yeah. So they may just, because they know they are Nigerians too, so they know what can happen. So that's why they would come out and say that they have intel and all that. But I know that the security agencies, that they are already at alert, like they're already taking position. Maybe I think those I'm not going against my fellow citizens, but this thing should just be, so that let's just calm this tension. Maybe they should bring out the uniform guys from the barracks, so that they would come out the way they came out during the election period. So that
I think that's almost a certainty that there'll be. I'm anticipating that there will be a strong security presence. Is that not your anticipation?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. So that it will bring this tension down, and people would have fear and not to come out to engage in any protest. Yeah, it's not like I'm trying to deny them of their right or no, but the way this protest might result, it will not make sense, and it's going to only be in the south. With what I'm seeing, it's going to only be in the south. It's not going to happen in the north.
People of the north, they have no reasons to protest. They voted for Tinubu, so they are not protesting anything. The only place that is most likely is Lagos and probably Abuja. But you are saying they can't try it in Abuja. So really, you are having the anticipation. We're still hearing feedback.
Somebody's echoing here.
Yes, the prime.
One man, it's not like it can't happen in Abuja. I'm not the FCT minister, but with the way people are in Abuja now, this most people share, but I don't see it happening in I don't see it happening, taking as being very serious in Abuja. To be honest, I don't see it, but I know in Lagos, it's definitely going to happen. But not just in Lagos, in Benin, in Asaba, these places, I know that they will definitely come out to protest.
Nobody will care if it happens in Benin, because Benin is not really. I mean, who cares really what happens in Benin or Asaba?
What's special in Osun? What is special in Osun? What is special in Ibadan?
No, nobody cares what happens in Osun or Ibadan.
So why are you making it? Why are you making it like nobody cares in Benin? If it happens in Benin, everything will. Hold on.
No,
just don't pray that riot. Hold on. Don't just pray that riot happens in Benin. Don't pray anything happens in Benin, because
nobody is praying anything happens.
Hold on.
Benin is not of
hold on. This kind of situation, everybody's trying to calm the situation down, but don't make this kind of statement to underestimate no region. Mostly Benin. Anything that happens in that country, if Benin puts their hand, it gets worse. That's why they always. Hold on. That's why they always try to make things calm down things in Benin. The jailbreak that started in that last project started in Benin. If you don't know, all this you are doing. If they are doing protests in Nigeria, Benin don't. If they are doing protests, you can do in Lagos. You will go somewhere, you stop. If they are doing Abra, do somewhere, stop. But when Benin starts, data will peak. Data peaks. Port Harcourt peaks. It goes that change. They will peak. So you don't want protests in Benin. I don't use that kind of word like who cares in Benin.
Hold on. No, we don't want protest anywhere. But
so don't use that statement. No, use that statement. Renounce that statement, please.
No, settle down. Nobody wants protest anywhere. But a protest in Benin is not of national significance. A protest in Lagos.
A protest in Lagos is not.
Okay.
See, Mr. Watkins, let me tell you something. If a protest should happen in Benin, he's not going to. He's like what I said. It doesn't have any significance.
It's not a national event now. It's just some
satellite. That will make noise and it will end.
Okay, you guys have said what you said, and listen. If there's a protest in Lagos, it's a protest in Lagos. It's ends in Lagos.
No,
if there's protest in hold on, just hold on. Okay. If there's protest in Benin block all the access to. Do you know the interconnection of Nigeria is in Benin? All the road access movement. When they block it, Nigeria is a standstill. You guys don't even know.
All right.
You think just say protest in Benin just because people shouting in Benin. From Okpila, every asset down, all your trucks don't get to the east, all your trucks don't go to the north, all the trucks from the north don't get to the south and southwest.
No,
so you guys just think first. Not don't worry. This is a national threat.
It's not if a protest happens in Benin, it's not a national threat. If a protest happens in Abuja or Lagos, it's a national threat.
Protest has been happening.
Anywhere else, you talk here, you don't let other people. Anywhere else outside of Lagos and Abuja, it's not a national threat. It's a localized thing. Nobody cares what happens in Benin. Nobody cares what happens in Osogbo. Nobody cares what happens.
You're taking to your mind. You're taking to your mind today.
Yeah.
Just taking your mind today, and we pray it should not happen. If there's a massive protest and it starts in Benin, everything stands still.
All right.
Just take it like that. I don't need to argue with you. In Nigeria, yes. In Nigeria, I don't need to argue. I don't need to argue with you. I don't need to argue with you because it's like you guys forget history. It's just like you say things you like.
That's a joke. If the protest happens in Benin, it will just be a bunch of Osages making noise and then they're fighting them down, and that's just it.
Okay. Let me tell you. Have you ever witnessed protests in Nigeria before 1 month before you left the country?
Bro,
good question. I ask you. No, Eze, you're too young. Wait, Eze, sorry, I'm not trying to insult you yet, but you are too young to contribute in this question I ask one man, because I know you're like 20 something. One man, have you noticed any protests in Nigeria before you left Nigeria? Big one.
All right, make your point and then we move on. I don't want to be stuck.
I'm not making any point. Just ask you a question. If you say no, then we'll move on. If you say yes, we'll move on. I'm just asking you. Have you witnessed any big protests?
If I say no, we move on. If I say yes, we move on. So yes and no. So let's move on.
Okay, good. Well, let's move on.
Port Harcourt is even important than Benin in like this country to me.
I mean, Benin is not. It's culturally significant, but of no national importance.
See, this is the problem you got. See, this is the problem. See, this is the problem. This is the problem you got. See, this is the problem you.
Culturally important, but it's not.
It's not back, I'm talking about culture. Let's move culture.
Hold on, one man. Oh. Look, if there's a protest in Benin that disrupt the transportation between the west and to the east, that is going to can affect our economic activities. So
to the north, that was said to the north,
and then to the north, it can if they
Mr.
hold on.
What you say is
if they block hold on, if they block that expressway and vehicles cannot pass through, may we affect. It will affect.
Just talking. I'm talking about Benin, about cultural
businesses. So but if that does not happen, if it's just within Benin and there's no disruption to transport flow, then it will just be limited. I mean, the nation might not feel it. But if they have to block the highway, man, it's gonna be a catastrophe.
Let me add this. Yeah. Sorry, let me add this. I'm not just saying it because it's a cultural well-known place. Benin is what they call Benin the heartbeat, not just because we are powerful. Hold on.
The heartbeat of what?
Nigeria. That's what they call it.
Benin is the battlefield. Who calls it that? Are you joking?
Check your plate. Wait, hold on now. One man, what to test? Hold on, not blogger, quiet, just quiet. Check your plate number, check your plate, hold on, check your plate number. Data is a big heart, this is the heartbeat. Hold on, not slogan, hold on. Bayelsa, I think Benue is a food basket. They didn't just put that name because they just want to give them name. It because they are significant importance that they give them those names. Benin connects the northwest east in strategic location, from aviation to road logic to riverine, marine. Do you know how? Do you know important of the marine lane in Nigeria, Benin? If there's a protest in Benin, like I just was a big protest in Benin, nothing will go from north to south, south to east, east to west. Don't pray it happen. The end starts in Lagos. How did this start? This is not where they block Benin block everywhere. Lagos peaks. Did you see the queue from Undo to Ibadan Express? Because nobody was passing through Benin to Lagos and Lagos to east. Don't pray protests happen in Benin. If they block Auchi, Okmila, nothing from Delta, Port Harcourt will go out. Nothing from Calabar will go out. Just say there are protests in Calabar. If there's protests in Port Harcourt, who cares? Things will still move. But there's a big protest in those states. Don't pray. Forget. It's not by oil. It's not by oil. This is your problem. Not by oil. It's the location. Hold on. Can't you just learn? You went to school. You learned your lecture. Just learn. Your transportation, air, land, sea, you must pass through. If they block all those assets, you go nowhere, and you don't pray for it. Nobody's talking because they say Benin, they are a cultural place. I'm telling you that the last place that happened, I just use NSAS. Go and check. Is Benin that block Unibet, block Ekpoma Auntie, Supply Road? What happened? They pick up in Lagos. What happened? Benin Station was a great lock, long express lock from Benin to Lagos. Don't pray it happens, and I wish it doesn't happen. And don't start using words. Who's Benin?
Please. Thank you very much.
Take your time. Thank you. Use your time.
Yeah. One thing, one man, what piece is not putting it factoring inside here is mentioning Awuchi. These people, they are politically inclined to, or they are aligned with APC. That they cannot protest till tomorrow. So if you are talking about Benin, say about Benin in his own location there in Benin, that you talk about the protest, and it doesn't have any significance. Benin, okay, you want to tell me that cars pass through Benin, those transportation, you have a point by saying that, yeah, Edo State connects other regions in Nigeria, but you can't say Benin, you just be saying Benin. Benin is just on its own. And
you don't. Sorry. I don't like you be talking something for like 12 days and you talk. I just let you go. But sometimes you let your age play a big factor in what you are saying. We are talking about protests as in general. Nobody cares about APC. When there's protests, nobody cares APC or PDP or who are like to. Hold on, please hold on. You just said something like yes, you not allow protest. Not that you are stopping to protest, but if they allow protest, it might go the wrong way. Bad element might infiltrate the protest. When protest starts, nobody cares APC or PDP anymore. The same hunger that is beating you in Benin City is beating them now. When protests start, people will take advantage of it, and that's what everybody is saying. Not political analysis, start analyzing one side on the other side.
This one is political protest that they want to do now. It's not. Listen, this one is not economic protest.
There's nothing like political protest. There's nothing like political. Hold on. There's nothing like political protest. Best, avoid protest. When it starts, it's spiral out of hand. People will take advantage of it. The hungry people, a lot of people are hungry right now. It will spiral to where you don't want it to even go. That you can't even control it. Nigeria don't even have the map power to match 150 million people protesting. So the best thing, you don't allow the protest to take place. That's why people are saying don't allow protest, even though they are civil rights, but not at this time that the country is in chaos. That's how intelligent person will speak and people will see reasons with you.
And that's what I'm saying.
What you are saying. You are pinning it on a political ground that if the press take place, ABC will not support.
Bro, we when we come here to talk, sometimes you assume certain things. I just said assuming if eventually the protest want to take place, it's not going to. There will still be political line in this thing. You can't just say that. Benin,
but you just answering yourself now. You are putting assumption in reality. Remove assumption. That's what I'm telling you. Remove assumption and just face the danger. And some people will see reasons with you. If you are speaking of the danger, everybody.
Can you hear me now?
Face the danger. We can hear you. Somebody should mute to start.
Hello, woman. Can you hear me now, please? Is it better now?
Yeah,
We can hear you. We can't hear ourselves now. That's just the thing. I'm sure you can hear it too. You must be hearing it. You are hearing the same thing as us. Yeah.
Face the danger. Say things that rally people around you and people see reasons with you. Nobody want to protest now. The verdict is not going to, heaven is not going to fall. Jesus Christ is not going to come down. I don't know why people are so looking for something different from the verdict. The president is president. Don't even award the verdict to Peter Obi. They cannot see that position till the 2031 because Tinubu will appeal. Appeal will take on that. Trump has been appealing for the past 4 years in court. He has courts with Biden. People don't even know that the senators and House of Rep they have sacked of LG party they have sacked. They are saying the House of Rep and Senate they've appealed. Appeal will drag in their finish their tenure. I don't know what people are trying to. I don't know why they are massaging their elbow over the transition. It's the tribunal. Yes or no? The person that is there still remains there. The person that is remain outside still remain outside. Then whoever come out wants to shout that even will fall. We must come out and condemn it, not start making assumption. When you make assumption, you start bruising people's ego. Simple.
All right, let's get back to Solomon and get back on track. Back to you.
Yeah, woman. I was not trying to. I know my first time I started talking, I did not talk about I did not support the protest, and I was talking about saying that they should find every way to curb this protest, not to allow it happen, because it's not going to be good, and for real, it's not to be good at all. It's going to really cause lots of trouble, and yeah, we don't need it at all. What we need now is for peace, and for be like today. Now we're already in the next day. You should tweet. You should try and calm these people down, even though that some persons have said that what if he should better not talk, that he has done his part by going to the contesting, going to the court and all that. That now it is that done to carry out.
Can you feel tension in the air in where you are people talking about this? Is the atmosphere? What's the feel? What's the texture of it where you are?
I don't really go out, so me, it's just online that I'm seeing the things that I'm seeing, and or the kind of things I'm seeing online where certain persons are talking is not really making sense. But according to Wiki, these are social media talks, so we will not take them serious. But
Charlie Boy has been making some funky noise. Have you been following Charlie Boy, who's calling for anarchy?
No, I don't follow. Since this election, I just stopped following Charlie Boy because it's just, I don't want to say, yeah, he's an old man, but the way he just talks at times, he doesn't even, the way his appearance to me is not really making sense. Like the other day they did something, the way he dressed to that place, yeah, we know he used to be a hip hop or a musician and all that. Now he has gotten that he's getting old. He should just level up in terms of appearance and all that.
He's getting old. He's 76. When is he going to be officially old? He's getting old.
He's old now. He should just drop certain things, and especially like to him now, in terms of reasoning, in terms of his conscience now, he's behaving. He has a good conscience to an extent. The fact that he wants the betterment of Nigeria, but in the way he presents himself, is not really encouraging. He should do better. I believe his kids, they should talk to him. Look at the way he dressed the other day to even though those things we are wearing, they're expensive, but those kind of attires are not what you should be on in going to certain things. In fact, at this age, you should start showing.
Yeah, but it's an artist though. So artists they get that fiat, don't they, to dress as they like.
Artists at what age? You should calm down.
He's still releasing albums now. Is it not still
Which album? Can you listen to his album? If he should release an album, will you subscribe to it, or will you?
I know. I will. Though. You know, Charlie Boy is one of my favorite artists. One of my favorite tracks is it's a Charlie Boy track. Unwata Maze. It's one of my favorite.
One man. So I don't want protest at all, for real. It's not going to be good for us. It's not going to be good. Then I don't know this bash between the former Attorney General, is it in Goodluck Jonathan?
Is it Adoke?
Yeah, and this Buhari. I'm talking about Buhari's administration. Then Garba Shehu coming to bash the guy. Like these are people, they just disgrace. They just disgrace us anyhow.
He's still on the run, isn't he, for corruption? That former Attorney General under Goodluck Jonathan.
Yeah, one man is very, very bad. Like it's really, really bad. The way they should do better. The way they are behaving now is not really making sense. As in, for real. I know that maybe he triggered Buhari, so that is why Buhari came out to. Buhari don't have any chill at all. He was really, really triggered for him to send his spokesperson to reply that guy, and that guy really hit this Adoki very well, very hard. Yeah.
What are you making of LAMIDO Sanusi's commentaries that 30 trillion debt, nothing to show for it, unemployed people are owning private jets under Buhari?
Yeah, you see this Sanusi, even though sometimes I don't really agree to what he says, but in this particular thing he said is the truth. You know, this Buhari's administration, many people that I don't want to say never believed they will cash out. They did. They cashed out massively. Like, and it was just few group of people, like Jonathan's time that people, or at least it was everywhere. Yeah, but these Buharis were just certain persons, certain people that were just close to him, that were just cashing out. So that is what this man is talking about. That the administration was really like it was a setback. Anybody that will come here to say that Buhari, it was a setback to the country, to be honest with you. And look at the way APC now is saying that APC government left nothing for them. It's a disgrace to APC. Then I don't know why.
Is that the Yoruba you've led?
I don't know why we did this thing to us that would have allowed APC to. Would I just remove this power from APC first? APC is not good for this country. I am telling you the truth. APC is not good for Nigeria. APC is not good. You know, group of betrayers, group of criminals, like people that just assembled themselves and just hit the country. No. APC, we need to.
So Solomon, what are you making of Justice Mary Odile coming out in the manner that she has? You know, the whole of the Peter Obi space, they are up in rage because everybody thought she was with them, but she was quite scathing in that her submission in Abuja.
Yeah, there's one thing this guy used to say, sorry, Doku, but they never leave you. They have left you. They've left them. You know, when I was telling this, especially my Southeast people, you know, people come here and call somebody Sabu. I don't understand. What you that at your age, you don't know what you are. You don't know the kind of place you are. Who is the Sabu there? We were saying it here. I was saying it here that these South people, they are not people that. I mean, they are elders. Even if they are youth, we might support support Ubi, but their elders they already know what's up. People that know about Ken Sarewa, that know about Isaac Boro. So you want to come and tell me that in their own head they don't know that what their founding fathers has already bullets that to them they feel they've dodged. You now feel like they will not come and follow you to do the kind of thing you want to do. No, now it's very unwise of certain persons. So you see this Mary Delina, I'm not surprised at what she did. She's married to a Rivers man, and I think she's from Rivers there too. So they've already taken position. They did not support Wike, they did not support Wike, but when they made Wike city minister, the whole of Rivers were jubilating. People that say they supported Ubi. So the one man, these people, that would be support. They were just look at Wike that even gave him his vans, his vehicles to campaign in that place, do everything for them. Look, the day they were Shehu was interviewing him, look at the way he was talking. Imagine calling out my own uncle a social media. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I'm not surprised at Mary Dili. The South people as a whole. I'm not surprised at them. No bad feelings. I don't have any bad energy. But when it comes to politics, let's just play it well. Know that there's no sentiment in it. That is just the thing. Yeah.
All right, Solomon, let me play you this clip and then give me a brief reaction to it, and then I'll go on from you to Ekene. So let me play you this clip. So that was in Ogun State somewhere. There's something quite seismic taking place in Nigeria. It looks as though the Nigerian citizenry, there's been somewhat of an awakening that they have the right, and I'm crediting Showore for that space, by the way. There's been somewhat of an awakening amongst the Nigerian populace that they actually have the right to demand better from these people, and they are no longer going to be fobbed off by trinkets. We don't want palliatives. We want good roads. We want electricity. Now that they're getting 3-4 times their allocations every month, I don't think any state government has an excuse anymore. Solomon.
Yeah. The people they did well in rejecting that palliative. What is coming to give? The other day, which states have I forgotten that if you see the palliative they gave to them, when that's so it online, like
is it the one that was sharing spaghetti by they opened the packet and shared three strands of spaghetti? Unbelievable.
It was not even one pack of spaghetti. It was just like it was not even the half of that spaghetti safe. Like, I don't understand what is wrong happening. So these people, they are already doing well. They are doing well, like trying to tell the government what they want. It's not about giving them spaghetti, giving them Indomie and all that, or giving them 2,000 or 8,000 to not do anything for them. Because they need good roads so that if they are whatever business they are doing, they can transport their goods and other things. So the government, and they need light. We need light. It's very somehow that at this point in life, you just see somebody saying that I no get light, my phone did down. It's very embarrassing. So these are the things now that government, things that were supposed to have passed, they need to just start doing them. And I feel like it's only, see, let me tell you something. The in this country now, let's forget about this one that they say the north now, they're already working for themselves. They're already doing things. Look at this increment in tuition fee. The north, look at the way their governors are slashing, are just dividing, are just bringing out programs for them to. In fact, the other day, Kano State governor paid up to 850 million naira for 7,000 students or something like that. Yeah, in I think in Bayero University, or is it not something like that? Yeah, in one of those their schools here, and some other schemes that they are bringing up that they are using to help their students in the north there. But in the south, they're not doing anything like that. So I want these our southern people, governors, to start doing things concerning this tuition and other things. They're already doing well, constructing roads, doing major what do you call it, projects. So in the south, we should do the same thing. This school tuition thing that they've increased, let's let them look into it and help people so that they can go to school. Yeah, thank you, man.
Do you see yourself settling in the north, Solomon? Because you are always speaking in glowing terms about the north. Do you see yourself settling in the north?
One man, I feel like the way of life here is better than the way of life in the south. Sorry to say.
Do you think they are better people than us?
Even because here they are not materialistic in this place. They are not, even though they have the money, but they don't do those kind of unnecessary show off they do in the south. They all those nonsense. And even the people you meet in the north, the kind of orientation they have, that is ones that are educated, and is better to me. Is better than the orientation some persons in the south get. That you just be focused on only on the material things, on things that are not really, they may be important, but they are not really relevant. So, but in the north here, you see, they just is like let me say they live a proper lifestyle in the north here. Even if they live maybe because of their religion, the way their religion has positioned them and all that. But I won't lie to you, I hear is better than the south.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. Stay with us. Thank you for coming in. But now you kicked it off. So thank you, Solomon. Stay with us. Let's go to Ekene, see if it's ready. Ekene, you're up next.
Oh, man.
Alaji Agba, Afa. Nakwana.
I did fine, sir.
How about it?
Well, Everything is cool. Just
Brilliant.
Yeah.
A big day coming for you on Wednesday. It looks as though on Wednesday you will get your mandate back. You must be excited.
Well, I've already moved on, Chair. Even though if it happens, I will still be happy about that. But just that I moved on from that space. Although I will still be.
Are people talking about it where you are? Because I cannot imagine that they are talking about anything else other than.
Why? It's a topic of every Nigerian. It's a great topic. You see, this election triggered a lot of things. A lot of people were awake in this election. So it's not just that the election happened in Nigeria. It's not like that. People, even though a lot of people still believe that the system is corrupt, but people like me. I want to see it. I want to still see the corruption. How they will still.
Do you get the sense, Kenneth, that there's going to be somewhat of a violent reaction when the results come in, when the verdicts come in from the tribunal? Because there's no anticipation, of course, that is going to be any verdict favorable to Peter Obi or anything like that. But is there a sense that there'll be some sort of a protest on Wednesday or in the course of the week?
I see the reaction shows that there will be violent protest, especially in Abuja. So the reaction that I'm getting. So, but for this area, I don't know. Lagos State is calm. So, but
are you seeing security movements?
Yeah, a lot. That there will be security there. There'll be a lot of security movement. That's why they said they will televise it. So they want people to relax. They don't really want people to come to that tribunal space. They want people to go home and relax and watch it. Because if that thing starts in that hall, I don't think it will be a good thing. Because Nigerians are not playing one man. So they won't like to, if you watch the letter they gave.
You say obedience are not playing, no Nigerians are not playing. Obedience are not playing. It's hitting everybody. But this one now is based on political thing. Say somebody that supported Tinubu will come and be joining you in protest. It's obedience. People that supported will be.
No, somebody even Atiku. Even if it happened, the Atiku space will still be happy about that. So it's not only obedience, it's Nigerians. I'll call them Nigerians. That's how I mention my own. Whatever that happens is Nigerians. So it depends on how the government manage it. Nobody's less Nigerian, whether obedient or ratifier. Nobody's greater. Nobody's greater than each other. All of them are Nigerians.
Tinubu is not going to be in the country, of course, when that happens. He's off to India. But then before he went to India, he had now this very public meeting with the security chiefs. So is that to send the signal to the space that if you do anyhow, you will see anyhow?
Well, sure. He has already done his work. Even Wike as the minister of FCT, because it's also a plus to him. Yeah. If not, the way FCT is now, it's not just you don't need a weaker minister, especially this type of tribunal of stuff going around in that area. So you need some strong mind that can administer that space, and that's part of the thing he has given to Wike to do. So I just want to know how they manage the situation, because for me, yeah, I don't really want it to happen, because Abuja is still
and what's the reaction to the Mary Odili comments where you are? I take it you've seen her video clip. It's gone viral. But what's the reaction to that? And what is more importantly, your reaction to it, Mary Odili?
For me, woman, there is nothing to react about her. She just made her statement the way she wants. So nothing to react. I saw it's just on Twitter. People are calling her we shut that and all that. So for me, there is nothing to react because the corruption in Nigeria is not a new thing. That's why from the beginning I tried to make sure that I don't involve myself saying that the tribunal will do miracle and all that. When the INEC has not done miracle, what will tribunal do? You just need to give them money to do what they want to do. So it's not a new thing to me. The only thing is just to fight again. Continue to fight in the right direction by going out there to still make our choice. So that is the thing.
All right. What are you looking at in the news? Are you still watching the dollar? And then what are you looking at?
It's still a that is the problem we are having in Nigeria. If things get better, nobody will complain about who is governing you, who is governing who. The issue is that things are not getting better. If you check, even for a few days ago, every Pure Water has added money for just today, bread, all that and all that. There's a lot of increase. So if things are getting better, you will not see all these things. Well, the reason why you see all these things is that it seems that things are not getting better, especially our economy. So
Lagos State rolled out its palliative. Is it a bag of rice, a bag of beans, and a bag of gari to 500,000 families?
One man, it's just like mocking. Those things are not working. I said it here. Those palliative is just like a mockery to Nigerian. I saw your last video. I'm happy that people are beginning to understand the situation. How can you be giving people a bag of rice or even quarter bag of rice at this period in Nigeria? So I don't even know how these people think. But for me, I will not see evil and call it good. I'll say my mind. The government is not doing enough. But I believe they will do. They're getting to 100 days in office. So I will not see a clear cut where they're going to, no matter what anybody wants to say. So that palliative, I don't know what to say about it, but for me, it's not a good idea at all. It's not a good idea. What people desire now in Nigeria is a good governance. Good governance. Good governance. You don't need all those things. I watched the news today. The Zamfara state today is nowhere to go. Zamfara state. So most of those northern area, they're nowhere to go. A lot of youth coppers were kidnapped in that area. And they were making a suggestion that no youth copper will go for youth service in that area again. That is killing youth service. That NYSC is becoming something else, and people are not eager to do it anymore in Nigeria. Insecurity is killing it. They were interviewing those parents that their children were kidnapped in that area. No contact, nothing. Nobody knew the whereabouts of those young youth service people that were kidnapped in that Zamfara area. Zamfara area is a threat now. It's a very big mess in terms of insecurity. And these are the problems we are facing in Nigeria. These are the things our government needs to face with bold action, so that things will begin to work. You don't just come and be dashing people food to eat. You show them how to fish that food. Go and fight those insecurities. Even if it is that food, if you have 1,000 naira, buy something reasonable for your family, 1,500. Today, what are you going to prepare with 2,000 naira in a family today? How many people are making that?
All right. On a positive note, Lagos State has launched the Blue Line for now public use. Have you been on any of those metro systems yet that Lagos State is rolling out?
Well, I just saw it on the news. It's a welcome development. Yeah.
You've not been on any of them. That's the second one. Have you been on any of them?
I've not been, even the first one, I've not been on it. The second one, I've not been on it. You know, this is a high
And the
maintenance.
Lagos-Ibadan train, you've not been on. A lot of development is happening around you, and you're not taking. And all you want to do is talk about the dollar. Eh?
Yeah, that's my. You know, it's people that are doing business. Maybe people that are doing business in what are they calling it? Lagos Island are the people that will enjoy it. So it's not for me. I stay in Ojo. Before I go that area, unless I have something important to go there to. So even if I go, I wouldn't necessarily need it. I just enter bike, go where I want to go.
You don't want to go and ride on it just for the adventure of it, just to acknowledge development.
No, I don't really need it. It's people that need it. It's a good development, especially in this area.
You are turning Lagos to New York. You don't want to be part of it.
It's a good for me.
The train will be smelling. That the place will be smelling. I say New York.
No, it's a good development too. But my issue is that blue line is a very high maintenance infrastructure. That the government, I will not just want them to just launch that and leave it, because a train to run with electricity.
The red line will pass through your area now. Abi, which one?
No, it will not get to my area. Not at all. It's just at my 2 to Marina.
I thought it went through Okoko.
But which Okoko? It's just 13 kilometers now. My 2 to Marina. So even if I want to use that blue line, I'll have to even still enter bus to my 2 before I will get it. Then from that my 2, it will now take me, maybe if I'm going to Marina, it will not take me to Marina. So it's not up to Okoko. Even though they are still planning that they planned it in a way that it will reach that side, but that one will still take more years. That one I've not started. So you know how many years this one took them. So I don't know how many years.
You know what I've always thought, that instead of wasting all of this money on a metro, because Lagos is a coastal area, isn't it? What they should just have are ferry hubs all over Lagos. So they'll use the waterways as a transport thing, rather than all this meaningless. If they went with that strategy, all this money that they're spending on this metro thing, which is a vanity project, they would have just built the whole of that waterways. There was a time where a friend of mine were going to ship ferries to Nigeria, but
one man, I think we are behind time. I will send you the marine station, station for the boats that goes to Badagry, and there is another one at Uzumbambadiwe, and another one at Ekpe. That one goes to Ekpe.
Is it working though, or is it just?
It's working. They are those are smaller boats. They are working. They are working. They are working. Anybody who can dispute it, they are working.
They have ferry service too. One man.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that is working. That is working.
So and they are interconnected. You know, you can.
Those boat transport systems, I think they are working.
Then connect to ferry service, and so it's progress. I mean, we are making progress. I mean, small.
Look at the Lagos Ibadan one I sent you a couple of days back. Can you believe that's in Lagos? But people are not using it.
All these things are happening around the Kenya, and it doesn't want to acknowledge it.
I acknowledge it now. It's just that I don't use it now. If I have to use any one of them, maybe I would have more experience of it, because for me, I don't use it. I don't see I've not had the need. If I have the need, I will not use it. But I've not had the need. So there is no way.
They went overboard with those train stations. I mean, I'm not belittling our taste, but as they could save more money. Look at it. Look that. I think that's it.
Is this one is the one they launched today now?
No, this is the one from Lagos to Ibadan, from Yaba.
This one is a federal
this
project.
will rival Piccadilly, not so.
Well, I won't go that far, but it's an effort. It's an effort. It's an effort. So no. We are seeing progress. We have to say, maybe not at. I'm rational mind will never acknowledge things like this. All he wants to talk about, you Nigerians, yeah.
No, it's a good development. Everybody that see it today. The only problem we have in Nigeria is that we launch things and the government will just neglect it. So maybe good management will not be put in place to carry that project on. You understand? So it will not take time. People will begin to start forget about it, and they will not make use of that infrastructure. That's my own concern. It's not that we have a lot of all these things in Nigeria.
Unless their bookings go there and start to unbuckle the rail tracks and sell it as
that might too. They need to be very careful. The rate of booking in that area is very high. So if they're not careful, they don't maintain that area very well, they will begin to pluck out those lines. It will happen. I used to see it. Sometimes they need to come back to visit again and again. So it requires a very big some security measure.
It has a lot of cameras and neighborhood watch. Apart from police, they are guiding everywhere.
So they just leave it like that. They will just vandalize everything. That one is for sure, especially in that Maitu area. It's a very lousy place. So government, it's not just.
They've still not cleaned up Mile 2. They've still not cleaned up Mile 2. Is it still as dirty as I remember?
No, Mile 2 is not all that dirty. It's not all that dirty, but it still needs some maintenance. Yeah, the characters are living in that environment.
And the Ghana garage, the Lagos Ghana garage, all those, they should take them away from that space.
Yeah, that space is too much lousy, very lousy. But the infrastructure there is very nice.
Have they built a standard motor park there? Because I remember it was just a den of iniquity back in those days.
Where are you going to attach motor park? There is no motor park. It's just main road. You just park by the roadside. That is it. Yeah. So,
my God,
there is nothing like a motor park. Lagos don't have not enough space for that now. So, but yeah, I commend them. It's a good development. One man, it's a good development. It's just that. People don't trust our government much. That when they commission something, that thing would be a lasting project. That is the only issue we are having. It's not that we are not doing a lot. The government has tried, so I commend them for that. That Maitu Marina is a good development because a lot of people that are trading in that area, if they manage that infrastructure, it will give them a lot of money. It will be a lot of revenue for the state government. It will reduce a hold up. I think this is 500,000 a daily this thing. So if they can manage it, it's a very big something. The price was supposed to be 750. They slashed it to about 375 naira or so for palliative. So it's a welcome development, especially for business people.
I've always objected, just as a matter of principle, that government should be taxing people for using infrastructures like a road. Then what are people paying taxes for? If they pay their tax, you use their tax to build a road, and then you tax them for using the road. That has no meaning.
How do you maintain the road without taxing it?
Because you maintain it from the tax that you're already collecting anyway, do you not?
Wouldn't they build another one in another place? Other people need.
Are you saying that people are just going to go there and using that thing just like that without paying anything?
How many roads? If you drive through Lagos, let's say you're coming from Lekki, so you pay a toll there. And then you get onto this road, you pay a toll there. You go to Lagos Ibadan Expressway, and then you pay a toll there. and by the time you hit Ibadan, they've already emptied your wallet. What's the meaning of that?
I don't know, but I still feel that they need to pay, but maybe let it not be just high. Because that 750, if it is that 750 is very high. That 750 can get me to Marina with a bike and come back. So why would I waste my time on that bro line?
You take a conditioner, you have Bluetooth, you charge your phone.
And then you go there fresh when you land, you there fresh.
I know they like to there fresh for Lagos, yo. I know they like to there fresh for Lagos.
You know that bike thing you said. I've been thinking that the Nigerian space should actually they should start thinking of adopting a biking culture, because if you go to places like Thailand, like Philippines, etc., they consider a vehicle an excess and an unnecessary luxury and an expensive habit as well. Everybody should be on a motorbike in Nigeria. I think it's a culture that we need to adopt.
Motorbike is very nice.
It's not good. One man. It's not good.
No, it's good. It's good. It's this thing that government are doing, pounding a motorcycle, saying that
it's not good enough for orthopedic hospital.
Yeah, it's not safe. Number one. Then number two, I mean, what do you enjoy in riding a bike? What kind of, that is even, it doesn't make you.
It's suicidal.
It's suicidal, man.
No, I know, but that depends on your habit, isn't it, and your expertise. But you get quicker to where you are going to. It's cheaper to maintain.
It's cheaper. Even this first subsidy doesn't affect it.
A lot of the Okada riders are not experienced. They just bring them from the north, supply them bike, and they can kill you, fly off the bridge with it.
That's it.
That is the only problem.
Why can't we develop our transportation system, make it look more than?
Okay. Look at a country like, even in China, they all ride motorbikes. They barely drive cars.
Look at their
motorbike is good now, especially in this fuel subsidy. I saw a lot of big men now driving all these small bike
moped
to market. Yeah, you just put 2 liters there to take you anywhere you want to go. Cannot compare you to the amount of fuel you're going to spend.
You're the businessman. They say the route to wealth is to identify a problem and then walk it back. So that's your space right there. Go to China and import a whole bunch of motorbikes, and you solve the fuel subsidy problem, and you become richer than Dangote.
Yeah, motorbike is the way to go now. That is the only solution now. So let's see if you have a very big motorcycle. It's safe. I don't. That one is it has some sluggish movement. Motorbike will take you faster. Very, So that motorbike, a lot of big men in the market now are driving it. I saw one man the other day driving a very big man driving one lady's machine like that. I was just laughing. I just said, don't leave me there.
If I ever decide to spend significant time in Nigeria, I'll probably get myself a scooter. Let's say, for instance, you just want to run from quickly from Oregon to
if your mom is still alive, she will not allow you.
Scooter in Lagos.
If you want to run from Oregon to
Are you trying to commit to
quickly? Not for long trips. If you just
your mom will hold your shukutu.
The economy that should encourage in Nigeria is bicycle, not motorbike. I don't know what you are looking for.
That's even worse now. That's even worse.
No. Bike is very good.
A lot of people will develop idea what piece.
No. Bike is very good. They say the economy, there's no bike, is a fair economy. Go look any great America, look every great economy that's booming. There's a lot of bike. The bike hard to your health is a very good exercise. It hard to the
What is even that
ecosystem.
bike you are talking now? Bicycle is moving well now. It's a very big market now.
Bicycle.
The bike you are talking is not an exception. People are using it now, and the motorcycle. So if the people that I know that are selling the bicycle in the market, if they are selling 50 in a day before, now they are selling 100.
Yeah, bike does not pollute. It does not drop any toxic. Motorcycles still drop toxic that the government still have to fight. Every country they use bicycle. I mean, Japan they use bicycle. My wife have bicycle. We have car. I still have a bicycle. They use bicycle.
That's exactly what I mean. Work pace. So let's say, for instance, you live in Oregon, which is where I live, and you want to quickly go to Allen Avenue. You can just hop on your bike and you go. But then if you are going to a Lupeju, then you get in the car.
Just that I'm a typical Nigerian. I don't like anything two legs. My children all have bikes. If you want to go to like a mall that's too far, like you say, like a Rego, my wife will carry her bike. My daughter will carry her bike. My second, I also carry bike. I'll think that we enter bus. I don't like bike, empty bike. But that's how Japan. Most people they do. It's not going too far. They hop on their bike. They just ride, and it's fun. You ride to where you're going, do what you're doing, you come back. But in Nigeria, we just think we don't have the roads. And again, let me support the
drivers there.
People. Let me support what Mama was saying. I'll be saying it. Me, I am that one that is for Nigerian roads should be taxed. We are wasting a lot of revenue from our express road. That's a very huge economy. Very big economy we are losing millions from. They should fix the road, put toll gates, and tax it. What
baffles me is that all this infrastructure, the money we are spending, we are still low in terms of our road infrastructure development. In order to compare, even more than most of African countries, we have not achieved anything in our road infrastructure. But we spend a lot of money in that space. We budget a lot for it.
Because it's mismanaged. If they contract it out properly.
There's a French guy on YouTube that he lives in Lagos, and all he ever does is drive motorbikes all over Lagos, and he seems to enjoy it and does all right.
Well, it's very nice. Yeah, a lot of even Chinese. There are some Chinese that maybe find themselves in this area. They still drive that bike, a motorbike. There is one that I know very well. I want to always chop fish. I'm probably in the chop every. You don't forget it.
They say those Chinese they drop Peking all over Lagos now. Then they drop Peking, and then
once they come and test that catfish, that Wobi. They know they go back to China.
They will test the catfish, and then they will test the catfish seller as well.
That one always drink about wiser and the catfish. That one don't even get belly self. Don't get belly like all these big men in Nigeria. You don't forget in space every evening catfish and Budweiser. You just jump on top of his bike. Yeah. Go home.
All right.
Nigeria is a very good country. Just that I don't know what is happening to our leaders. They're not seeing our especially our diversity. They are not managing it very well. They are not managing our space. They don't want to develop our infrastructure, a lot of things. So if they do it, one man, if I tell you, I love this country, Nigeria, so much. I don't know why people leave this place, but anyway, yeah. Like
you know the funny thing is, Ekene, everybody that is abroad, they will not admit it, but they look on you with envy, you know. Because you have let's say you're a middle class Nigerian man. Yeah. You know, a middle class Nigerian man who is contented with his lot. You walk in Lagos every weekend. Probably I like to imagine You get yourself to Ojota and hop on a nice car to go and spend the weekend at your country retreat. And then you know, who doesn't want that, you know? And here we are, already it's getting cold. You are thinking to go and bust out your winter coat. It's just, you know, nobody likes it abroad. I can tell you that. For, you know, they like the safety, they like the medication, the health services and whatnot, but really nobody likes it abroad. Yeah, I can tell you that.
Yeah, that's one of the things my Oga taught me. He said, he told me that Nigeria is a good place. It's just that our government is not good. But if you manage to get yourself comfort in Nigeria, just spend your life in Nigeria. The only thing that will take you abroad is just do your business, come back. Nigeria is a good. And when I begin to think in that direction, I like it so much because it's not.
If you can get your children out of bed, though, I would recommend it. Just so that they get a proper education and a good accent, you know. So they need those two things.
No, one man forget that accent. No, they tell me that one. If you are telling me just if they decide that if you say if they have the desire to go, I will not stop them. That's me for sure. I will not stop them. I will support them to do whatever they want to do. But if it's just for to go there to go and come and begin to speak accent for me, nobody will go there to go and learn accent for me. You go there to
but you know when they come and pick up the accent, you'll be taking them everywhere to show off, and then you start to speak to them.
No, it's not my style. You cannot go abroad to learn. You cannot go abroad to learn another man's language and come there to be doing Yanga with
village man's mentality.
We gotta learn another man's language. They come to Nigeria to be doing Yanga with it. What kind of lifestyle is that?
They'll be speaking like Prince Daddy, and then you'll be showing them.
No, Prince Daddy has the right to speak.
Some places you go to say, she will catch you that your children are speaking like that. They'll be looking at them like, where are these ones coming from? So that's
one man not even know that. You don't even know that.
How should go catch you if you're? If they have proper American or proper English accent, you'll be ashamed of that.
Before
you want them to be speaking like Idioma from Ugeli or something.
One man, forget it. Forget that accent of a thing. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's not if you want to speak, you speak, but you must have something to offer. Don't just speak accent for me. You understand? So that is the stuff. Abroad, people that are enjoying abroad is very nice. It's very nice. But I know people that I have cousins that live abroad. I have 2 doctors there, but they're doing well, but I'm okay with Nigerian stuff.
All right, let's catch up quickly with Emmanuel before he leaves us, and then from Emmanuel we take the I think have we lost the prime? We've lost the prime. So from Emmanuel, then we take the conversation on to Baba. Yes. So Emmanuel, come in. You of course died in the wool obedience. A day of excitement for you on Wednesday. Emmanuel, I bet you cannot contain yourself. Emmanuel.
Hey, one man. Good evening, everyone.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, like I told you, it will be the end of the year, December period.
So there's been no changes. It's still on.
Yes, it's still on. Don't worry, I will share invitation to everybody. Hopefully, I will see you guys around.
You might have been surprised. I don't let people might just turn up.
Oh, okay. I don't even know where to start. I don't know whether to talk about the election or talk about stuff.
You can only start from Wednesday now. I mean, is that not what you've been building? All this fight you've been having here. It ends on Wednesday.
Yeah, that was saying that I don't know whether I should talk about it, I should talk about other stuff, you understand. But anyway, I don't know. I seems to have moved on with the whole thing, trying to, face real life after the whole election, gate, right? Like there was a time I came around, told you that even in this tenable period, I was able to get a job, stuff like that. I'm focusing on my job and new career stuff like that. So the fighting of the who win and who win. Anyway, what we are fighting for is just to better the country and all stuff like that. So we are still on it. Not that we are giving up, but it's not a do or die affair. So the issue here is that these people, they should act independently and they dish out their
all eyes on the judiciary.
Yeah, they should dish out their judgment based on merit, not based on technicality. I think that's the way the obedient will fight them. If they want to go that lane of technicality, so they should just dish out the whole thing based on merit, based on the evidence. If Peter Obi didn't win his case based on merit, fine. They should give it to whoever that wins the case based on merit, not technicality. Yeah. So honestly, I have not been on social media. I want to know what is going on, but I think I just try to read news to know that there's some of my fellow obedient, they are, planning for one or two things to do if the judgment go west or go south. So they're planning to, go out and, protest kids. So what I hope that
if they go out and protest. If they go out and protest, that's fine. I think the law allows for that, but they cannot go out and riot. I hopefully they don't.
No, I don't think they'll riot. They'll just protest to say that they don't agree of whatever that happened. But I don't know. It might go on their favor or something. So we don't know what's going to happen. But all of you here, like you, one might already know that the judgment is not going to favor Peter Obi or Atiku. Yeah, isn't that what you said? So, but we don't know. Hey, that's what we say. We all know. You understand? But we don't know. We just want them to do their thing. Not as what we have been hearing. That's how they used to give out their judgment. That's what we are, presuming that. That's how they will give that judgment. They should give us, based on merit, not based on what they have been doing it before. Do you understand? Don't come here and gaslight us. So they should just give us. You
see how they are and then you can have argument.
Yeah. They said they're going to broadcast it live, and nobody should even bother going to the courts and stuff like that, because if they allow that to happen, I think that will be the genesis of their problem. Because if they allow people obedient to come to the court, you understand, because they say it's based on invitation, based on accreditation before they will allow you to go inside. So I think it's a bit tight, and the security is. I'm seeing them around in Abuja here. And they paraded themselves. I'm sure what they did in before election, I think they are doing it again. The soldiers are just everywhere showing their faces. So they're just areas for Wednesday.
Yes. I don't know the kind of pattern of court this thing will be used. Like that when they use security from the traffic light of that the closest traffic light to the court. Security will be there to the court. So maybe that is definitely the kind of way the securities will be in that area.
Yeah, because they are just trying to scare people away, to make sure to stay at home and don't come out. And I'm sure I don't really think that obedient they will protest. I'm honestly speaking, because some of us. I've gotten one or two things, busy with one or two things, but people that are actually yeah, people that actually
now you find a job, you abandon everything.
One man, I know that I abandoned them. Like, I'm not saying they should not protest. I'm saying that somehow, one man, you're putting words in my mouth.
One man, look like your system is that point.
What's that? Adale Coco.
I said it sounds like your system is echoing.
If I mute him now, you can hear me okay. But if I unmute him, it's coming from the
Okay, one man, I said you're putting words in my mouth that you should. They not that they will not protest, but I think people abroad are the one actually, leading them, and some of them that in Nigeria, they are not really like ready for that fight. I know some of us that are very, very hot pre-election, even shortly after election, but some of them now have gone back to their business, trying to concentrate and do one or two things. Yeah, and a couple of them. So don't all of you outside Nigeria should not feel like Nigeria is going to burn. No. Obedient, I don't think they're going to do anything. You understand? Something drastic not going to happen, honestly speaking. So no fear.
Is that in spite of people like Bansat?
Bansat is not. Bansat is just coming here to rouse you guys. You know that. So
is that really jolly?
Just relax. Nothing is there. I don't think there's going to be a protest. And I'm sure Peter Obi will put out tweets as usual to calm the environment. That man has been a very wonderful man. We should give it to him.
Look at that. Hold on. Let me People are asking, is this the same Emmanuel Uka? Wow. How time makes you cool off. Yes, he got a job. He's getting married. So the future looks bright for him. So he's now not part of the wildlings anymore. That's life now. He's abandoned Obi.
I have not abandoned Obi any day. Obi is my leader. And I'm following his footsteps. That's what I'm saying, that we should give him that credit of trying to, is a man of peace. Honestly, we should just give him that credit. He was able to calm obedience down. Even today, I saw some tweets. People are just begging him that he should not, calm anybody down. That he should not even tweet anything. That they are not going to answer him. They are not going to listen to him. That he has done enough. So I'm sure he will still come out and do something. Maybe if the whole thing did not go in his favor. Do you understand? So not that I'm not still in support. I am, but I can't go for protest. Do you understand? I might not even be available for the protest.
Look at that.
He's telling us that it's more matured now.
It's not really. Adele Coco, listen. It's not really that I'm not in support of Peter Obi tonight. Like I'm saying that I'm not going for, like, if there's going to be a protest, I will not even be a chance to go for protest. Maybe people are not getting it.
It's not the same way that they told us they use artificial intelligence yesterday.
Everybody here. One man, maybe
I believe he's praying for Tinubu to succeed.
So that
they can job and he can face the reality of life.
It's not Tinubu that gave me a job. Adele Coco, point of correct. It's not Tinubu that gave me job. Yeah. So whether he's there or not there, my job remains.
You said he just got a job. Everything is going good.
Yes, but it's not
Tinubu's era. When some people are saying that inflation is killing them, and
Adele Coco, you're putting it not what I said. I said I got job during this administration, but not that he's one that gave me my job or something like that. You understand? My people are suffering. I know that everybody is suffering. But it's just
they're making big money.
Look at that. Did I just tell you the car?
What?
Emmanuel, we are hearing heavy echo from you.
Okay, well, let me correct that.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's better already.
Okay. No, that's better already. Are you? Is that okay now?
No, I think you've got two bouncing.
No, I think I was on my monitor. I just off the one on my monitor.
Oh, all right. Oh no.
Yes.
Okay. Let's just carry on.
Let's just carry on. So you asked the question. What did you say?
I can't even remember. But tell us about your new job. You sound very excited by it.
Well, is
everything is going good for you now. You are making good money. And hoping for a better future. You know.
Yeah.
So
you don't have to be too frontal. You don't have to be too
Tinubu anymore. You are praying for him to proceed.
I've been frontal, huh? Have I? I think the only person I have fought here is that woman that called herself. Try to remember.
Yes,
that woman that called herself.
What else will she call herself?
Yeah, that woman that has called herself Zita. I think that is the only person I have fought for here. So I've been a good guy.
She's not here. You're not supposed to talk like you're not making sense for you.
I've got a present for you, Emmanuel, to celebrate your new job. Get yourself ready. Let me get to your present. So this is your new job. You see, Tinubu has done you good.
One man is not actually Tinubu because my job is not I don't know how to put it. It's a job that will take me outside very soon. It's not really like Tinubu that did it for me. Yes. So it's not. It's just that keep working. One day it will happen. That's all. That's what happened. You understand? Right. But I'm happy it happened. He will take the glory, as he will take the whole thing because it happened during his time. That's all.
All right, brother.
So other things that have been happening around us, the economy, the dollar, the whole thing, our naira going, I don't know where it's going this time around. So they just have to do something. And I pray that things get better for us, our country, so that everybody will be fine. So that's the only thing I can say. Yeah. So that my people will at least will have a little to eat and free to go around and do their business. Especially dollar. They have to do something about our dollar. It's going down so much. And you can't even buy anything again. Can't even use anything again. So,
but you don't care. You are being paid in dollars.
One man, what are you saying? It is still affecting everybody. That's how the first day I came here, you showcased my picture and said, "How am I the one that I don't look like someone that is suffering?" So stop. It's not like that. Everybody is suffering, even though you're rich. It's touching you. Do you know that ordinary? When you buy a liter a fuel of 5,000, that line you cannot even move. Do you understand? So fuel that you can buy 5,000, it will take you the whole day. It can't even take you for 2 hours now. So whether you are rich or you're poor, you are still suffering. Imagine where the rich person is suffering. So what happened to the poor of the poorest?
You have to let them breathe, according to the problem.
But they are not breathing. They have already right now. So, and that nonsense thing they are carrying around saying is a palliative is just very foolish. We have not even seen that. I can't even rate this man at 100 days. I can't even rate him because I've not seen anything. There's nothing that he has put in place that is working for the people. It's only for the elite. So I'm not going to judge him yet. I might even give him full year to operate. You get? So, but for now, I can still score him 0.
How are you giving him how are you giving him a year when you are getting your mandate back on Wednesday?
One man, we don't know how it will go now. So let's just see how it goes. Yeah. But
so whether is not my president.
One man, leave me alone. So
one man, you know, a lot of people that suffered some kind of, a lot of people put much interest in this election. So you wouldn't want to go and put all your focus in the tribunal again, knowing that they might fail. Nigeria is a system that you just have to operate it with a liberal mind. Don't just put all your mind. You're expecting something, yes, but you cannot just say it must happen. If you do it like that, you are clearing your energy. You are putting yourself high blood pressure and all that. Just remove your mind. Let them do their thing. You understand? So that's what is going on. Especially in our space.
All right. One man. I want to say something. I commend you for something like before you used to bring a iPop every time this in your platform. I think for some couple of weeks and months now, I think you try to avoid them, and I love that. So because the more you do that, you try to promote what they are doing. So it's good to avoid that space and continue talking discussing on the issue of Nigeria, not going to talk about them. Do you understand? I'm just like, like I used to tell you that you should not be discussing it. Like you're giving them that, leverage of, spreading their propaganda and all those stuff. So your platform is a platform that I cite YouTube, and I love coming because you discuss on issues, and that's why I'm still around. Okay. So, but there was a period that every day you talk about them. It seems like I disappeared for like some months, but I noticed that you just talk on issue now.
No, the Simon Nipa thing is more for comedic value. It's like a bit of light entertainment, isn't it? It's just, we just bring him up once in a while just so we can point and laugh at him, and then we move on.
Okay. So, well, on the issue
of... Is he still there, by the way? What's he doing now? Everybody has forgotten him.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, he's... I can't even hear anything he's doing again. So no more sit at home in the East, no more issue in the East. So no more insecurity, no more killing in the East. And I love the fact that it's not happening again. And I love the fact that his case is not coming up again in social media. I don't know where he is. Maybe he has already in the one, hole like that. But I don't know. But I love the fact that you are not bringing the case again, to be honest.
But another guy that you guys, and especially you, seem to have abandoned is Nnamdi Kanu. So have you fed him completely now to the DSS so that they can eat him to the bone?
Have I ever supported him in the first place, one man? Even this our elder people you call what's their name, Seth?
Ohaneze.
Do you think I regard them? So I know the element of people I love in the Southeast, and I respect them, to be honest.
So apart from people, we don't get everyone else.
No. I love some, a lot of them, but individually, not a group. Not a group. So that is it, one man. So I love the platform, and I'll keep coming. Well, that is it. But one man, I know you supported Tinubu from.
I've never supported Tinubu.
I support Nigeria. He support Nigeria. Stop. He went to. I think I was around that day. I think that was the first that I heard your voice. You went to Niger Watch. What they were safe. They were asking you that thing. They bullied you there and pushed you from that place.
Don't worry. I'm still wanting the address. Whatever happened to that woman that used to go around cussing everybody?
What's the name of that woman again? Is it H.O.?
Yes.
One man. Those people that many people have dealt with you, you know, right?
Don't worry.
They don't want to see you anywhere around their platform. Like just let it be.
You know, once in a while I still pop up on that Niger Watch thing, and I get a hero's welcome because I'm the only one that had that. The rest of them are brainless. So if I decide to go there, I go to the top of their chain, I speak, I say my thing, and then it's one man for the next for the rest of their session.
One man, the way you say that they are brainless, that's how they say this is your platform too. There are people who they hear they are brainless. So
but you are here now. How can they say
that? No, but I love your platform anyway. I love your platform. But I think the one I will not enjoy to come is when Thomas is anchoring it. No, I can't.
It's too why?
No, it's too tribal. Like I'm just saying it here. It should not come and cut my neck.
No, it's not tribal.
No. The way you handle the panelists, I don't like it. What did he do? He shot at them, and I used to. Sometimes I don't even listen. I don't pay attention to his. Anytime you leave, I just disappear.
You know something funny? I enjoy Thomas's session. You know the next day when I wake up or something, I'll just scroll quickly away from my own space because I don't like to hear my own voice. And then when I go to Thomas's section, I always enjoy it.
Okay, that is you. I don't.
Maybe you should come and host one of these days.
One man, no hard feeling, no. Like that. This is me personally, yeah.
No, it's feedback now.
Yeah. So, okay, let me allow another person to talk. I'm kind of busy.
Don't leave it too long the next time.
Okay, one man. Thank you.
So that was Emmanuel, previously a Tinubu hater. Now that Tinubu has given him a job and a wife, now it's a Jagaban. So there he is. So that's Thomas. But a man who doesn't need a job or a wife from anybody, a self-made man, a multi-billionaire. Baba, you're up next. Baba, are you ready?
Me heal like that.
Yes, now I'm only speaking the gospel. So Baba, a real delight. I thought the place would be really agitated because, of course, this much anticipated now presidential poll Obi Atiku to no faith as tribunal delivers verdict on Wednesday. But it's somewhat hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but it's been somewhat tepid, the session, not at all as agitated as I was anticipating. Is it that people are already resigned to the fate? Because a lot of the arguments that is going on in court has been had on social media, and everybody knows the direction of travel of this particular petition. So what are you then making them, Baba, of the verdict to come on Wednesday?
Yes, thank you, one man. Good evening, folks. Please like, share, and subscribe to this platform. And by all means, please like. If you are not ready to share right at the moment, do later. But please strike the like button right now. Thank you. I think fatigue has set in because the whole thing has taken almost its course. And it's a fate. I think they've accepted the fate. Their fate. It's already a fait accompli. We all know exactly what the outcome of the tribunal judgment, not because we are biased, but we are just discerning, and also we have looked at it critically, because right from the word get-go, the panelists, the judges said they are not interested in any technicality. If you have to win this, it has to be on the ballot, on the strength of the votes you gained. So all these certificates, qualify or no qualify on the voters list or party list, all those things, we've been forewarned. So it's all that one is just a kind of exercise in futility. It's about the vote. And I've seen a couple of few tribunals, observed them over the years. It's about documents. It's about what happened at the polling units. Loads and loads of the papers. And we didn't see that in this tribunal. It's all about technicality, no certificate, no attendance of one thing or the other. So that is where they're going to hinge it. And I love it that they are going to showcase it live. And the reason behind it is because, so you, one man, for example, don't come in the evening and put your own spin on the judgment, because I listened in real time, the way you listen in real time. So you can put a spin on it. So people will not start to go on the street like what happened between Abure and Apapa, I think last week, about that appeal judgment. So it is very, very good.
Do you approve of this, though? This sort of O.J. Simpson style of, what's this? Are we now turning into Americans doing O.J. Simpson judgment on important matters?
No, it's a master stroke they apply here, and it's a no-brainer, because it's just common sense. Because they've had a lot of stories over the months, how people spin things and twist them. So they didn't want to be accused of that, or they don't want to witness that. They don't want people to misinterpret their judgment. People will just run on the street and knock on your door and say, "Oh, this is what happened," whereas it's just damn false kites they are flying. So, but when we all tune to our radios, watch the screen, and then, I mean, what you heard is what I hear. So there is no way you can spin it. But for the Ajaero, I think this is about the worst labor leader we've had in decades. From Pai Modu to Wahab Goodluck to Oshiomole to Pascal Bafriau to a host of, they are all politicians in disguise. But this guy is taking it to another level. I mean, I don't know what he wants. You are going on strike as NLC, and TUC is not backing you, and it's like, okay, I'll go it alone. Who does that? In one breath,
it is clearly compromised. That is what it's.
He is, and I think he has insiders information, because I don't believe in the coincidence of them going on strike tomorrow on Wednesday. I think he knows something about that.
Do you think they are trying to use it to open a portal for people to act against the verdict from the tribunal? Is it trying to?
But unfortunately for him, he's dealing with masters of the game. Unfortunately for him, compared to the people he wants to lock on with, is a mid-get. It's a non-starter. You understand? It's a menon. What is happening? They've told him on that Wednesday they are going to restrict them to a certain area of Abuja. They don't go beyond that area, because Abuja is going to be on lockdown. If he goes beyond that, I mean, you say you want to go on warning strike. You are talking about Wike and FCT.
Should they not just stop them?
You are talking about NURTW, or what is workers, transport road workers, transport union. You are talking of subsidy. You are talking minimum wage. You are talking of palliative. What is wrong with you? What do you want? Can't you stick to one thing?
Should they not stop them, Baba? not stop them from being able to exercise their fundamental rights, but on that day, at least during this week.
No, they'll be far away from the tribunal. Restrict them there, and the police will be there. Like you said earlier, quoting Asari Dokubo, if they do anyhow, they could see anyhow. It's as simple as that. Why do you want to cause problem? The minimum wage thing, actually, we all know. You don't have to be an economist to know. Right now, we are fixing so many things. We are applying plaster to some sore points on our body, and you want the minimum wage to come and cause a runaway inflation. It's like adding kerosene to a fire. So they have to do it systematically. People are suffering. I repeat myself, how do you do a surgery, an invasive surgery, without spilling blood? You understand? We are re-engineering our economy. We are refocusing our country. It's not going to be easy. Look at what is happening. Look at Baba OBJ yesterday. Agunloye signed a contract of $6 billion. And you, a man on whose desk the box stopped, you say you don't know. You never asked any minister to do anything beyond 25 million naira. But somebody signed 6 million, and we are now in the hole for judgment debt for about 3 billion. If offered the guy something at this song, I can't remember the first name, the chief, $200 million for nothing on your watch, and you tell me you want to blame Jonathan as OBJ, Baba OBJ.
Yeah, the Buhari administration, in the tail end of it, they set a lot of booby traps for Tinubu, especially that $500 million that Malami wanted to help himself to with that Nedumoko.
No, they all will have their just desserts. All Tinubu want to do, the way I read it, is like, look, he has instituted an auditing panel. Everything will come out from that panel. And it's like, well, it's not my fault. This is what is happening. Because what they did actually is evil. It's just not ordinary sin to Nigerians, the entire citizenry, but it's real evil. How could you do that? How can you leave us naked? Not even minding. It's really evil, because look at all these judgment debts all over the place. Look at how nothing, like, I love what SANUSI said.
He was signing off judgment debts like confetti in the last month.
Yeah, because they know the man there, I mean, whether it's the illness that has affected his gumption, I don't know. But he was just there as a figurehead, a kind of vegetable president.
But Baba, can I say something? Can I ask you something?
Yeah, please do.
But why all these things, when it was happening during the campaign period, a lot of people were saying these things. But many people seem to defend it. Then why are we complaining about it now? Because almost everybody that supported this government, we are not talking about all these issues until now, that we are seeing that Tinubu is facing some challenges in that space. So we're beginning to raise this issue. But with a lot of people that are at the opposing side, we are asking all these questions. This government did this, killed the economy. You see that Oyibo man, the way he painted the Buhari government to be a very nice one. People like Lai Mohammed, all that. And we supported them with good explanation and all that.
Well,
so why are we...
It's all political theater. It's all political theater. During campaign, you understand, you have to be discerning to know exactly which is true, which is not true. Those who know knew definitely that the economy is in the hole, it's in doldrum, and even those who didn't know then, they suspected that nothing is in the kitty. But then they have to tell us something. They have to tell us something. They have to win. They have to believe in themselves that, well no matter how the depth of the disrepair, they can do something. But coming to the desk and witnessing what they are saying, it's like, man, what is this? But then, of course, why do we have brains? They have to put shoulder to wheel, and we have to help them also with the push, so that we have to turn the wheel. We have to generate enough power. Not in terms
so
of
we must play politics with lies.
It's done all over the world. I mean, you want to believe politicians when they are campaigning? It's I think I don't know how to put it, but they do it all over. Some will even tell you, they look, no, in 3 years I will take you to the moon. Nigeria will be a nuclear power. They will say anything to get hold of power.
Oshibanjo actually said that he was going to take Nigeria to space if he became president. It was that guy is one of the most ridiculous people that to emerge out of that. Oshibanjo is just
that is not what he said. One man.
What did he say? Did you
say that we have the potential to achieve going to the moon like others have done? That we have the best of the best brain, and if we tap into all this potential, yes, we can achieve what other great nations have achieved. That's what he was saying. He didn't say that he's going to do it. So
yeah, but he's still a ridiculous man, though, is he not?
How could you describe him as a ridiculous man?
No, what I just don't like about him, I like him as a person, typically Kenyan man, but the way he's bearing grudge, you understand, after the election. If you are beaten, you are beaten. I'm not the only people are like that. I mean, face reality, move on. You understand? Move on. Don't dwell on issues that will hurt you as a person. And I don't like the way he's just like he's withdrawn himself and put a label on himself and things like that. You are still is still going to be useful to this country. I mean, he's not a bad man.
Do you think it's going to be? Do you think he has? Do you think he has unique and peculiar skill sets that offers anything really to the country that somebody else cannot offer, and maybe even better? Oshibanjo, I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think he's
a good lawyer. He's a good lawyer.
In the area of jurisprudence,
we have excellent.
He's a first-class brain. I think he made professorship under 40. I mean, that's not a main feat for anybody.
Don't worry, Ogbeni will make professorship under before 35 or PhD. We have a PhD, so you can't show off. Where's Ogbeni even?
He's a brain, no doubt about that. It's useful when you serve your country, not a particular person. Even if you dislike the person, I mean, once you are called upon, it's a duty. I don't know how they feel. It's like there is war in America now. You will find out even ex-servicemen, veterans, they will go. They will commission them. They will reapply. They will re-enlist. They will go to war. Same thing in politics. If it's going to be useful, present yourself. Look at Aregbesola now. I mean, I will say here, I would deride him by saying he's shameless, but at least he has the presence of mind that I can still be useful to this man. I'm sure he must have gone to knock at his door to dobale or do anything, and maybe they are not giving him face, but he's still working at it. That's what we should do, not because of politics.
Do you not find it undignified somewhat the way Aregbesola is carrying on? At least people like Oshibanjo, as much as we deride them, people like Rotimi Amechi, at least they fought the fight, they lost the war, and they went quietly home. But Aregbesola is just, he's making a fool of himself all over the place,
But people like Amechi, people like Oshibanjo, those would be dangerous enemies. People like Aregbesola, I will be cool with them if I were in the shoes of Jagaban. I'll be cool because he's showing effort. It's just that maybe I will have 4 eyes whenever he's around. I will be like, what's that bird now? The owl. I will see 360 degrees when he's around me. But that doesn't mean that I will not welcome him in my circle because he showed effort. Whether it's genuine or not, that's another case entirely. But somebody to just behave as if I don't know you, I can live without you, I can even leave this country without you. What killer be killer Jew? I mean, I don't like such people. For me personally, I don't want you. We are heavy enough in our body to come and allow somebody to live in your head rent free. For what? It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Nigerians can reach. This guy in the comment section, Iyo Adeyo. I don't know. That name even is a bit dubious. It says that one man should count me in the list of big brain. So 1 master's, 2 BSc, and on the route of my third one. So anyway, let me not do that, but let me do it a little bit. So I suspect that that master's is not in English, certainly not in spelling. But carry on. Woman, you should count me in the list, on the list that should be of the big brain. So 1 master's, 2 BSc, and on the route to my third one. Not all you see. So you see, this is the thing. You have to be mindful. I know it's a typo, but you know, I can be a bit. Yes, you were talking about LAMIDO Sanusi coming out today to speak cryptically to the space, and he was inviting that, look, Tinubu is not really the person you should be looking at. 30 trillion, he was saying that the Buhari administration borrowed from the central bank. Ways and means, they call it. They just print money and then throw it to the future. So he's telling us that people are asking him to run commentaries on the goings on in the country, and it will be remiss of him to come out at this stage when he knew what went down. So what are you then making then of the former emir of Kano and his cryptic message to the space?
Well, when I read it, actually, he situated the whole problem. I mean, he's an economist very well, and he must have been studying it. So he has empathy for those that have taken the reins of power from Buhari, and he outed the problems very, very well. And I mean, if you read in depth what he said, I mean, you want to see Emefiele and start biting the meat off his body, because, like we always say here, but I think it was Iskulata that I was even saying, oh, don't bring any banker into CBM anymore. It has to be somebody grounded in economics. I mean, bring a banker to that space. He was treating it as if Nigeria was a branch of a bank he was managing. That's how he treated Nigeria. That's how he treated the central bank. Look at the anchor program for farmers. How could you do that? Yes, sir.
Baba, I still want to ask you, because I still need to understand some things the way we see issue in Nigeria. This banking sector, economics, and all that. I'm seeing it in a different opinion, but I don't know. Many Nigerians are not seeing like that. Is it all about what you read or what you can offer? Because I see people when it comes to
modern times.
Yeah, let me land. When it comes to managing the economy, people see it more in what you read. But for me, I don't see it like that. Economy is far much better than what you read. But why do we Nigerians take it down? Take it so serious, certificate what you read, rather than what you have been able to build in terms of economy. Because I can give you many instances, people that manage economy without even going to school, and they survive more than the people that
No, that's at a rudimentary level now. You are not asking that somebody that doesn't know what's going on to go and manage the 27th largest economy in the world.
No, it's not that you will not be knowledgeable enough to do that, but at least the way we take it in Nigeria, we are not going to the direction to pick the right people. I'm seeing that way. We are not even mentioning the right people in that space.
Well, I hear they talk about Augusto. I suggested what's this guy, Mogalu, because he's an economist. He's been there and he has international experience. I think so also for Augusto, and it has. Those are people I know anyway. But then I know in a country of 200 million people, there will be several hundreds of thousands that are qualified for that kind of job. But when we talk about the difference
has been very silent these days, unlike him. Very much unlike him. Kingsley Mogalu.
Because nobody's giving him attention. So I think he's in the US here somewhere. The other time I think is
no, he has retired now. He retired in public politics, so it's no more.
No, if they call him,
imagine the disgrace. He didn't even get the ticket from
he will answer the call. He will answer the call of his fatherland. It's a duty. It's a duty.
Well, the only thing I want from him is to come back to Anambra State and do something. That's the only thing I want from him. So all these people that have gone to the world, especially in my space, to do something great, I need them in that area. So I want him to do that. But I don't know why they are not looking in that area. They always want to be president, all that and all that, when we have a lot of work to do in my state.
I think Mogalu will be receptive to the idea of coming back to central bank to prove a point. You understand? To prove a point. Sanusi will not want to come back because Sanusi is controversial and he doesn't have the skill, people's skill, you understand, to handle that kind of thing. You can see what he did to Jonathan, even though if he was speaking true to power, as an operator, then there's a way you can talk to your boss and he will listen to you, not outing your boss in the public and rubbishing him somehow. But I think because an economist is somebody that, okay, let's say in the rudimentary form, you are driving a shopper. A pilot for a shopper is different from a pilot that could take a Boeing, and a Boeing pilot is different from the one that can take a sonic aircraft like the Concorde and things like that. So an economist is a super accountant, a super statistician, a super analyst, a reader of economic graphs and stuff like that. You have to be all rounder. You have to be an all rounder. You understand, and you must have connections. There are people you can call on, and you are not alone because there are a lot of economic theories, right from the time of Adam Smith to Keynesian economic theories and stuff like that. So you, like those who win Nobel Prize now, they situate themselves, they write books, they debate, you understand, and they tackle one another. So you have to be very, very abreast with what attains in the economic space of the world, not just your country. Because as a central banker, you have to network with those countries that are far above the kind of economy you are handling and those that are below. So in a normal balance, you have to belong and you have to have the status. So that is how the central bank thing works. But Emefiele doesn't have that, from Zenith Bank MD straight to central bank.
It was meant to be it was meant to be a placeholder, wasn't it? When they hurriedly got rid of LAMIDO SANUSI, I thought it was just meant to be a placeholder for a couple of months until they found somebody really substantial. But then I think the election saved him, and then and why Buhari quite kept him, I don't know. And then he's been just there looting for 10 years.
It's amazing actually how he stayed that long.
Baba.
I don't know, because I thought he was just going there to be a placeholder until they can find somebody suitable.
Baba.
But I think he spread the goodies around, and he spent 7 years, not so, or 8, 9 years there. I didn't give him a chance in hell when he started. I was thinking maybe when Jonathan is ready,
Nigeria must be unbreakable, you know, Baba, for all of the things that a lot of people have done to that country. Even what Emefiele did. If that happened in another country, that country would have collapsed.
Say, okay, Nigeria's economy, I think it was described, who described it during Abacha's time? I think the guy who was handling, was it IMF or World Bank then? He said it's amazing with all the sanctions that if you go to Lagos, you still find Nigerians drinking beer 12 noon in the afternoon. That was how that fellow put it then. It's like you can't break the Nigerian economy because it's not, the Nigerian economy is about individuals. It's not about manufacturing space. Everybody has one jig or the other on the side doing, and which is at least fetching them money. Like the situation we are in the country today, I mean, given another 3 months, you find out that all the agitation, everything will peter out and people will settle into the groove. It takes time. They will start, everybody is now racking their brain to see, look, how can I survive this situation? That's how Nigerians are. I think I tell people, I say, look, we are special because ever since I look at my own life, I mean, I didn't gain anything. My lights, there's no time. We don't have 2 generators, borehole, our own hospital. At times I ask myself when I was expatriated, my God, what is this? Where is the government? So if I use NEPA, then electricity I don't pay, I don't feel guilty because the government had never done anything for me. So if it's that 2 hours a day I can gain without burning my own diesel, I mean, I'm far okay with that.
Baba, I think Patrick wants to come in. Patrick, have you finished eating? Patrick, I would like to go.
No, this is my first meal today. Yeah.
What time of the day is it where you are?
It's 7 o'clock, 7 p.m.
Are you fasting?
No, I've been very, very busy.
Okay.
Of coffee since morning. Yeah, thank you. I think
sorry.
Patrick is trying to lose weight.
No.
Yes. I think we're all on that struggle. Sorry, sorry, go on.
Did you notice what one man just said about Emefiele, how he destroyed the economy of that country? I think we are just blaming the wrong person. We are blaming the wrong person completely. Sorry for the fact that he introduced that new Naira note, which was not just his own decision. You understand? But when you say economy, a lot of people are responsible for managing the economy. As central bank governor, there are some instruments that he's responsible for, and he's not the one who is going to take decisions on those. That's the interest rate. That's monetary instruments, and some fiscal instruments, some fiscal policies are not within his purview. The fiscal policies are very essential part of the items that are used in managing the economy. So he doesn't control tax. He doesn't control how much of tax. He doesn't control government expenditure. Government expenditure is a major factor of the economy. The government expenditure in terms of volume and in terms of areas where government will spend those money, that's not within the purview of central bank. And so many other factors like creating the environment that enable business to thrive, that has nothing to do with him. Improving security to make sure the economy grows, that's not within his purview. Sanctity of contract, such that even when foreign investors come and they run into issues, they can go and enforce that contract in a very structured judiciary system, and where government is accountable to judiciary. If, for example, a seaman coming into
you are over-expanding now.
No, I'm just trying to let you. Those are things that are responsible for economy. Tell me which of them is Emefiele's fault, or does Emefiele have input?
They all fall within his purview.
No, none.
Most of what you said fall under his
Emefiele has
purview.
nothing to do with tax rate. Emefiele has nothing to do with government expenditure.
What about the finance minister?
Yeah, taking us into a totally different
Yes,
direction.
exactly.
Emefiele has nothing to do with government expenditure.
Monetary policy.
Monetary policy.
Printing of currency, controlling of currency, payments.
This is it, monetary policies in terms of
liquidity
in the economy. That's the volume of cash in the system. That's
yes.
For example,
supervising the banks.
That's nothing to do with the economy. That's not a major driver. That's not a major driver. For
If
example,
that is not, tell me what is.
I'm just telling you now that the only one that I think is really within his purview is interest rates, and he's not the only one that's responsible. There's monetary policy committee or monetary policy council. The chairman of CBN is a member of that council, maybe a chairman of that council.
When he overprints money, what happens?
This is what I'm saying now. Hold on. You see the one instrument that you're talking about. That guy has control over the monetary policy. And he's not the one. He does not. One person cannot control the monetary policy of a country, even if he's the CBN governor. There's a council to that. Bankers Committee is represented in that monetary policy council. There are so many other people appointed by the president in that council. It's just like
if this man doesn't call a meeting, what happens?
It's just like looking at maybe. It's just like, it doesn't have to call a meeting. There are regular structures. It's just like Federal Executive Council. There are days they have to meet.
Did you audit the account for 7 years?
Who is supposed to do that? Is he supposed to be the one auditing his own account?
It's supposed to invite them down, and he's supposed to present it to the National Assembly.
As a banker or as a bank, then
as a central banker, as a
I'm just giving my factor as a bank then. In Nigeria as a banker, we don't invite central bank to come audit us. They come to audit us. They don't even give us notice. They just come. Central bank inspectors, they will just appear at your door.
But that is internal audit. We're talking about external audit
central
now.
Bank auditing us as a commercial bank.
All right. I'm not sure that the audience are following through.
Let me explain this.
No.
Central bank.
Don't get too heavy into banking because it's meant to be a light at least.
We are talking of the economy. Central bank cannot audit itself. The auditor general will go to the bank and say, "We are auditing." And
they have external auditors too, who audits them every year.
What I'm saying is that he doesn't.
And some of the reports were found in his drawers. So actually, they did their job.
Example, if auditor general goes to central bank to audit, are they supposed to submit it to the governor? They do their audit exit and copy the.
That is like internal audit. We are talking about external audit. That's
where are we going, Patrick? Where
I'm going is this. You are just blaming Emefiele for the Emefiele. In short, Emefiele is there as chairman or governor of central bank. There are so many parties that are involved in the economy.
Okay, who held a press conference that replied the Supreme Court that they will not obey court order?
Now we're talking of economy that ran for 8 years. That
is all encompassing, isn't it?
No, Baba, wait now. The economy didn't just crash in December. That was when they changed money. That was not when the economy crashed. That was not the time Nigerians started suffering. Nigerians have started suffering since 2015. And you want to blame it on a policy that took place
he was there.
2020.
Was he not the CBN governor then?
No, what I'm saying, he was the CBN governor, but he's not solely responsible. He's not.
So we will get all of them one by one. He will talk.
What I'm saying, in terms of responsibility, I think you can only put 5% at his desk. I'm telling you.
All right. All right, Baba, let me take you to Lagos State. Are you following the goings on there? Sanwo-Olu submits cabinet members, but 17 of them they were struck off. He has to represent. So a brief thought on that space, and then we go on to Prince Daddy.
I've been waiting for you to bring this Obasa to this platform. And I like the
what
answers.
Are you making? You know, they said that guy has over 50 properties in Lekki alone.
They've told him
they said that speaker. It looks more like somebody. It looks like MC Oluomo's first cousin.
He's gathering more financial strength. He wants to be governor. He wants to be governor too. They've told him, I think Obesere's song, Egungun, be careful. We are dancing into the express road.
I'm surprised that somebody of your verification is listening to Obesere. What's going on here? I thought you only listen to
What's wrong if Obasa become the governor of Lagos State?
World peace. Stay in your station, I beg. This is
not only your station now. Lagos is not your station. When it comes to Lagos, not only your station. So you don't have the right about Lagos.
Would you have Tony Kabaka become the governor of?
No, let me tell you something. I'm not saying on the deep down, no. On the optics, Baba. He has been there for 3 times now as a Speaker of the House, right?
And that's a mistake.
I know. Yeah, I understand. And I was surprised he came back the third time.
It's worse than Jando.
Yeah, I was surprised he came back the third time. But if you are allowing to come back 3 times as a speaker, he is the first when it comes to the contender to get the ticket. First in line.
No, that's not how we arrange things.
No, I know that's not. No, I know. I said for the optics. I'm not saying deep down, or you know my English. I didn't say deep down the Lagos politics. I said for the optics. If you allow this man to come back 3 times as a speaker, and there's a ticket for APC for the governor, he will be the first in line.
He got lucky because those that in charge of that kind of thing, they dropped the ball because of the presidential.
Why would they allow that? I was shocked to see.
Yeah, they dropped the ball
back. Why would they allow that?
A lot of money. So bottom line is this: what happened? I will not say open my mouth too wide to talk about how the Lagos state space operates. If you look at all those they turned back, they are mostly technocrats, people coming back for the second term. And there are a lot of power block that operates. Those people, they fall into the same trap somebody like Ambo, they fell into. There are people, as a commissioner, you have to, let me put it this way, you have to service them. You have to, even the way you see Bode George there, he is being serviced, despite not being in APC government in Lagos. He is being serviced. All our elders, we take care of them. And if they give you a note to somebody like Omoto Shaw or the other guy, the Commissioner of Health and things like that, you dare not snub the messenger. But these people are technocrats. They felt that, well, I'm invited, I'm doing Lagos State a favor. And when you are nominated for the second term, there is a package. There is a package you have to put together for the house. Those people didn't steal money, so they don't have that kind of thing. Someone who should have backed them up and provide a package for and on their behalf. It did not do that. That's what is at the bottom of all of this. In reality, it's Lagos politics.
Okay, let me add a little to it. Maybe you can correct me. What I heard, I think you guys saying that I was here. You pack some Lagosians, crime marginalization. That the true Lagosians are not really there, and this was Basa, one of the people that say true Lagosians.
I said it.
No, I'm not talking about you, sir. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about from the old. Now, since I'm talking about his thought coming up. That is thought coming. Which one will I use? I cannot use tribalism inside one tribe again. That election that took place was purely tribalism. That was what I would use to describe it, because
it's smart politics. He's gathering strength, financial strength.
Yes, I agree with you. But he used the advantage of the
electionary period. We have not settled in the head and mind.
So yes, because the power that be like the people you called now, you're just calling now that the people because Lagos politics. There are just few people that control the politics, that control the power. You might not see them in the surface, but they are the hands that control the politics. And there are those families as well control. And I think he aligned with. That's why he got that third place ticket on the ground, on the pure tribalism that we are true Lagosians. Otherwise, he will not get that position.
Yeah, he must have been doing double of what every other person had been doing before.
I don't understand how he got it, because it was a shame to me. Like, this guy got it.
Yeah, people like Mamura didn't get it beyond, I think, 2 terms. And Mamura is a superstar.
But this thing he did now, you open on that pothole for a bigger problem in the future. This third time becoming a
it's
House
gone.
of Speaker.
Forget it. Obasa is gone. As far as I'm concerned, Obasa is gone. If he finish this term, I'll be surprised. I will be surprised. Because I won't
there will be a lot of bloodletting after the Supreme Court judgment on the presidential elections. There'll be a lot of
there won't be anything. There won't be bloodletting. No. You see all these people that are talking, most of them are abroad. It's all bravado.
No, I mean, a lot of people will be picked up. A lot of people will be sacked. You will see the steal of the Tinubu space after the. I suspect that you will see the cold hand of that guy after the Supreme Court have given him its.
It will be brutal.
Yes.
It will be brutal. So everybody has to be careful. They have to be very careful. They've gotten away with murder for too long. To the disdain of people who want peace in our country.
One man, Baba. Good evening. How are you?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Why do you think Mary Odele is aligning himself to Tinubu somewhat? Because I think that is what that woman is trying to do.
Okay, let me tell you. Odile was ex-governor of Rivers State. Is an inquiryman. The wife is an inquiryman. Wike inquiry, Amechi inquiry. But till today, I'll tell you that Odile is like Wike, they are like family. That family of Odile, they still use the River State jets as if it is their property. That is the kind of leeway Wike give to them. If you observe rightfully, when Jagabam visited River State before he was sworn in, you see they were there prominently. Where Jagabam was himself and the wife. So you can see the hand of Wike all over that. So she has sealed everything for them. Let me put it that way. So though the forum where she came out 2 days ago to say something, I mean, they were just trying to make a molehill out of an anthill, or how did they say it? Because Olaonikbekun was a chairman of body of benchers. It's from Olaonikbekun that she took over as chairperson of the body of benchers. The Gazama that was promoting his book or memoir or something like that is a very, very senior lawyer. The Attorney General also was there. So no lawyer actually will want to denigrate a Supreme Court judge, whether serving or retired. It's like a mortal sin. No reasonable lawyers will do that. If you do that, well, if you say, oh, you will escape them, what about their junior? Even if they are retired, they have their junior, they brought up. That thing is like a cult. It's like a cult. So you don't offend big judicial officers like that. You have to be very, very careful.
More also, there has been, but Odile and Tinubu has been friends since the first I mean, since 99, they have been friends.
Yeah,
Friends.
I like the way you put it. They have been friends.
Friends.
It is friend to everybody, all the
Body, yeah.
politicians.
I know. They are all friends. Again, the right word to use this person, they are all friends. So you have been friends since long. I don't know what people are thinking or what. If Odili came out to say anything, he said things from inside. People should even be grateful because it's inside that he just give a snippet what's going to happen. You know,
No, but
it's not.
as I speak, we all know definitely that even Obi knows what will happen.
Obi knows. He knows what will happen. I don't know why people. White people are going to die in their words. Just look at those state election that happened, the local government election that happened, and
PDP won the whole 18 states. 18 states PDP won.
Eze was talking about
it. Dried eye about it.
You imagine, Solomon was complaining. These are the people they were supposed to be when it comes to the election. That the PDP won 18 states. I look at why I laugh. Obaseki is very unpopular.
Realistically, can I be a governor and organize an election and I will lose?
Look, I will lose. I don't say. How can it happen? Obaseki is as unpopular he is in Edo State. He still won 18 local government, 18 plus 8, 18-0.
A man that did not conduct free and fair election. That is
Ajale Koko, do you know this guy speaks only Yoruba language? He doesn't speak any Edo language.
Did you wait.
He's another Badibo in that space.
Just hold on, wait. No, the funniest thing. Even Osomole war, they won in the local government. They didn't write it, nobody votes. They wrote results and submitted to INEC. And no, that will make me laugh. Now, the same INEC we are complaining about that said that is against PDP. He's not the one that called 18 local government for Obaseki yesterday. All people are friends. We should not die in their war.
Now, wow.
That guy, Fason,
now, result, they just the right, no election.
There's no material, no beavers, no material. Nobody, people obedient you on the line. APC don't even plan to go because they know the result. You have to do the result.
Those one they obedient. Then election rigor, they rig the election.
Did you hear Abure kicking against it? Abure is not kicking against it.
What is? And you can imagine the same PDP is contesting presidential election when they are rigging in Edo. You can see Nigeria.
The same people, PDP or FP that complain that INEC is not doing a fair justice in the tribunal. They just called INEC just called 18 local government for you people for PDP. I thought there would be a riot in Benin. Nothing. Above they even contest it. Even the wicked say fraction. Wicked did not contest it.
Baba, this is what I was talking about the other day. That country, look, we are not practicing democracy. We are just practicing fraudulent government. That is it. We are not. This is not democracy. You see, whoever that have the greater strength among them will carry the and that is it. So don't let us forget.
Thank you. Because this election, I was really hoping for it to see, because it's Tinubu first bypass election under his regime, the local government. So I was looking at how at least INEC will perform. When I saw that day,
no,
people didn't even go to vote.
That election was not organized by INEC now, was it? It was not organized by INEC now. It was not organized.
No. It's not organized by INEC, but INEC will still represent there now. Without INEC, will you vote? It was organized by Baseki by himself. Now we understand that, but at least INEC can still say, there's illegality here. True of us. There's no illegality. No illegality. There was no INEC official in any ward. That's the most funny unit.
Nigeria is a joke, man.
But have I seen any governor losing local government election?
No, it never happened, Baba. It will never happen.
How can it happen?
It will never happen.
Kaduna State.
That means they hate that person. They hate that person. That person is the enemy of the state. That's why.
Hold on. Kaduna State, Erufai introduced electronic voting at the local government level. The results, APC won more than PDP, but PDP had a sizable number of chairmen. I mean, So it was
in the local government.
Yeah,
in local government.
We should comment Rufai. At least he showed that he wanted free and fair election. You know,
He has conscience.
Yeah,
yes.
true.
By introducing the electoral machine, first time in history, electoral machine in the state. You know, so that there will be transparent and free and fair election. He should be commended. Yeah.
Yeah, we should commend him.
That's why I didn't deliver the presidential for
Yeah. They should commend him also because that act alone showed it gave politicians a lot of threat. That's why the election was the worst. There was no beavers. They didn't introduce it. Because if they have introduced it, the person could not win one local government. In 21st century, they were writing election material with hands like in 1980. Where were the beavers? Where is the Arab?
Hey, I ask you, the world peace. How would Obaseki live his life after leaving office? Where will he go? Do you think
he go to Lagos? He go to Lagos. That cannot be human being, no. That cannot be human being.
The father was a judge. Appeal court judge.
See, that guy is not a human being. That guy has fought with all his friends. The only person I have not fought with is Dangote. He has taken everybody to court. That guy not be human being, no. And the people that follows him, that same people like him, they think in one way. So just his nickname. We call him Wait and See. You wake up and find out your building is being demolished. You can do what you are doing, saying, you wake up the next day, you gotta finish you totally. You know what he did to Oshomole? He almost ruined Oshomole's political career. If not this senatorial election of Oshomole won. You can imagine someone that was former Labour chairman, 2 times governor, APC national chairman, at that time one of the biggest party, second biggest party in Africa. He reduced him to nobody that Oshomole could never present councillor.
With Wike's backing.
Yes, backing. They remove Oshomole from the world, from his constituency, from his polling unit. Oshomole became nobody in APC. If not why that reformed APC, that they ever come and register again. That's when Oshomole went to register. Otherwise, Oshomole not supposed. If they want to punish Oshomole, they can tell you're not a member of APC because the case is still in court. He didn't appeal it.
But did you observe that Oshomole is even deriding Shuaibu?
Yeah.
Laughing at him. You think Oshomole and Shuaibu will be in a camp. But the way I look at it, Oshomole and Obaseki, they are back together.
I said you should not die in their war. These people are friends. This local government election showed me that Nigeria is not ready. We should not just fight, sit down and dialogue. We should actually, Nigeria citizens have to call this petition and sit down and dialogue. Okay, people have collected this so much money. I beg, just to let this one for us so we can develop ourselves. Otherwise, we'll go nowhere. All the right results for themselves, how they want it. They'll say pass a law in the Senate to protect it. Nothing we can do. We can shout all we want to shout. It's a joke, man. I'm saying we want 18 local government. He has no candidate, but we want 18 local government. No election.
No, I think what we can do is we shouldn't be lazy. We shouldn't leave the local government election in the hands of the governor. It's too important an arm of governance, executive, because the local government is the nearest government to the people, to the grassroots. Why should you leave just anyhow person in that to organize it? INEC should take proper care of that space and supervise. The way they scrutinize gubernatorial election and presidential, that same attention should be put on
Baba, sorry to cut you short. They say election is local, right? If Lagos local government lost, is it Olimosho? Alimosho? Is it Alimosho you call it?
Yeah, the big one. Yeah.
Yeah, the big one, Alimosho. If you lost Alimosho, you have actually lost 50% of Lagos vote. True or false?
That's a cash cow.
Okay, now then you leave that kind of position to a local government, to the government to be conducted by himself. I don't understand. Yes, the election is local. If you want to win the presidency, you have to win from your unit to your local government.
In fact, Alimosho always come last. So that you know what you are short of. So make up with it.
Baba, what please?
Yes, sir.
I think you are driving the wrong direction. We should not be inviting INEC to be the one conducting local government election. We should even come to the point where each state conduct their own presidential election, just like you have in the US. You understand? each state will conduct their own presidential election. So INEC is decentralized. The way INEC, one person will be the one controlling everything, and they will just declare results. If each state had conducted their own election, obedience won't be saying what they have said now. At least to be clear, you understand what I'm saying? Let each state have their own electoral body and conduct their own election and return it, just like you have in the US.
Well, it's about political maturity. Maybe we'll get to that much later down the road.
Hey, Baba, sorry. Was that Patoski that said that?
I think so.
Yeah, I totally disagree. It's not going to work. I mean, I'm not sure even in the US you're talking about, the level of corruption at the local state level, it's even much greater than the ones you get in Nigeria. Because the ones in Nigeria are just like crude and crass way of rigging election. What do they do? Like steal like ballot boxes and they run away and they intimidate. But if you know the level of sophistication that goes on in the state level here, Patricia wouldn't have said that. It's equally as bad. In fact, I prefer the federal level election management. I think it's much better actually. On the state level, we can just announce the result right now. We can just announce the result. I mean, each and every state will go tribal. I mean, it's going to be that simple.
We don't have the capacity. We shouldn't even think of it right now. No,
it's going to be a mess. I mean, the redundancy, the corruption, everything that's happening right now at the federal level, just magnify that, or just it's going to be terrible.
I think for months we'll be compiling results and disputing the same. That's
exactly what happened in the U.S. too. Exactly what happened in the U.S. I mean, in an election, that money talks. Anyway, like a lot of money talks in the U.S. also. But guess what? Atiku will be able to buy any state that he can afford. That's just an easy way to predict the winner of the election. It's very easy stuff. I mean, only if you pay attention to what happened in the U.S. All the criminality in election, they all happen in the liberal states. And by the way, election malfeasance in America is well documented. It's well documented. I used to say Nigeria is the worst place when it comes to election corruption, but after this, past few years, man, I couldn't say that anymore. I can't say that anymore. I mean, it's a high level of corruption.
You know something, Prince Daddy, the electoral college thing. I don't know how they come about that concept. I mean, if it was necessary then, I don't think in these modern times, electoral college is necessary anymore in the US politics. Because what is the use? Why are we going to the polls when some bunch of people will have to determine later who will be president? And how do they allocate or allot numbers of the electoral officers to each state, where some states will have 3, some big states will have 20, 30. I don't understand.
Baba, I'd like to indulge you to rethink the electoral college in the U.S. I used to think the same way also. In fact, I used to think or say that the electoral college is undemocratic. But having learned about it and its purpose, actually, it is very much needed in the United States. And quite frankly, and I think we kind of do replicate that in Nigeria with the 25% requirement in 24 states, or is it 2/3 of the states? I think it's actually our form of electoral college, actually. And in the U.S., it's much needed. If you understand what the electoral college does, actually, you can tell that it's quite vital, because what it does is that it prevents the disenfranchisement of many of the smaller states or rural areas. It gives them a voice, and that's why sometimes you can win the big state like California, New York, Texas,
Florida.
Florida. But your numbers, if you divide them, left and right, you need those smaller states like maybe Washington 8 or 7 points, Oregon 6 points. Those numbers, they count. And that's why I see sometimes states like, with less than 10 million people, the candidates, they go there and campaign many times because they need that number. It puts everybody almost on an equal footing because the electoral college, it's really, really good. And that's why the Democrat actually, they're trying to get rid of it, because why? They know they had the concentration of the numbers in the urban areas. And if it goes strictly by the popular vote, then it's over, because you don't have to go to, all you have to do is probably go to like max 20, 15 states in the union and disregard the other state. Alaska, forget about it. New Hampshire, all those places, forget about those places. They won't count. California, just like you said, Florida, Texas, New York, all those big states that they're going to count. Every other thing, that's where you're going to get the numbers. We all know that's where the constitutional numbers are. You get those numbers and you're done.
Well, Prince Daddy, you're doing a good job in trying to convince me, but I still think it's irrelevant in the year of our Lord 2023. Honestly, with communications and everything and equal opportunities in America right now, they don't need the electoral college. If you win, it has to be by popular votes. They can even borrow the Nigerian system. You have to have a certain kind of spread to be declared president. It's better than the electoral route. I think so anyway, but I can't convince you otherwise. I know you are a Trumper and a MAGA. Deny it.
I'm not denying it. That's a fact.
Honestly, I don't know. So, but let's go back to Lagos.
He has guns, Prince Daddy. He has guns. He and Babati, they have guns. Nigerians with guns. There was a time I was suggesting that and I'm interested in your take on this because everybody threw it back at me. There was a time I was suggesting that Nigeria should liberalize gun laws in the same way that America has a liberal gun law, and every Nigerian should be allowed to carry a gun. And that will solve the security problems. People were not keen on that, but I still think it's
I think it is a carryover from the military era. I think it's high time they allowed it, because gun has saved me twice in Nigeria. It has saved me twice, and I know the importance of it. So it's something everybody, if an armed robber is coming to attack me and he knows I'm armed, he will come cautiously, not the way they will do it recklessly because they know
Baba,
you're unarmed. Yes.
Baba, did you
Yes,
take
sir.
your gun to Nigeria?
No, I bought it there from a seaman. It's illegal, though.
Yes, one of my friends took his gun from Australia to Nigeria.
Yeah,
you can do
it's
that
illegal.
as well. You register it when you get to the point.
No.
So
What you register a double barrel or a pump action. So you use that receipt to cover your pistol. It's not that nobody's going to give you license for pistol. No way.
Pistol, yeah. But he can't pistols. Yeah.
And it's not every state that register license pump action. In some states they don't issue pump action. Like Lagos issue pump action license.
Lagos issue pump action.
Yeah, some like what we do when I bought mine then. I registered my pump action from Lagos, then the double barrel from Benin because they were allowing double barrel, but it was an English double barrel that which is automatic 9 rounds. Then
I think they should introduce it. They should allow everybody to have guns. They should allow everybody, so that if you are coming to rob me or to do me harm, you will think twice.
So Baba, you want to turn Nigeria to America? That you guys are killing yourself.
May you not be robbed in your life. I pray that we say amen.
I've been robbed twice. I don't have gun, but God saved me.
Yeah, God save you. But have you has the trauma gone out of your body or your psyche?
No, it's still there. Yeah,
it's still there.
Yeah.
When is that time they attack you midnight in your home? You can sleep. For even me with gun, after I conquered them, I can't sleep until I hear Allahu Akbar done. Then I'll start sleeping. Meanwhile, I can't show fear to my family, not to infect them. Also, I carry a brave face. So you can see it's double torture for me for doing that. You are afraid, and you don't want them to know you're afraid.
You know what you said, Baba. That's my experience too. That Allah Akbar that you said. Mm-hmm. You know, when I'm in Nigeria, I don't sleep through the night until dawn breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Until dawn breaks.
It's fear. It's so terrible a situation. You just sit in your sitting room, maybe waiting for a football match to take place on a Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, and some people will just walk in. They will even introduce themselves, we are armed robbers. You want to look in askance and say, what are you saying? They draw out the gun.
Baba,
everybody
sorry,
will go down.
Baba, can I just say my experience just a few minutes? As you rightly said, that day, if we were armed in the house, we should have taken down all the armed robber. They came, they stood at the front of the house. They were even distributing themselves. Cobra, go to the back. Snake, go to the front. Antelope, go to the back. I saw them. If I have a gun, even if I shot like a warning shot on the scare, they will run away. But they were there almost 15 minutes distributing themselves. Then we were looking at them like this from upstairs. They distribute themselves and they rob us in the house. As you rightly say, if I even fired a warning shot, not just fire just one person, I know they will flee.
They will run. No, they don't want to die too now.
So that's just my story. We've been robbed twice, like home robbery twice. I've experienced twice.
Terrible.
Twice in Nigeria. Terrible, my brother. Terrible. Yeah, go on.
It's not a good thing.
But with this cashless policy that Nigeria has now, is it worth the armed robbers' effort to go and rob people in the house? I think kidnapping has replaced armed robbery now, has it not?
Yeah, kidnapping is a new trade for them now. I listened to Elumelu and said,
if armed robber comes, you really be saying you should transfer money from your account.
I even hear they carry POS now. I hear they take POS now. Now you want to say you don't have money? Okay, you have a card. This is POS. They will help you punch the number and the amount they want. That's what they do now. If not, they will carry the babies in the house and go away.
They carry POS. They will carry cashless POS that you don't even need to bring the card to them. You only call the card numbers to them and the pin. They will punch into the POS there and withdraw the money, transfer it there.
A man like you, in presence of your wife, children, they will diminish you. They will turn you into a jellyfish. We should carry gun. Everybody should be armed. Everybody should.
It's quite an emasculating experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. As we speak right now, we're talking about it. I don't feel comfortable.
Let me tell you what happened to what my big brother friend in Abuja.
Over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago, I still feel it because I was almost dead. But they made a mistake. Allow me to rush into my bedroom. And I banged the door. Boom. Then they heard when I cock the pistol. You know, they are sharp too. I was shooting through the door like a madman. Oh man, what's the next topic?
Nigeria is quite a country, but let's hear from War Peace. I think he wants to share an anecdote, and then we'll go on to Prince Daddy.
Yeah, sorry, my daughter and my son, they're both crying at the same time. My son is not really feeling well. The mom wants to take him to the hospital. But when he's sick like this, it's just only me that can talk, hold him or talk to him or allow him to carry him. Anyway, what happened to my friend and my uncle's or my big brother's friend? He was located to Abuja and he has a gun in Benin. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Loud and clear.
So the guy has a gun in Benin So because of paperwork, you have to transfer to Abuja. You have to do relocation of your barrier and all that. So and he's a contractor. So you go to Abuja at the time, this is safe. So he just felt there's no need for him to carry a gun. And so he went there with his family. That night, although no Abuja robbery, they come with like many of them like bike with a motorcycle. They'll come many. They were robbing the estate. And he was saying how he has gone. He would have taken those boys out. That wasn't even the problem. The problem was that when they got to his apartment, they so raped this guy that the wife have to beg them to stop that they should take on her. At that bad. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, the armed robbers, they raped the guy to stupor. And the guy said, I wish he had the gun when he was breaking his. Yeah, they raped the guy. They were raping the guy. Not even. Those are Boki armed robbers. They raped the guy to stupor. That at one point the wife had to beg them.
Settle down. That word. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Those armed robbers they raped the guy to the extent that the wife had to take.
Guy, settle down now. What are you doing?
You are still saying it. You are still saying.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the son of the guy. So much that the wife had to beg them for them to switch to her. Then over kill her husband for her on that scene. And the body man was saying that he was looking at them from this sliding window. He was throwing bottle at them. Like they were breaking the window to open his door. He had nothing that he was just throwing bottle, Coca-Cola bottle, beer bottle to scare them off. He said, I wish he had the gun. He would have took them all of them out. He had the gun in Benin, but didn't bring it to Lagos, Abuja. You know, that guy, if you tell him to go to Abuja now for 1 billion, he won't go. Nothing is still affecting that guy.
My God, man. You have to come up with the most you know, I was trying to make out what you were saying because I wasn't quite sure I was hearing what I was hearing. But that
was happening. What really happened to the guy? What did to the guy?
Well, all right, okay. That's let's move swiftly on to Prince Daddy. So, Prince, I wish I hadn't stopped for that anecdote now, but let's move on to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, rescue us.
Yeah, hello, one man. Wow, that was quite graphic. Man,
yeah, well, it was. I you know, when he said it, I thought I heard rings because I didn't imagine that I heard the word I did.
Yes, one man too. I didn't get it quite fast.
Yes,
I was saying, what is he talking about?
I thought I heard rings. You know.
Oh my, Nigeria, wala deal. It is well.
All right. So Prince Daddy, yes. Thanks for holding on. You know, it can be a bit of a wait sometimes, but yes, we were going to kick it off with the verdict coming in. I suspect on Wednesday it will really kick off, but certainly now Wednesday to look forward to. Are you just glad that this thing is coming to some sort of an end? Prince.
Yeah, one man.
Are you driving?
I'm talking through my Bluetooth. Is it?
Yeah, making the most sense. We can now. Yeah.
Is it better? Okay.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I was saying. Hello to everyone. Like, subscribe, and share. And to your question, quite frankly, I've not been paying too much attention to that space. I mean, of course, I'm anticipating the verdict, and I don't think anything should change from the status quo at this point in time. But I was listening to what you guys were talking about earlier about perhaps the need for P2B to calm things down. But you know what? I'm not gonna. I guess I can say in defense of P2B. P2B is not. I don't think is that of a person that wants violence or rancor or these disturbances. Yeah, I don't think he cares for that really. Yeah, I don't think that's P2B's thing. But you know, from the from the onset of this obedience movement, they talked about Peter Obi just being just a vehicle that the obedience space has its own life, a life of its own, and Peter Obi is just there as the figurehead. So, and I think Peter Obi also admitted to that it's like an amoeba in itself. It has its own form, so to speak, and it can go any direction it appears. So I don't think Peter Obi I don't think is instigating any violence or anything against the state. I don't think that's his thing. And quite frankly, I'm not really sure what would happen on Wednesday. Although I'm glad you put a break on our Pansat trying to talk about the youth, this and that. And that was necessary, of course. And
I wonder why he does things like that, man. I know he's popular with Ajan Lekoko and one or two others, but the guy, man, is taking too much of an effort just to manage him. Sometimes you think he finally gets it, and then he goes left wing again or right wing even.
Is rational most of the time, I would say, but when it gets a little bit agitated and I guess stressed or frustrated, and it needs to vent anger or its frustration, and that's what happens. But yeah, most of the noise are going to be in diaspora, I believe, on the internet, on the social media, and other people wanting unrest to go to Nigeria and experience it themselves. Nobody wants to be in that.
Are you there?
I think Prince is breaking up. Anyway, one more quickly. People like Pansat, what I mean, people like Pansat, people that reason like him. There are so many in that Nigerian and all over the world. You understand what I mean? I don't want to be tribal, but I can't such people like them. Yeah, what they do is that they try to make you see their problem like your problem. I know you understand me. Now, like I heard you in the beginning when he was talking about when the show started. If people want to agitate or whatever, if they feel they want to agitate, they will agitate on their right causes, not you making them to understand that somebody's mandate is stolen, somebody's mandate is about to be stolen or all that, and we must come out. It's not so. When I encountered one of them 2 days ago, but this years ago, so they're talking about this, called me, telling me about this verdict, blah blah blah. I asked him, I asked my brother, hold on. I asked him, how is it not my problem? How many times have you people agitated for me in those states? He said no. I said, so when my style starts seeing these people as bad people, the justice system as bad people, that if they give that don't go my way, don't go your way, then the country must burn down. They stop this, because they come to you to agitate your mind, towards put that bias into your mind, towards another person, and which is not good at all. It's not funny. If you have anything to say, you say directly. Don't instigate other people. So that's the part I want to talk about. That Pansat stuff. Yeah, I've seen many of them like that, and people have to be careful not to be used by people like Pansat. Thank you, Waman.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. I think we have Prince back. Hopefully the connection kicks in now. So Prince, are you back?
Yeah, I disconnected my Bluetooth and when came back.
No, that's brilliant. It's brilliant now. We can hear you perfectly now.
Okay.
Yeah. So I for one, I'll be glad when the final nail is put on the coffin of this whole thing. It's been quite divisive, that Obi space, because people have gone into their trenches. A lot of it has been ethnic, so when it's gone, when it's done and dusted, we will try and just expand the platform to bring back because once upon a time we were actually overloaded. Ajale Koko will tell you, with Southeasterners, it was only really when we got into the politics and we couldn't really agree that a dumb ass like Peter Obi had any prospect of being president, and they didn't quite like that. So, but it's been quite divisive, this whole election.
Yeah, well, yeah, it would be nice for the I guess for them to come back. I mean, really, if they can accept the final result of the judiciary, really, and that'd be nice. And it's kind of tough to convince people that they lost. But you would think it would be much easier to convince the obedient that, look, you guys came third. Even the second person didn't win. How much more you guys? But somehow, some way, they permitted the results or how the election should have turned out, and they believe in their heart of hearts that they won. Which is kind of it's quite interesting, actually. And I think we've asked the question before on the platform.
Do you think they believe that they won, or do you think they are pained that they lost?
Oh no! I mean, they believe that they won. It could be a combination of both, but trust me, they believe that they won. You know, when it gets to a point that you defenestrate your logic, and even when people explain things to you, you just your brain. It's like having a heart transplant with a heart that does not that's not a match, and your body rejects it, right? It has gotten to that stage. You know, you cannot tell them otherwise. They believe they won. I mean, some of them absolutely believe that they won the election. And do you blame them? If you look on the internet, it was quite clear. I mean, I don't know. They did a pretty good job, you would say, because all the way from Lagos to Benin to Ghana to all around West Africa and overseas, the obedience were more popular. They were more popular. They were more visible, quite frankly. And a lot of people, even in Nigeria, that don't know what is going on across the country, that they have access to the internet or social media, they truly believe that. You'll be surprised that there are more people in Nigeria that believe that they won, that will be won, than perhaps people in the diaspora, really, because the picture of the social media that matters, that really matters to them, and they believe they won. You can't convince them otherwise they didn't win. But now, if you want to break it down to them, okay, so like rational mind would come and is convinced also that Peter Obi won in Sokoto or the votes were suppressed in Sokoto. It just defied logic. Rational mind, what are you talking about? Where did in Sokoto Peter Obi win? How? If the votes were suppressed in Sokoto, by how many votes? 10 million?
But to be fair, right? Rational mind is not here now. He never said that Peter Obi won in Sokoto.
No. I said he said the vote was suppressed. I heard it. I quoted him right. He said it more than one time, so I'm quoting him right.
He will not tell you that Obi won in Sokoto specifically. He will not say.
I didn't say that. He said, I'm quoting Rational Mind. Rational Mind said the Peter Obi's votes were suppressed in Sokoto. His own words. I'm not quoting out of context.
Yeah, that does not connote that he won in Sokoto now. But you are saying it categorically that he said that to be won in Sokoto.
No. I was saying that how would the obedience justify that Peter Obi won in Sokoto, for example? And
Pansat, you have to ask Pansat. Pansat will.
No, the only Pansat has that explanation.
Is that Obi won in Kano? Obi won in Kaduna? Obi won in Kebbi?
I think it was Tinubu did not win one state. Yes.
Oh, exactly. I was going to say that, and I think he said that Tinubu didn't win at one single state. Not even. Okay. So that's the level for someone like Pansat, of course, smart and brilliant, and is convinced that Peter Obi won. I mean, what more can we say? But anyways,
Prince Daddy, what gives that notion is because Obi won Lagos, won Edo, he won some states in the middle belt, so that gave them the impetus to be carrying that. But they're forgotten. If Obi can won 99% in the east, what will make them feel that Obi will get 9% in the north? if your own state, your own side give you 99%, the NOC as well go ahead and give their article 99% too. So how are they now winning in Sokoto, Kebbi? I don't understand. Yes, they had some protest votes, but for winning, I'm not saying it. Even to get 25%, it's not even close. You understand? As you stop all those narrations you are going about that they won in Sokoto, you're talking about middle bet, I'll be hearing, but not hardcore not. They didn't win a Jack Robinson in all those areas.
Of course,
that was my submission.
Of course, they didn't. I mean, they didn't win, and I think P2B also knows that because I mean they said it. Now P2B goes to Kano, it goes to the Igbo dominated communities and do his thing, and so I would like give him a lot of votes to win across Kano. I think they know that they're just being dubious and duplicitous in their presentation to their own people, and all it's going to cause is headache and pain. But again, if you are an opportunist like P2B is, of course you're going to ride the wave for as far as you can go. Yeah, I mean this is politics. Look at Aburi going up and down in America, wherever he is at. Telling them, all this stuff, raking in money. It's a lot of money to be made. It's politics.
Who is their chairman right now? Is it Aburi or is it Papa?
Does it matter? Aburi is getting paid.
I think the appeal court told us that their chairman is a Papa now.
Right, but Aburi is the one getting paid.
No, because Aburi already have that appeal before Papa. So because they have to appeal judgment, Aburi has that in Benin.
I know, but the Apapa judgment was about a few days ago. I'm not sure if Ajanle Koko remembers, but the Apapa judgment was a couple of days ago.
Yeah, see, Apapa judgment is not directly on Apapa case. It was from Imo on a case on some people, some aspirant. From there, when they dissolved that aspirant, they now added to Apapa and said every other jurisdiction should be dissolved. So it's tricky and it's a problem. That's why you see Apapa is not really being promoted like that. That dissolved Apapa is in Benin court and they went to court and he lost. They are going to appeal. This one that just came out from Imo, from a candidate they disqualified. They said it's not qualified. Meanwhile, the Apapa fraction, they're still in court too. On their own said that it's not they're still fighting their own candidacy. They are disqualified on that person from Aburi. That one, they affirmed that they say, okay, this guy is a real candidate. For that reason, every other people that contested that period, they're all dissolved and to Nigeria. So it will be difficult. If it's Imo, we understand, but you can't say Nigeria, and there's been a part of our case on that before. So I don't understand. I think of benefit will explain better to us if they can have two judgments in one case.
The thing is, Abure will leave that party anyway after the verdicts come in.
Oh, sure. I mean, he's getting paid. What does it care about? Abure is getting paid. Doing Okupe also got paid a lot of money. That guy, it was shady in his dealings. Come on, see, and they're not unique. I'm not pointing finger at them. PDP, APC, they all do the same thing. It's politics. I mean, everywhere. Even there's a lot of money, somebody got to grab the money back. So that's what it is. I don't blame them. It is politics. Yeah, that's but again,
Okupe has somewhat crossed over to Tinubu now.
Of course, now this is not. Why? See, sometimes I hear people talk about this politician, how things go, and I don't know why they are surprised. I mean, they really treat these people like they're non-humans. Again, maybe they're like aliens. I mean, these things are not surprising. Okupe, even before when it was, sometimes even Pat told me, right, when these people were supporting P2B, you can tell that they have one leg in here and the other one there. These people also they have their own interest. Okupe, as far as I'm concerned, was all about the money bag, and he got paid. They don't care, P2B happens to be, there's something called, there's an acronym called TANO, taking advantage of naturally occurring events, right? Some people are like well-stationed, smart people. They have the resources, they have money, they have manpower. When an event occurs, they take advantage of that event because they're well situated to embark on it. So people like Okupe and many other people, they do that. It's just a short term, like getting to the stock market for a short term, ripping the stock price when it goes up, and you cash out. Or even if you short the stock, people, not a big deal. But again, on Wednesday, we hope everybody. I will hope everybody comes back and okay, this is the official result, and maybe not just support Tinubu by mouth, but in heart and in our dealings and doings to want the best for the country. Because at the end of the day, it's the common people that are suffering, really.
All right, brilliant. Was there anything else you were looking at in the news today, Prince?
No, not really. I didn't even touch the news today at all.
I think I sent you one video about I think it was an African report about the Gabon junta and the French government had that mastered each other. Did you get it on your WhatsApp, on your Instagram?
I'll check in a moment, but let me take Prince Daddy's thoughts on this. This is something that somebody else sent in as well. It's to do with religion, of course, a topic that I know you pay attention to. So there it is. It says something happened at church today and it pissed me off. The pastor came down from the altar and told everyone to bring out their offering whilst inspecting it from seat to seat. It was so weird because he added no one should transfer less than 1,000 naira. It doesn't say naira, less than 1,000 to the church account. The way the camera will face your offering envelope whilst you are bringing out your 500 naira was so unnecessary. Men of God should do better. So yes, somebody sent that in, and people send a lot of things in, but that especially struck me because there's this church that we used to go to in Woolwich in London. But then something happened one day that made me think that no, I'm never going to come here again. So now it was Christmas. I usually really back in those days. This was back in my single days. I usually really only go to church on it wasn't on Christmas Day, actually, it was on New Year's Day. I usually only really go to church on the New Year's Day because I always like to break in the year in church. So now the pastor then he was doing the usual ding dong ding that they do, and then suddenly he came to the offering bit, and then he said, "Oh, the people that are going to be offering X amount of pounds stand up." And then the people that are going to be offering X amount of pounds stand up. So people that are going to be offering £1,000 stand up, and then he'll bring you out and pack you to one side of his altar. And then people that are going to be offering X amount stand up, and then he'll bring you out and then pack you to a side of the altar. And then I was flummoxed when I was seeing this going on. So I was there, If I had £100 to my name, and I'm giving that church £1, and you had £1 million to your name, and you are giving that church £10,000, I'm considering that I'm giving more than you because I have very little. So I mean, where does that all even come into play? The pastor embarrassing it's a shakedown, isn't it? What's going on in these churches, Prince Daddy?
Well, it is a shakedown. Yeah, we can say that. See, the church or the pastors and others, men of God, and the people, they are both guilty in this whole scheme. Quite frankly,
scheme or scam? Sorry. Okay, I couldn't resist. Carry on.
Well, it is a scheme. The scam from the past. What I mean is that their relationship, their interaction, how so the people want something. It has become transactional for the people. See, the people want something, so they think they should give money to get what they want, and the pastors are exploiting the people because they tell them what they think they want to hear, so they can exploit them more for their money. See, people don't give out of their out of their heart. It's really transactional. I go to a church. They don't even announce people to give money. It's been like since COVID actually. Nobody asks for money anymore. But guess what? Everything is still being done as usual, as normal. You know, it's amazing. But and that's why when people try to blame religion, I said no. That's absolutely nonsense. You know, there's nothing ever been given to man that man has not abused. Religion just happens to be one of the tools. Also, there's nothing. I'm saying it doesn't matter. Religion, name it. People will always abuse people, but we Africans, I think people have said it before, on this platform also. If people have everything they need in Nigeria, water, light, electricity, all these things, most people will not go to church. They won't go to church, and if they did, they're not going to give them money, okay? Because they believe giving, is they get something back. It's a transaction, the kind of two-way transaction, and that's what it is. And the pastors, rightfully, see, it's the West, our values and the way people think in the West also, it's another thing. Giving should be something you do out of your heart. You should not be forced to give. You should give because you want to give. That's why it says we should give with gladness. That's what it says in the Bible.
It said without reluctance, without compulsion.
Exactly. Yeah. Well said. That's what it says in the Bible. So in other words, people don't know this actually. So actually, what they're doing in those churches is absolutely wrong, because giving is what? Giving is predetermined. Giving is predetermined, meaning that before you leave the house or wherever you are, I'm going to church today. I'm going to give $10, 20 pounds. Predetermined. It doesn't. There's no reason why any pastor or any man of God should be demanding people to be separated by their value or the amounts they have to give. It shows the criminality going on in that space. Giving is predetermined. I'm telling you, it is in the Bible. You should know that you want to give. It's from you, from your heart. You give because you want to give. You should not be moved by what people say you should give. No, give what you want to give, and it doesn't matter how much you give. Okay, because even Jesus Christ was able to in the story in the Bible, it was able to tell about this lady, a poor woman that gave like 2 cup of coins in the pot as donation. Jesus Christ recognized a giving, saying the giving that she gave is more than the rest of those Pharisees and those people that gave, because she gave from a need. She gave from.
Is that the widow's mite something?
Yeah, well, it can call the widow's mite. Yeah, she gave she gave very little, everything she had. She hadn't. But the people that were given much than she did, Christ gave her more credit. So, again, it goes just like our politics and everything we do. It goes both ways. The people are.
Please, Daddy, sorry if I may comment. I think this is my own space. I'm a Christian, so I was moderating at the church yesterday, and when I read the Bible verse for the giving of the offering, I was telling the congregation that if I'm forcing you now to give, put your money in your pockets and go back home. Don't give because I'm saying you should give now. If you don't have anything in your mind before you left your house that you want to give, don't bother to give, because God doesn't even want you. Maybe somebody force you, mandate you to give. No, even if you have $10 in your pocket and you don't feel like giving, keep your money with you, because you understand what I mean. But some people just think they have to coerce you. Some people even threaten you that if you don't give. I've been in a congregation. My mom has been in the congregation before. A pastor told the congregation to give all they have in their pocket, and people were trekking home, and the pastor entered his own Prado Jeep, and he drove home in his own Prado Jeep, and people were trekking him. He said, give everything, your transport, your everything you have in your purse. Is that not stealing by trick? God, continue, my brother.
Yes, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Yeah, well said, Thomas. Actually, yeah.
Prince, sorry, I don't understand. I think in the old, when they say give title, people, it wasn't necessarily money. A bit offering, it wasn't necessarily money. I think what you have, it could be bread, clothes, or whatever you can give. But now, why is it not money that you must?
Yeah, because you can't take bread. You can't take bread to the church now. For what reason? You can't take bread to. Imagine that a congregation of about 1,000, and then when they come to offering time, everybody comes to the pulpit with a loaf. I mean,
with I get bread for that matter, I get But these people are too much. Just one I watched too. There's a pastor, I think in America, Nigerian pastor. He was talking to his congregation. He said that his work, he needs to be in America, but because the visa he has, he cannot do his job properly. That he has a B1 or B2 visa, and for that visa does not require him to do much. That he needs a B5 visa that can require him to work. But for him to have that B5 visa, he must have $800,000. So he said he doesn't like to ask, but the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost has been telling him to ask his congregation, for 800.
Do you want that video as well? What please? Oh my God.
Send it in now. Send it in. If you have it, send it in.
I'll send it to you. He said the congregation should send him, donate $800,000 to him to get his B5 visa.
and they did.
No, I didn't finish it. I couldn't finish the video. When I went to that part, I switched off. Maybe Thomas can finish it if you can.
Yes, I got the video. One man, I will send it to you. I got the video. I'll send it to you.
Send it in now. Let's see if we can play it for our audience. But,
you see, when it comes to religion, I don't know. As Africans, I think we have to be very, very careful. Very, very, very careful. I'm a Christian. I go to church. I've fallen my own prey when I was younger, you understand? Buying things. They come to the office to make their demands. Children pastor and senior pastor has dragged themselves to my office because of musical instrument I bought. Disgracefully. I've had them convince me, don't give anything to the widow. The church needs this. And this one of those traditional old church, not the modern Pentecostal thing. You understand that? But nowadays, I just go to church. I don't even register. The church I go to here, I did not. I refused to register as a member, but I go regularly. I read my Bible. I know what my Bible tells me. I know I don't read Revelation. The book of Romans is my favorite, apart from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But believe me, it doesn't stop me if I come to your village today and I pass and I see Ojubo Ishu. I will pay obeisance to Ishu. That's Lucifer. I will pay obeisance. And even your villagers will be surprised whether I put on tie or put on full agbada. Because my umbilical cord was buried in the soil of Nigeria. I will call out Ishula Lu Onile
Why don't we
Lucifer? Lucifer.
I think we had that conversation here when
I know it's not Satan. It's Satan. It's
Lucifer. Lucifer. No, Lucifer
issue. Okay, I think yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't think he has equal in English this thing. But of course, if I'm passing, I see Ojubo or anything, I will pay obeisance and even call the cognomen.
But Baba, you said you pay obeisance by saying Eshumashemi Omelomi Nikoshe.
Right?
Why Tofimashomelomi? Why not say anybody at all?
He has a work to do. For those who don't respect him or fear him.
Omelomi ò ní ìyá ni. Omelomi náà ní ìyá now.
Kóun náà kí Omelomi kó darí ẹ̀ síbòmíì.
Kóun náà lọ bẹ̀ṣù.
Exactly. Kó darí ẹ̀ síbòmíì.
That's funny.
So
look at that.
I don't tie myself to these things. My Bible is with me all the time. I know because when you read the Bible, you have to be very careful. A lot of things, like the Bible now says, you see people mouthing, any weapon fashioned against me will not prosper. Any tongue that rise against me in this thing will perish. What about the weapon you fashion against yourself? Kaimono, it will hit you. We fashion weapon against ourselves, don't we? That's what the Bible says. It's a thing of logic.
The biggest weapon we fashion against ourselves is procrastination.
It's a weapon.
I think that's one of the things that afflicts a lot of people the most.
One man, I send the video to you in your WhatsApp. If Thomas have not sent it to you, check your WhatsApp. I send you a video of that pastor.
All right.
In your WhatsApp. All right.
I know we have to be very, very careful, because when I look at the way people carry, because nobody has gone to heaven and come back and tell me it's Islam that's accepted there, or it's Christianity, or Ogun worshiper, or Shin worshiper. We are all trying. The only why I do Christianity is because amongst all of them, some will say I'm a searcher, some will say I still looking, I'm waiting. But Jesus Christ said, I am the way.
Are you a religious Christian or a social Christian? Or church goer? Let me. I feel somewhat that our interactions with religion, especially Nigerians in diaspora, is more of a social thing that we want to be able, because we want to be in the gatherings of our own, and that's usually is in church. So we go there more
it's about networking. You are right. It's about networking these days. Lawyers show up, surveyors show up, all manners of people trying to get one thing or the other from the church. That's what everybody does. So they give out card. You have this immigration problem. Oh, there is this brother in the church. Why not contact him? He's going to charge you money. He's not going to do it for free. So it's about networking.
My accountant is in my church. She does
your tax issues. This is the reality of the time.
But me, I think there was a ROGGC. I usually call it ROGGC. I've been reading church that there was a pastor that became a monarchic king in something Oshun Ogbomoso.
It's a big guy in Houston. They've made him and he's denouncing RCG now, but tomorrow night he will go and raise his Irukere in RCG and be saying King of Kings. I mean, what kind of thing is that?
But Baba, yes, can you remember in the maybe early 70s and towards the late 70s that whenever somebody back then, when somebody buy a new vehicle, even when they are Christian, practicing Christian and Muslim, do you know that we still observe that Ogun ritual on that new vehicle?
You go and pour schnapps on it. You go and pour schnapps. They like to pour schnapps.
I don't even pour schnapps. Korinji Magbono na Fanta. Make the engine dey sweet.
I remember back then,
Siemens. I remember Siemens schnapps.
Yeah, my first car in 76. My father, I took it to my father. He has to pour schnapps and bless it, and we all drink and stuff like that. It's our tradition. It is who we are.
And those old men, they will put the first one and then they swirl it around there and then they spit it on the car as though it was
No, don't joke with our religion. They are grounded in the spirit. Because most of us these days, yes, sir.
See, if we talk about religion, tradition, for me, the way I've gone in my tradition, I separate both of them. I don't go to church. I just said, I have my ear and everything. I don't go to church. The last time I went to Nigeria.
My Bible tells me that give to Caesar what is Caesar.
Hold on. Well, that's when I came to Nigeria. They said I should buy a precious, there's an artifact I need to buy for my ear. I need it. And they said that, they told me that the fact is that if I buy it, the person I buy it from must pray on it. He must pray on it, because anybody I buy it for know the prayer to put on it. So I was looking for the kind of artifact I want to buy, you know. So I also saw the very fine one I really like. So I went there, I priced the guy. That time it was about last time to Nigeria about 13,000 naira. I really like it. I said, okay, I want to buy this one. Then when I paid, the guy took it. After he have to pray. The guy started quoting Bible verse. I told him, hold on. I said, hold on. The man was serious. I said, hold on. I took the money. I said, well, I don't need it. He said, why? I said, you cannot be selling a traditional item for me.
Babalawo instrument, and then
I don't know what you are saying, but I just said the guy, you cannot be selling traditional items. They will be praying Christian this thing for it. Because they actually told me there's certain prayer you have to pray on this.
That guy they look for. I
don't know. No, but I went to the next two places. The one I bought was not really one I wanted, but it was what they told me to do. Because when I bought from that lady, the woman actually prayed the way they said I should pray, and the woman actually faced the sun to a certain angle and prayed the prayer. And like the woman knew what I wanted, and I bought that, but that wasn't the really one I really wanted in my heart. So what am I saying is that when you are into tradition, if you are into tradition, then face tradition in total. Don't mix it with Christianity or Islam. That will affect, because it will not answer well properly again. Because there's certain things you don't like to do because of your religion. So that's how I see it too. That's why I don't go to church. I don't step in church. We don't put one hand in my head to pray. No matter how things are hard on me that you say, it's just no. Everybody must die. That's one thing. So if what I'm believing, and if I serve it, it's not going to be eternal life. One that will still die. So let me enjoy it now. And from your hardship, you will learn a new thing. Everybody I must not cut. And I don't need to give money to pastor. Me, I don't like it. Me like to negotiate. I can negotiate with Babalawo. He says, bring 10,000, I'll negotiate with him. Baba, at 10,000 I get. You will do make it work. At 3,000 I get. That kind of things I like. Not the one I go and drop money. I don't know what my faith be tomorrow. So that's my own take, Baba. Thank you.
Oh, all right, please come in. Please let me play you this clip that Wapi sent in, and then you give us commentaries on it. What's this?
There's something the Holy Spirit is telling me to do, but I'm struggling. So I don't want it. I don't want it to be like I'm trying to. I struggle. Honestly speaking, I struggle to ask for fund. It's a struggle. I struggle with that one. That's one thing I need to get born again with. I need to be born again on that one. I struggle with the Holy Spirit a lot on that one. He said, this is what I've asked you to do. The Bible said they began to donate. Everybody went giving their gold, their silver, their this, that. So to me, do it. I need to, should I say it? Should I say it? No, this is not force or duress. But I want, God said, the ministers, people who came here, must from their heart do it. And He says to me, I should tell you that He's going to unlock financial doors in your ministries. Fraud. It's going to take a sacrifice of a seed that I'm about to call for. I have exhausted every possible platform to legalize myself in the United States to do my work. Do you understand that? I have a work to be done that God has sent me there for the work. But I cannot be operating under B1, B2 visas. It has a restriction. Are you get what I'm trying to say? a lot of restrictions. I've done all my investigations the most reputable, reliable, and dignified way I can gain my visa is called EB5. I'm not know EB5. Okay, it's an investment of $800,000 US, and you get your green card. Are you hearing me? But you will get it back in 5 years' time. Does that make sense now? So the man of God needs $800,000 US to get it done. We've signed up with the immigration lawyers, and they're waiting for us to begin the process. Is somebody hearing me? So God has asked me to throw that to you. If we can have 800 people that can give $1,000 what? Dollars. Start. Is there anybody here right now who in their spirit you know that God will touch you to do it? Anybody here? Wave your hands if you will.
So there it is. That guy clearly he clearly taught a module at the university that
he's even modest. He's even modest.
At least it didn't say it's for God. It says for him. The man was honest now.
He has gone to find the house in Lekki. So Prince Daddy, what says you, Prince Daddy?
This guy, this pastors, man, they become like really, really good actors. They're good at it. They've mastered it, and they are. And some of them have been to school of psychology, but they know how to read people and psychologically profile people and get to them. Well, this guy, it sounded like he was making presenting a business proposal. How come he didn't tell them that it was going to give them interest over 5 years if you get the money back? Does he want to keep the money? Now, if he has said that, I don't know if he got the money from those people, but if he has said that, perhaps a lot of people would have come forth and drop $1,000, hoping to get, I don't know, $1,500 or $1,200 in 5 years, which is not a lot, okay? But he didn't say that. He wants to get the money from the people and keep it at the end of the 5 years, right? Is that what he wants to do?
That bit confused me. He said you get it back in 5 years. So if he invests that 800,000 on the visa, and then the money comes back in 5 years' time, does it then go back? Is canvassing 800 people to give $1,000? So is it then going to go back to those 8,000 people in 5 years' time and hand them their $1,000? And it tells you that he has already perfected the spiel.
Can I narrate what's going on there?
Let me land. When he came in with 800,000, that seems such a huge amount because it's just a lead for $1 million, and you can see them keep quiet. But then when he broke it down to $1,000 from 800 people, then it started to make sense. That is
I mean, I was almost reaching for my pocket, also my wallet. It made sense.
My
Prince,
goodness,
do you know what's going on there?
I don't know what is going on.
Let me tell you. Let me explain what's going on there. He called church members and the pastors' ministerial seminar. So the aim and objective of calling this seminar is to raise that fund. It's not about come and listen to God's word, come and do anything. So he used that opportunity to showcase that is the aim and ambition. And you can see people waving their hands. If you want to do that, you saw people in the front, almost all of them waving their hands there. So the aim and ambition of that seminar is to gather this fund. It should be, you guys have forgotten. Baba Deboye in Nigeria asked for 1 billion naira on the pulpit. 1 billion naira. 1 billion naira.
Did he get it?
These people. Oh my God.
He will get it now. I'm surprised that he did not use the phrase "sow a seed." That's their usual go-to, isn't it? If you sow a seed,
he mentioned that. He mentioned that now.
Did he? Oh yes, that they use that a lot. So a seed.
Yes,
because you're now a farmer. So a seed.
What surprised me the most, he said he has exhausted all his means, that he has no other means to do it, that the Holy Spirit told him, you are working for God. Your God you're working for is not poor. God will show you way to get that B1, B2 visa or B5 visa. Not to ask congregation to get money. The congregation that is paying you that money, they have not find their way to America. They don't like the B5 visa by themselves. Then if you come and ask, God not to come and ask people that he cannot help you anymore, that the people is more than the God that you are serving.
Also, who believe that visa costs $800,000? Which kind of green card is that? Which country charges $800,000?
No. It wasn't lying. That is something as such. It wasn't lying. That is true.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was 500,000 before.
Yeah,
Trump raised it to 800,000.
It's like a business visa. It's like a business visa. It wasn't lying. It's a fact. It's something that's available. Yeah, in the U.S. actually, and perhaps in England. But yeah, what these people.
So what business does he want to go and do? To justify obtaining, what business does he have?
Good question.
It's a lot of money. I'm not sure. It's a lot of money. If you get at the money, the U.S. Immigration, whatever, we would invest the money, obviously, and at the end of 5 years, they keep the interest, of course, and they give you the money back. I think that's how it works. Okay, which is pretty good, but it's for people that are well-to-do or that can afford it. A lot of Indians do it, actually. Perhaps a lot of Nigerians also.
How does it work? The immigration will take the money and give you back.
What I'm saying is that he want to get a business visa,
right?
Go and pursue which business in America?
The biggest business of all, the work of the Lord.
God business. For 800,000.
It's a form of visa, really. It's not really. I don't think it's about actually doing business. But the money itself,
no, you have to justify. No,
somebody in the comment section is saying it's an investment visa.
Yeah, So it's for the state to invest. It's like giving the bank your money, and at the end of the day, the bank doesn't give the interest. They don't give the interest. They keep the interest. That's pretty good. Over 5 years, they're gonna make a decent amount of money depending on the interest rate, right? So it's yeah.
According to the guy words, he said he's for his own job. He said that he has just all his means for his
church activities. He wants to go and do church activities in America.
Yeah, you cannot do the Lord's work properly. He has exhausted all his means. That is the N1 and the B1 B2 visa is restricting him to do his Lord's job. So you need a B5 visa to do his Lord's job. So Lord's job, not business visa, investment visa. It's not God now. It's not so God's work now is not money. And if it's money, God will give him money now, because Suleiman said that. Suleiman said he entered toilet in France. I think he came out in Germany. If you declare God can take you from France to Germany, why can't he just touch your heart and they will give you the B5 visa without not asking the congregation? And that led me to quickly say this. There was one TV show host that was talking. They were talking. The people were having calling. What the guy calling for was actually different from what the host asked the guy, but the host have to put a stop to it. So when the guy called, the guy was telling the host that, well, he's in South Africa, he's doing his duty, he's doing his God's calling. All the host guy said, hold on. I'm tired of this nonsense. I keep hearing these stories all the time. You're in South Africa doing God's calling. You're in South Africa, you are in the country people do God's calling is a rich country. Why don't you go to Yemen and do God's calling? Why don't you guys go to Saudi Arabia and do God's calling? Because don't call people from Saudi Arabia. Don't call people from Yemen or Pakistan. Why is it that it's a country that you can get money, use POS to send money or credit card to pay money? Is that place God will do calling, will send you to go and do calling? And that guy, the guy left the show. So what I'm talking about, this thing,
it's dollar now.
Back in the day, what that pastor was doing, we used to call it fine bara. Do you remember that phrase? Ajale Koko, fine bara.
Fine bara.
Hey, look at
one man. Can I say this, Baba, please? Do you know what really angers me all the time? When they put Holy Spirit in their stupid fraud. If this guy said, "Please help me, my visa is not very good, I need this visa," if he acts by his own volition, I can even give him $1,000.
Nobody will give him. Nobody will give him.
Why
would you have to back it up with Holy Spirit?
I'm just saying.
If you don't add Holy Spirit to it, that money people will not show.
You know, when he adds Holy Spirit, then it becomes an investment for you. You're investing in the possibility that you want to tap into the anointing.
You heard him said that. He said that God will bless them back in 1,000-fold.
And he's been struggling with the Holy Spirit. He doesn't want to say it.
What are you saying? You say you just come and say,
please
give me money. I want to. Who is going to give him money? They will not give him money. But when he has laid before them, Holy Spirit, that this is a call by His Holy Spirit that they should give him that money. Then, nobody want to offend the Holy Spirit now. People.
So the money is legit. The money is legit.
You listen to our batter. You must pay.
You must pay.
And the Lord told me, how often does the Lord speak to these chaps?
Well, I'm sorry, one man, even perhaps worse than that. See, I think Baba can probably give it the quote in the Bible. You can even talk about Jesus Christ, God, bad if you want to, but you said we should not grieve the Holy Spirit. So was this guy lying in the name of the Holy Spirit to collect money? Because that's where he started from. It said the Holy Spirit told him, and as a Christian.
Why is the Holy Spirit and Jesus not doing anything about these things now? I mean, why are they just watching people do this on their behalf, on their name?
They don't have shop or not. They can't do nothing about it. That's not the way it works.
Not even a yilala. Oh God!
But if you want to criticize them, they'll tell you don't criticize the man of God. The Holy Spirit will come after you. God will struck you down if you come to criticize the man of God. But when it comes to money, the people is one who brings the money, not the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit will just
disappear. This one is even modest too. Some of them will take with it damnation, cursing the crowd. If you don't bring it, you think you're going to rob God. God has said you should do it for me. You have to do it. I give you 7 days to do it, and he will start speaking in tongue and displaying some gyration.
I watched a video of a pastor in don't let me mention the region Nigeria so that I will not be stereotyping. He brought out the offering basket and he was counting it. He saw 50 naira, 20 naira, and he was cursing them on video. That Mama Chinedu, you brought 50 naira. Is it? He was cursing. I'm sorry. He was cursing them. You can't force people to give to God. God doesn't need money. Every money we are giving in the church is just to, maybe they want to buy petrol, they want to propagate, they want to go for gospel, they want to go for preaching. God doesn't need your money to bless you.
I've always wondered how that basket is handled after they take it to the back. You know that offering basket.
But man, you guys are not being fair with these pastors, man. So when you guys go to club, do you enter the building for free? You have to pay to enter now. So how are they going to pay for the? How are they going to pay their bills? If you don't pay, they have to pay the bills now. The lights are inside that building. The building, the cost. They have to pay bills now. So you guys have to go to church for free. Enter their building for free.
On that point.
So on that point, real quickly, costs on them for not donating enough, right?
No, see, on that's what I was talking to a woman earlier about the scheme. See, there's a cost in running the church or doing God's work. There's a real cost, actually. But again, if people give from their heart, But because people will not give, they are greedy. It's all about taking, not giving. And that's why these pastors, many of them are resulted in these schemes, to get people to cough out their money. People should give naturally from their heart. Some people can't, they know better. They have homes, they have cars, they have things. It costs money to live. And these churches, when they run their programs, it does cost money. You got to pay the staff members, the pastors. And people should naturally want to give. But at the same time, people give, and we see what these pastors, what they do. We see what they do with their money, with the jets, the private jets, and all these luxurious homes and things that they have. So that's where the problem comes in. Churches need money. People should give, but we shouldn't be gimmicking people to doing it, because people naturally would not want to give. We Africans or Black people, it's all about taking. Most white churches, I don't think they ask for money. They just the church that I go to, for example, they had a project worth about maybe $200,000 to more than that, actually, to annex the building there, and people give out of the free will. At the end of the day, nobody announced any single person's name that donated. Not at all. Nobody really cared.
You don't meet people like Rod Parsley, people like Benny Hinn, and Austin. Do I go on mentioning their names? Those are Americans. They are mega rich.
Good evening, Princess Rosie. No,
those are so that. Just like it was talking about corruption in American politics, I'm not saying all American pastors, Benny Hinn and the rest of the guys, but if you go to number churches, ordinary churches, they don't beat you on the head for your money. They don't do that. They don't do that.
Has he been arrested?
You would think by now they should have arrested him, but I think he repented. I think he came out. He came out, and I don't know what he repented for.
Oh yes, was it the one that said something was a scam, that they've been running a scam for years? One of them came with a big confession.
That's Creflo Dollar. Creflo Dollar.
It went straight back in scamming the people right back. I think most of them, they're not mentally stable. I continue to say that to people like that. That man, what did you call his name just now?
Benny Hinn.
Benny Hinn. I don't think Benny Hinn is mentally stable. Most of them, even Baba Adeboye too, most of these people, I don't think they are mentally stable. If you just check them very well, you see what I'm saying. They come out, just see what woman is putting on now. Today's headline, Naira's glory will be restored, Pastor Adeboye. Sometimes when they speak, you would think maybe there's something wrong with them. And when Thomas said, how can people be cursing you for you to be able to pay money in the church? Baba Adeboye is the number one that causes people. It categorically said, if you don't pay your tithe, you won't make heaven. Baba Adeboye, he causes people all the time if you don't pay. So I don't even know why anybody, Christian, will be like pretending that they don't cost. They cost a lot in the church. Or Moyedeko is forever costing his members. So they cost a lot for people to be able to pay to them. I don't even know, please excuse me, I don't even know why anybody would be defending this religion called Christianity.
Dupsy, you know the funny thing? This Creflo Dollar that later condemned tithe paying, when Evander Holyfield got $30 million, I can't remember the fight, he paid 3 million of it to Creflo Dollar. But when he condemned tithe later and apologized, did he return the $3 million years later? No.
Is Creflo Dollar the one that was sleeping with younger boys?
Oh God! Are we back there again? That's from yesterday.
No, I can't remember the guy with the curly hair. Is that Creflo?
Yeah, I think I know.
TB Jakes.
No, it wasn't Jakes. That was another guy with a big muscle. I can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about, Dupsy.
Okay. So I'm not.
Sorry, how do you spell his name? Crepo. Is it Crepo?
CREFO.
Crefo.
Yes, then dollars in dollar.
Okay. Is that his nickname, by the way?
Eddie Long.
That's the only one I know named Dollar.
Kulata just wrote it now, Eddie Long. That's the one I was talking
about.
Eddie
Long. Yeah. That's what I thought.
Eddie Long. Yeah. Eddie Long. Most of them are mentally unstable, woman. I'm just telling you that today, including all the ones in Nigeria, including the ones that indoctrinated Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, just know that right away. That these people are not mentally stable. Then we should be careful.
Prince Daddy will make a good pastor. The guy has that dominion of a pastor.
I agree with you, Mike. Prince Daddy will make a good pastor. Yes, he has the voice texture and he has that authority.
And
you can do that church like Prince Daddy.
We can do it though. We can all donate money and build church. We all be stakeholders. Prince Daddy just be the pastor. And we all collect the money. We share the money.
Is it not pastor? You as Ashemolu, I don't know.
You don't even need a building anymore. According to what's that one that does Instagram free the sheeple movement.
I forgot his
free
name.
Free the sheeple. The one that does shows business.
Something nation.
That guy is big. If you look at every young...
Yes. According to Daddy Freeze, he runs a church, but he runs it online. So he doesn't have to leave his living room to collect your tithe and offering.
Yes, Stark Nation, they call the church.
Is more truthful. I'm telling you, it's the mad guy. I know what you're talking about.
The prison is even better than the right guy. The right guy that prefers does on Instagram. There's one other guy that does it. So there's one other guy that is doing that is collecting money from all the young girls and young boys now. What God cannot do does not exist. That is
I know He's insane.
What God cannot do does not exist. But anyway,
I know him.
What I wanted to say, there's one video I did at Pastor Shelmo, I don't know if you call it. It was in America, and he now said he wants to do people should come out and do tithes. Now they want to sow a seed, and he just started calling them by bash. People that pay $500 come this way. You see people move. People that pay $1,000 come this way. You see people move. People that pay they did it to $5,000 bash by bash, and he started praying for them. He said their prayer is different. So now God that bless people according to the money you give as tithe and seed. That's what he was trying to say there. If you drop $10,000, your blessings will be more. If you drop $500, your blessings will be small. So now imagine a person that has cancer, because he dropped $500, God will not bless him because he dropped $500. All these people are scammers on the highest order. I don't know how people believe in them. I don't know how people fall for them. But for me, they will not see my red fence. That's all I have to say.
Let's hear the confessional from Kripo Dollar.
Saying to you that I'm still growing, and that the teachings that I've shared in times past on the subject of tithing were not correct. And today I stand in humility to correct some things that I've taught for years and believed for years, but could never understand it clearly because I had not yet been confronted with the gospel of grace, which has made the difference. I won't apologize, because if it wasn't for me going down that route, I would have never ended up where I am right now. But I will say that I have no shame at all at saying to you, throw away every book, every tape, and every video I ever did on the subject of tithing, unless it lines up with this. I've done some corrective teaching in the last 10 years, but not to the degree of what we're getting ready to do now. So why is this important? Because religion is sustained by two factors: fear and guilt. And if it's one subject that the church has used for a long time to keep people in fear and guilt, it is in that subject of tithing. And it has to be corrected, and it's got to be corrected now. I may lose some friends. Preachers may not ever invite me no more.
All right. All right. So there it is. After he has collected the handsome $50 million, whatever, and suddenly I find it unforgivable what that guy just said, because he's an authority meant to be on the Bible, and he gives interpretation to it that influences a lot of people's decisions in life. And then the part that he uses to call, and suddenly he says, "Oh, I did not understand it. Now I do." What does that mean?
You know the most dangerous thing.
$50 million later, now you understand it.
You know the most dangerous thing about Christianity is like there's no consequence. It's like there's no consequence. Like almost like they tell you that you can do anything as long as you just repent. So you can go and be murder and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, as long as you come to church on Sunday and you ask for forgiveness, that's it. You just repent. So there's no consequence, and maybe that's why crime has become so skyrocketed. The statistic shows that most of the prisoners are Christians, you know. But then when they are caught, the Christians that haven't been caught, we say, "Oh, they're
in Saudi Arabia."
No. In the world, even in Nigeria, any society where there's Christians, they are more in prison than anybody else.
Mike, God is long suffering. God is long suffering. So, but to say that there's no consequence, I'm telling you, to say there's no consequence is not true. Actually,
you're telling me.
No, it's in the Bible. You can ask Baba too. It can collaborate. But to say, I think it says in the book of Matthew, right?
There's consequence.
Of course, in the last day.
So what's the consequence for crystal dollar?
Who told you that? However, though, if you repent genuinely, of course it can be forgiven. There's no sin. There's no sin. No, there's no sin too big that cannot be forgiven. But the thing is that, yeah.
So you agree with me that there's no consequence?
What about the concept of Jesus as taking away all our sin?
Well, yes, but there's also a false teaching that says that it's because Christ has done that, then it doesn't matter what you do. It's not true. That's a false doctrine. See, when you sin, you are permitted. The Bible allows it. Christ allows you to repent of your sins and be saved. But the thing is that, we human beings, we think we're smart. We're smarter than God and everybody else. See, if you sin a lot, it's going to become your habit. And at the end of the day, you're going to be caught up in it. See, that's the danger about it. But
yes, follow the tenets, Prince Daddy, because the Bible says, I can't remember, if we confess our sins,
He's just and faithful to forgive us and cleanse us of.
Forgive us our sins and
cleanse us of all unrighteousness.
Gentlemen, let me bail out, hand over to Thomas. I can barely keep my eyes open. So thank you, your super chat. Kulata came in as well. So thank you to those. Let me hand over to Thomas as the conversation carries on. Carry on. Thomas, Joe, I'm here.
Yeah. Yes, Daddy.
All right. Carry on.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, so the key thing actually is confessing your sins.
One man here now. One man always. I don't know why one man always belittle my regime. I have a regime here.
You're not.
Yeah, the military junta. The military junta is here.
So go to Niger. Go to Niger. You are Nigerians. Go to Niger. There's no military junta in Nigeria.
Almost the junta.
Or go to Gabon.
I'll go Gabon.
We have to salute the courage of this pastor for coming out to tell us that, look, I don't think what we have been doing in the past is right. That you want to discontinue with that practice.
Doctrine. You call it doctrine.
Okay, maybe doctrine or whatsoever. So I think it is good that one of them that have been darkness, that preach darkness.
Darkness. See darkness in the air before one day.
Darkness, no, it's still darkness. It's still darkness.
Now,
yeah.
Well, what's wrong with darkness now?
Yes, so he didn't know that he was doing. So I think he has done.
He knew. That is part of the 419 that we are talking about, and up till now, some people are still preaching the same thing, and they say have followers. So what are we talking about?
Let me tell Baba something. Baba, you know when we were younger, with the 419, they would say count like 5 poles. By the time you reach your house, you will find the money underneath your pillow. You know that kind of old scam. So now people have changed that scam over years. Exactly what Creflo is doing right now. He's changing his tactics. It's a lie. Baba, you wrong go. Because once you try to find you out, most of them are changing their methods. That's exactly what he's doing right now. It's still a scam, sir.
But you see,
Dupsy, Baba Jegoro, to back you, Dupsy, are you telling me this pastor not talking now? Are there people not still dropping tithe and offering in his church? Did he stop collecting tithe and offering?
No, under the idiom of Lord loves the cheerful giver.
Yes.
I will let my panic because anybody wishes it. One man drop forever. As long as you continue to go to this kind of place, they will continue to scam you forever. Except now you decide in your mind that you want to start using your brain, your critical mind, to be able to serve God that you believe in. If you continue to go inside this place called religious house, they will scam you. Just take it. Take it. I want you, including the whites. They will scam you. Take it or leave it, my brother.
But he doesn't want to scam. He doesn't want to scam people no more, and that's why he's saying, or rather, the doctrine of is not.
It's gonna come up with another tactic, sir. If you understand the
The chapter is always there, the verse is always there in the Bible. Because if you go to Corinthians, it says each one must give as he has decided in his heart, not reluctantly or under compulsion, but because God loves a cheerful giver.
Yeah.
So under that idiom, it's easy for him. He will even get better money.
Dupsy, sow your seed.
Baba, that Corinthians was it not part of the epistle of Paul?
Everybody,
it's part of the apostolic creed. Yes,
everybody
it's
hold
in
on.
2 Corinthians. It's Paul.
Everybody hold on, please.
My favorite apostle.
Can you please hold on, please, for us to enjoy this section? If we can avoid talking on each other, it will be much better, please.
You know what, Thomas? Yeah. Hold on.
So Simba, yeah.
Sometimes you just have to allow this thing that you call talking on each other. That's one of those things that make it sweet.
No. Simba, when we finish one day, go back and listen to the section. You will not enjoy it. So no.
We are all on Kasoria yesterday, and we're enjoying it. And
no, Katsura. I'm not Kasoria. I'm Thomas. I'm Thomas.
You guys know this pastor named Mahmoud.
This Thomas Bongo. This Thomas Bongo.
so
Yeah, and the one man has been in this regime for
This
54
is
years.
Thomas Ologunde Thomas.
Talk over each other.
I'm not Kazoria. Those people in that
Thomas,
Kazoria,
have you
they
seen that
are
movie?
Thomas Ogundi
That
Dia-
new movie. Yeah, like that man.
Thomas Ologunde.
But what I said, what I'm still saying, they say God loves a cheerful giver. God loves a cheerful giver. God did not say share dollar, naira, pounds, yen. Cheerful giver, you can share agege bread. You can
One
share
piece,
agbado
which one
corn.
you that one?
You can't mention about bread all the time. Bread. You must love bread, though.
But I think that's true now. That's true now. You don't give agbado, give yam.
That's King talking right there. That's King and Abel. That's King right there.
but guys, to be honest with you, I will not deceive you. To run a church, it cost costs. Don't let us deceive ourselves. At least, yes, they need money.
It's very expensive.
Thomas, that is true. If the pastor is saying every day, like Catholic now, that's okay. We need fundraising for our utilities and this, and maybe at the end of the day, those bills will end up like 1,200. You see, people will doing it every month because church is expensive. You are paying for utility, and everybody will pay very stipend from their pockets. Some people will drop $1, some people will drop a penny.
You're saying that if the churches are transparent, people will be more willing to participate. Is that what you're saying? And I think so.
No,
but the reality actually is that Jesus led a roving existence. He moves around.
Speak that English again.
He led a roving existence. He didn't stay in one spot.
But
Okay,
Baba, sorry,
Yes,
I
sir.
have a question for you. If you just mentioned Jesus now, but during the time of Jesus, there was no church.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that he led a roving existence
So
from one
why
place to the
should,
other.
if we say we are
And he
Christian,
came to
if we
correct.
say,
So
just hold on.
One voice,
If you
please.
say we are Christian, and what Christianity means that Christ-like, why should we now not practicing what Jesus practiced?
One voice, please.
On carbs.
What is going on, please? One voice. Simba is still talking. Hold on, please. Let him land. Simba, land it, please.
Okay, I was talking to Baba. I said, okay, if we say Christianity is Christ-like, and during the time of Jesus, there was nothing like a church, then why are we now doing something against the practice of Jesus when we say we are Christian? Because Paul himself was not a
that's a
Christian.
mistake. It wasn't called church then, but they gather in the temple. It wasn't
no,
called church.
but
There's
when
a
he
church.
was
We
going
can
to
say
do,
that the church then.
let me interject. When he was doing the great, what we now call Great Commission, when he sent out his apostles, he said they should not even take a purse nor water. Say, go into the world
and preach the gospel. Yeah.
You understand? That is the Great Commission. He didn't tell them go into church. Admittedly, we have to have a place to get together to worship. You understand? That is understandable. But in these days, all the apostles, they work. There are fishermen, there are carpenters, and there are tax collectors amongst them. So some pastors do not work. They have to work. If you don't work, you can't eat. It's in the Bible.
But these apostles, where are they from?
They are all Jews.
But
what we don't tell us is this, Mike. Christianity is dynamic. When Christ came, he was a Palestinian Jew.
When you finish, I have a question.
Okay, Christ was a Palestinian Jew. He came to correct a lot of things. He's called himself the Lord of the Sabbath. He called himself a well you can drink from. You understand? Those are the
bread
things
of life.
Use logic.
That was in a Palestinian tribe,
today,
a Palestinian nation. What does that have to do with you? You are from Yoruba land. What does that have to do with you?
I've said it before in the beginning here that my kind of Christianity, I give to Caesar what is Caesar.
No, that's not what I asked you. You said Jesus Christ came a man that exists among Palestinian people, right? He taught them things and things like that. So that's their business. That Palestinian culture. What does it have to do with you in Nigeria?
Jewish culture, no doubt about it. That's Judaism.
Hey,
He was practicing Judaism. So we choose to follow
Baba.
No.
It
the thing
was
is, you guys
repeating
believe
that his call was for the Jew and not for the not for the there is a name they use for the
Gentiles.
So, and it was
But by
Paul that
faith,
came and
I'm a
started
Jew by
talking to
faith.
them and said no. The same Paul that was against him when he was alive was the one that turned everything around.
Guys, hold on, Joe. Sorry to interject. Baba, can you just repeat that? You said you were a Jew by faith. Can you just repeat that again?
I'm a Jew by faith, yes, because I'm Christ follower.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Seriously? I'm sorry, not to be disrespectful.
But it's true now. It's true now.
Baba T,
it's true.
Let me explain now, Baba T.
Baba is from Northeast Israel now. Why you guys laughing?
Hold on, please.
Can I interject you, Baba,
can you
please?
clarify that?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Please, can I interject?
Hold on. Yes, it's getting rowdy. Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Go and sleep. Go and sleep. Go and sleep.
Simba, please. I'm not joking. Please.
Let me ask you the question.
Please let me interject, please.
Baba,
hold on. Babati is talking. You will come after Babati.
Just to clarify, I'm not even talking to the of a journey. Baba, can you explain what you mean by you are Jewish by faith to us so that we can understand what you're saying?
Okay, Christ that I follow is a Jew. You understand? So
sorry. How did
can you please let him land, please?
No, it says something now. I don't want you to
No. Don't let me go to the route of putting you in the background, please. We can't have conversation if somebody they haven't even learned anything. Please now, help me now. Yeah, go on, please.
Okay, thank you. I follow Christ. Who is Christ? A Jewish preacher. You understand? Because one thing we must realize is that Yoruba says, in your Londorisha, Jesus Christ is a deity. First and foremost, he is a deity. And the art of that's what they call apotheosis. That is, our religions are very similar. So if he's a Jew, that's why I say, by following him faithfully, I'm also a Jew. I'm circumcised. I was circumcised. Like the Jewish faith. I imbibe all his teachings. And I believe that if he comes back today and meets the world, don't be surprised that he will still change a lot of the things that he found on earth today. So that's what I meant when I said I'm a Jew by faith. Because
let me interject you, sir.
Yoruba Jew. Baba is a Yoruba Jew.
Let me interject you, sir. Baba, it's so disappointing, sir, to hear somebody as old as you to talk like this.
No. You were not. Maybe you were not here. Hold on. No. I will not take that. No. I will not take that. Hold on.
Are you? Is everybody not adult here? So you are the one that regarding adult. I thought, is she curse? The only guideline here is not to insult, Abi. I mean,
no. Mike, please.
Can everyone just be adult and have conversations?
Mike, please. Mick, please. Go to the message. Don't attack people. No, you can't say that to people. No. Do say what you want to say. No, we can't do that. I won't take that. Mike, okay, please, I'm the one moderating this section, please.
I beg not verse. Let me ask that. Let me ask
on, please. They are still in the conversation. Please, hold on. Just help me, please. Don't let it get it frustrated. Please. I'll bring them back, please. Doopsy, no, don't let us go that route. Ask your question and let's move on, please. Thank you. Yeah. Doopsy,
well, you have to explain to her.
What routes are you talking about? Sometimes you're not even clear. Oh, I don't know what you want. What route are you talking about? I'm making a statement. You didn't allow me to talk. You just love to put people at the back.
This is okay, please. I beg. It's okay.
have to come when a woman is here. What please do you understand? So that we can have intelligent conversation. Sometimes when people don't understand something, they just start misbehaving. What did I say to Baba? I was addressing Baba in a polite manner. Take it easy, Thomas.
No, that is not polite. No, that's Dupsy. That's not polite. No, that's not polite. You address
polite is subjective.
What is not polite?
They are not your children. You have to teach your children what polite is.
Oh, guys, don't make this difficult for me, please.
Okay, Baba.
Guys, please, I'm begging you, please.
Baba.
Thomas, let me tell you something.
Baba, I'm
Mike,
sorry,
please.
Please,
Mike,
let me tell you something. I'm not.
Dupsy, go on, please.
Okay,
can I answer the question?
Baba, I'm sorry, Baba, if I've offended you. I'm just saying that I respect you, sir. That I don't expect you to talk the way you're talking, sir. That's what I meant.
Yeah, you were not hearing the beginning when I said that. Look, first and foremost, I'm an African. Number two, I don't follow faith blindly, and I give to Caesar what is Caesar. I mentioned here a few minutes ago, maybe you were not here then on the platform, that if I step into one man's village and I walk past Ojubo Ishu, I will pay obeisance to Ishu or Ogun. I'll kira Ogun, and even if there is somebody there, I'll buy oil. It doesn't change me from who I am, because my umbilical cord was buried in the soil of Africa. Because I can't go directly. The principle here, as espoused in many books, is that, look, God is a big entity that you don't just open your mouth as a creation and just call unto him directly. There are lesser gods. And I chose Christ because of all of them, be it Ogun, be it Yemoja or anything, who will say, okay, I will carry your offering, I will carry your tithing, I will carry your supplication to God. Jesus Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the light, confidently. Without me, you cannot come to the Father. And he went further to say, and they said there is only one mediator between man and God, and it's the man Christ. It's very authoritative. It is direct.
Daddy, you are still
but it doesn't stop me.
quoting from this book that your colonial master wrote, sir. That is my own problem now. You are still quoting from that book. I think so. Anything that you have researched yourself, you're still quoting from that same book that your colonial master gave you. That's what I'm worried about.
Well, I find it convenient. You understand? I've said it on this platform before, but if I have the discipline to be an adherent of Yemoja, for instance, I will gladly do it. But I don't have the discipline. I don't have the discipline to follow Muhammad because I can't bow my head or do ablution 5 times and pray 5 times a day.
But can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
You said Jesus Christ said he's the light, the truth, and the light, and without him, you can't get to the Father.
Yes.
He said that's what the Bible says. Do you honestly believe that you can't get to the Father without Jesus?
He said it confidently.
Do you believe it?
I believe it.
So you believe you can't get to the Father without Jesus. So you can't do that. So Jesus.
And he went further. He went further to say there is only one mediator between man and God.
But what makes you think it's true, though, man? Because how do you know he said it, Gonse? I mean, it's something you just read in a book. And how do you know, like, that's truth? It's just in a book.
The way they will talk to me about Orunmila and the Ifa corpuses, which are 256. You understand? The way they will tell me, the way I will believe.
Yeah, but they don't tell you what to believe. That's the thing. The thing about Ifa, they don't tell you that you have to believe something. Ifa, in fact, doesn't tell you this is your way. You understand? What if I said everyone is just going with
If I
no. What
Let me explain to you.
No, if
when
I
we
doesn't say there's one way for
children
everybody, that's
in those
not true.
days. When we give birth to children in those days, you take them to an Ifa priest to find out Ishedai. That is is it good to be a tailor, a drummer?
No.
You don't even know
You don't even know the
Okay, thanks for the correction. You understand? They would divinate and tell you, oh, this child is going to be a drummer. They will say you were supposed to be a carpenter and you are doing tailoring. You can't succeed because there is things we bring from the Father of creation. So
sorry, Baba. I'm not. That not really my route right now. But I want to ask you when you said you are a Jew, and I kind of agree with you. To me, I believe this Jew is supposed to be it's just a concept of it's not a race. It's just a concept of like a religion or identity. Because in Africa, there are Ethiopian Jews, there are electoral Jews.
It's a race now. It's a race. What are you talking
No, I don't think. To me, I don't think it's a race. Okay, just hold on. I don't think it's a race because in Ethiopia there's an Ethiopian Jew. In Eritrea there's an Eritrean Jew.
Hello,
In India,
they are still a people.
Hold
They are still a people now.
on. Hold on. I know. Hold on now. In India, there's Indian Jews. If you go to Afghanistan, there's Afghanistan Jews. Sure, people know. Then if you go to Russia, there are Russian Jews. There's some part of China
that the ones that left and scattered.
Yes, I'm coming. Just hold on. If you go to China, do you know there's kind of Chinese that be like Europe, like those that border with Kazakhstan.
They are Chinese
Jews.
You don't
They are
have to
Chinese
go
Jews.
through the whole list.
Please,
hold on. You don't have to go through the whole list. They've said it's a race of people. That's just it now. Yeah.
But how can the race of people be different? There be different DNA and different gene. That's my question.
Can you? But that wasn't even where the conversation is. I think they were actually talking about religion.
Please, can I answer this question on behalf of Baba?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Rosie. Good evening or good morning, everyone. I think as Christians, Christ came and from the family. I mean, he came as a Jew when he came into the world. But we Gentiles, the only way we came into the family of Christ, it's that's why they call us the bride. It's by marriage. You know, like a woman, when a man marries a woman, she's not part of the family, right? But by marriage, she becomes part of the family. So we Gentiles are the bride of Christ. So Baba, you are the bride of Christ, not a Jew.
Okay, Rose. Madam Rosie. Madam Rosie, sorry.
Okay, you have a point.
Mike,
Madam Rosie, can you hear me?
Nearby you, Mike. The bride you.
Sorry, you guys. I have a question for Madam Rosie.
Yeah, Gentiles came into the family as the bride of Christ, but Christ he has his family, the Jews.
We are not gay now. How can we be bride of Christ? Come on.
That's what I'm telling you.
So, Madam Rosie, are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, Jesus Christ himself, how did he become a Jew? Because from his lineage, I think it's from the lineage of Abraham. And Abraham himself is not a Jew. So if your father is not a Jew, how did you become a Jew?
He came from the lineage of David.
David is also from the lineage of Abraham.
Yeah.
Well, Abraham is not a Jew.
Okay, wait.
True Christianity,
let's say how the Jew came about. Okay, Abraham, when God called him, he was like in a land where they were worshiping idols, right? So God told him that he wants to take him to a place so that he can serve him as the only true God. So from Abraham, you have Esau and Jacob, and then Jacob, that is Israel. God changed his name to Israel. That's where the nation of Israel came from, right? Jew. Israel, which is Jacob, his name was changed to Jacob. That's how the nation of Israel.
So originally, he's not a Jew. He was converted to a Jew. Is that what you are telling us
It's
now?
not converting. No, don't get me wrong. Let's talk about the lineage now, okay? There is Esau and Jacob.
They are the offspring of Abraham now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So from Esau and Jacob, that's how you got Israel. and that's the Jews. You have Edom, Esau, that's where his own lineage is. It's like Abraham has Isaac, right? And Ishmael. Yeah, Isaac, that's how the Jews came about. Ishmael, that is the Arabs. Hagar, the son of Hagar, right? So that's how the lineage is from.
So there's confusion
There's
here
no
because if you have
confusion.
Let me clarify.
There's no
Let me
confusion.
clarify,
You are
please.
not trying to understand.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify. Abraham was a Hebrew, not a Jew. There's a difference.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
I thought they were the same.
No.
they're not the same. Hebrew and Jew is
Israel,
not
the
different.
nation of
He's
Israel.
not Jew.
That's
He's Hebrew,
how.
but it's not Jewish.
Yeah, the nation of Israel. That's how. That's it, the Jews. So after 70 years, there was a time when Christ came, he said that Solomon temple is going to be scattered, that somebody will come and there will be war. The Jews are scattered all over the world. So
from history, if you know history very well, Abraham actually came from Samaria, somewhere in Iraq.
Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is the nation of
So,
Israel now.
it's not that. That's why I'm saying that there's a lot. So, if somebody came from Iraq, which is not a Jew, and then now we are calling his offspring Jew,
that's what I'm telling you. Do you hear? I don't know if you understand me. Esau and Jacob, the twins, right? Jacob's name was changed to
So
Israel.
that means what
Let me explain. Wait,
peace
let me
is
explain.
insinuating. Just hold on. What peace is insinuating? Because if it's called somebody a race, if Jew is a race, then it should not be something that will say somebody became from another place. I cannot become a Jew now because I'm a Yoruba man. Now, if somebody is a Kurdish or somebody from Iraq now became another race, that's what I don't understand.
Okay, what you need to understand is that
thank you, Simba.
What I'm trying to say is
Igbo
that
people are
the
Jews,
nation, Israel, his name was Jacob, right? His name was changed to Israel. He had 12 sons. That is how the race, the Jews, came about.
And God promised that He will make him father of many nations.
Yeah.
No, but you people are confusing us more. So it's confusion. I'm very sorry because the father, whatever number of children that he has does not change their race. My forefather is a Yoruba man. How can I? Okay,
Ishmael is from Agar, and Sarah
Agar is an Egyptian. Is an Egyptian.
Okay.
Okay, so are the Arabs Egyptians? Because Agar, Ishmael, Agar gave back
the
to
whole
Ishmael.
thing is true in confusion.
If you
I'm very
want to
sorry.
The bottom line is the whole
okay.
thing don't relate to us.
Okay,
That's the
let's
thing.
say
It doesn't
if you
relate
want
to us at all.
Okay, wait, let's trace the origin. That is from the Bible. Let's trace the origin of man. We all came from Adam and Eve, right? Is it not from
No,
one?
that's not
Even
true.
that origin, that story of origin is not true. It's not true. It's not
Look,
true.
you are saying it because you don't believe the Bible, right?
Well, the
It's not
Yoruba,
true. How can a
different.
normal person with rational mind believe such a story?
But do you believe your Quran?
It's the same thing. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Are you an
Don't
atheist?
go that route. We are making
Are you
so
an
it's not about.
Madam Roxy, Madam
Are you
Roxy,
an atheist? Yeah.
Madam Roxy, in Yoruba, we were taught at the story of creation. It was Obatala that moved with human beings. You understand? And Ogun was part of it. Many originally were part of the molding of human beings. Oshun has something to do with our bloodstream, the rivers in our body, which is our bloodstream. Ogun has to do with the metals in our body, which is our bone and the minerals. They all participated in the creation of molding man. So that's our own story. But you are not telling me that we go and say because Adam and Eve, that's what I have to believe.
No, Mike, you believe this because of, where you're coming from, based on what you are told, right?
Which one am I supposed to accept? The one where I'm from or the one from another place?
Look, you see, that's why it's a free world. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. Based on what was passed over to you, you believe in Obatala, Shango, Oya, and all the rest, right? Christians believe in Jesus Christ. Muslims believe in Allah. So everybody's free to their opinion. But you cannot say No, I don't accept Christianity faith because you are not a Christian.
Mother Joseph, please let me say this before you. Sorry,
No,
let me
it's
say
not a
this before you
matter of
move on.
acceptance. It's a matter of trying to
My,
make sense. Like, I'm not going to say, yeah, okay,
please,
right.
Prime Minister. Minister.
Sorry, one piece. Before you go on, let's bring Dami into the conversation. He's a new voice. We've not documented either him or her. So Dami, unmute, come into the conversation. You clearly come in because of the topic. So let's hear from you. Dami.
Can you the one that was in the conversation before, right?
Yes, I think so. Dami.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, good to meet you. Come in.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Thank you, Woman. And by the way, shout out to Woman. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go a different dimension. Um, Personally, I believe, you know, the Bible, or let me say the Torah, the Jewish book, I'm talking about the Old Testament, was written by King Josiah. And King Josiah was narrating an history. Or he was narrating a history that is like 2,000 years, before he was born.
Please,
So,
before you continue, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry. What's your perspective? Are you a Christian, Muslim, African traditionalist, or an atheist? So we can understand what standpoint you are giving your explanation.
I would just say I'm a spiritualist. I don't really have a religion, but I just believe in spirituality. And from my perspective, I believe Jesus Christ is more like an activist. He's more like someone we call like Fela Kuti, and Barnabas is someone like Showore. Exactly. So why Jesus Christ, why Barnabas was advocating for freedom, because the Romans, they colonized the Jewish people. Jesus on the other hand was preaching for unity with Roman, like give what belongs to Caesar to Caesar. So to me, these are just activists. They are just like two different activists, and that's why the Jews don't believe in Jesus Christ even till now. So it's just something about like two people that came and trying to get freedom, trying to free their people from the Romans. But I think after that, the colonial masters, invested in these stories, and then they brought it into Africa to colonize us. And it's just for their own selfish interest. But if you really understand the Bible, if you understand if you study theology, you will understand that these books written are not. Let me just make it clear. Let me break it down. I believe the Bible can be divided into three aspects: myths, legend, and history. Okay, so some parts are history, some parts are legend, and some parts are myths. And most of the Old Testament are myths, and that's why I said King Josiah was the one that was narrating the history of Abraham. All this history of Abraham, Moses, those are myths. Most of them are myths. Most of them are myths. Someone is narrating history of 2,000 years before he was born. That was when Torah was written, the Old Testament. Yeah. So most of them are myths. And as I understand, even Israel was two separate nations. We have Judah, we have Israel. Okay. So Judah, the capital of Judah was Jerusalem, and the capital of Israel was Samaria. I can't really remember. But King Josiah was the one trying to join the two nations together, and that was why he came with this history. And that's what most Jews believe in. So to me, we're just arguing, debating blindly on an history book or a myth of some people. I mean, they don't really relate to Africans. We have a different history. I don't think a white man will really believe in the history of Shango, just like we believe in their own history. So we have a lot of questions. We have a lot of things to question them, to question the Jewish people and the Israelites. So it's just like a colonial way of ruling us. It's just the whites just took the book to colonize us. So that's just what I believe in.
Thank you, my brother. Ducey, are you still there? Princess Ducey. Princess Ducey, are you still there?
It's
I'm
Baba.
here, say so.
It's Biba
I'm
there.
here,
No, Rosie, Princess, no, sorry, Rosie, Princess Rosie, Princess Rosie, sorry, Rosie.
She's a
Okay,
queen. She's not a princess.
okay, sorry, Princess Rosie. Let me to my question or my explanation now. What Simba was saying and what I was saying before, this Jew of a thing, like I said, I believe it's a concept. Now, let me use South Nigeria. Now, with South, let me use that as an example for you. Simple example. Now, you see the Yoruba and the Benin. It's very easy, and we can agree and disagree. We can claim the same lineage, and if you go biologically, we might have almost the same DNA or the same gene. Now, you look at Yorubas in Lagos, in Southwest, they can claim almost the same lineage with the Yorubas in Benin Republic up to Ghana. It can be biologically proved that okay, these people are the same. They have the same gene and the same DNA. Now, we the Benin now we can claim almost the same lineage with Izon, Calabar, even Igbo, because the gene is almost the same. You can trace it and you can find similarities up to Cameroon. You understand? But what you cannot
excuse me.
Hold on.
Wait,
hold on, please.
Hold on. I thought Benin they came from Oduduwa too. So why
hold on. I'm making an example for you.
Okay.
Now, but what you cannot mismatch is this. You cannot mismatch these South people I just called just now with Somali people. Basically, ethnically, they are not same. You cannot mismatch them with Arabian people or Ethiopian people. They are different people. So what I was saying is this: if you say Jew race, how come India have Jews? I just say Kazakhstan. It's a part of China or Kazakhstan. They have Jews there. They have Russia Jew. They have German Jew. They have Ethiopia Jew. They have black, white, different gene, and how can that be possible?
Can I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know they were scattered all over the world? It was later on I think 1936 or so they became a
but
nation.
That does not change we are different human. That does not change it. That does not make black and white.
Look, it doesn't mean that the Jews were concentrated only in a particular place. They were scattered all over the world.
I get you.
So why are you saying Jews
hold
in
on.
China?
So hold on.
Let me, if I can interject real quick, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Before I interject, the Yorubas are scattered over the world, but they are still saying one Yoruba, same one line. If you don't say Yoruba Chinese, like his father is Chinese and is Yoruba. Is Yoruba. Is with the Yoruba. It doesn't have the same. It doesn't have how they call it. This bone structure. Because the black bone structure is different. How they call it? Is the black bone structure? Is the black bone structure you have? It doesn't have a Chinese bone structure. That's what I'm saying. You see a Jewish man that have a Chinese bone structure. You see a Jewish man that have a black bone structure. You see a Jewish man that have.
Can I ask you a question?
It can't be possible.
Can I ask you a question?
What is saying
your
like
children now?
Okay, can I interject now?
One voice, please. One voice, please.
Yes.
Yeah. Rosie.
Hold on.
Rosie, go first.
Rosie, hold on now. Let's try and repoint the conversation back to the religion, which I think was what was engaging us.
Right.
Okay.
The man said he was Jewish by faith. He didn't say by he said by faith he was. That was the point he was making. He wasn't saying that it had to be by looks or bone structure. I think
I agree by faith. By faith, I will agree. It's not those that claim by look or blood.
But that was his point. That was his point. So I don't
No,
know.
I'm not arguing about his point. I'm supporting his point. If by faith, I will accept that. But there are people. I say I'm confused. There are people that is claiming Jew by blood. How can you be Jew by blood?
Yeah, that one make it.
But what is nobody here claims Jew by blood now? Nobody here claims Jew by blood.
Actually,
is Baba
okay.
there or Baba left?
Okay, let me quickly, if you don't mind. So,
I want to ask a question from Baba if he's still there.
I'm still there.
Yeah,
Okay,
go
1
on.
second.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question. Now you are saying you are Jew by faith. When Jew themselves does not even believe in that Jesus Christ that you so much believe in, and because of that you are calling yourself Jew. The Jew themselves does not believe in that man.
Well, that is another point
So what I'm trying to say
Can
here.
I help him? Can I help you, Ati? Can I help you,
Hold
Baba?
on now.
Babati, you are not a Christian now. How can
No,
you
no,
help him?
Babati making great points there.
Now it's between me.
Can I answer your
He
question?
can help himself now.
Too much voices. Too much voices, please. Too much voices, please.
It's between
Hold
me
on.
and Baba. Give
Yes,
everybody the
just
time.
that. Yeah. Yeah, give Baba and Ajani Koko. Yeah.
Let those who
No,
want to
let
help
Closely,
Baba
him
please.
answer the
answer.
Hold on,
question. He's
please.
capable.
Hold on, please. Yeah.
So
Baba and Ajani Koko. Yeah.
So Baba, this
Okay, Ajale Koko, I
yeah,
yield to
Baba.
Dupsy or to Princess or Babati.
Okay,
No,
please.
I want you
Can I
to
answer your
answer
question?
that
Since
question.
Baba
No,
yielded
I,
to
I will come after them.
Okay.
Okay, Baba John Lekoko, let me answer this question. You
Okay.
said the Jews, even the Jews don't believe in Christ. Do you know why they don't believe in Jesus?
That one why they don't believe in him does not matter. You know, they don't believe in him, and Baba is calling himself Jew.
No,
But
Baba
that
said
doesn't make Christ a non-Jew,
we came to
does it?
Christ as the bride of Christ, Gentiles. Baba is a Gentile, so he's the bride of Christ, according to the Bible.
Hold on. Even according
Did Baba tell you that he's a Gentile?
Even according to the Bible said, "Do not go to the Gentiles. I sent you to only
No.
the hold on. I sent you only to the household of the Jew." And he said them that wherever you go, that they accept you, be nice to them. If they give you food, take it. If they don't want you, take your butter and face a fair.
But he didn't say only go to the Jews. He said
No, actually, I'm sorry. It said that, but we have to keep in mind that Apostle Paul is the apostle to the Gentiles. So,
Yeah.
Baba Jericho, you're right, but that's not the end of it. You just couldn't one part that you know.
They did not go to the Gentiles,
go
but
ye
I did
into
not
the
send you
world.
to the Gentiles, but only to the Jew.
But he said, go ye into the world.
Which apostle were you talking about? Peter?
I can't even remember, but
Yeah, you were talking about Peter. So there came Paul. Paul was the apostle sent to the Jews, and in regards to the issue about being a Jew or non-Jew. By the way, Jacob had Isaac had two sons, right? Jacob and Esau. Now, if I told you that Esau is not a Jew, what would you say? Do we remember?
But Paul is a self-acclaimed apostle.
I'm
He's
sorry?
a self-acclaimed apostle. He's not even appointed by Jesus. So how did he
He is
become an apostle?
He met Christ in
He
spirit.
met Christ. He is an
You
apostle.
need to understand the
Where
Bible.
did he meet Christ? After death?
On
Or
the
before
way to
death?
Damascus.
After
On the way
Christ
to
had gone back
Damascus,
to
Christ
glory.
appeared
So
to
he saw
him.
the light.
He had an encounter with
He had an
Christ.
account.
He
Yes.
said he had an encounter. Why are you saying it particularly as if you were there?
But that's what I believe in. That's what I believe in.
See, okay.
let me say
Well,
this.
quick. Let me wrap up my
Everybody's
point on the
entitled to
issue.
what they believe.
On the issue of being a Jew or
Princess
non-Jew,
Rosie, Princess,
we're
let me
not.
say this real quick.
We're not a
Princess
Jew.
Rosie, if it was the Chinese that colonized Nigeria, you'd be here practicing Chinese religion too, and be here convincing us that that's what you believe.
That's true. That's true.
Exactly. So
You're right.
if British never colonized us, you won't be here
that
telling
you
us
are
that.
Chinese because by faith. I'm Chinese by faith. I mean,
You be practicing Chinese religion. I mean, you're trying to convince her like, why you believing this?
So okay.
Yeah, argue like, why you believing
this is
this?
sad, man. This is
Let me please let me wrap up my point about being a Jew. So again, Jacob and Esau were born of the same parents. One was a Jew and one was not. So you're a Jew if you're called. And somebody said earlier, Abraham himself was not a Jew from the beginning. But when God established the lineage, of the 12 the 12 tribes, that's when it delineated the Jewish lineage. Okay, and that came about Christ. But overarchingly, beyond all this being a Jew or non-Jew is one thing. The question here is that, or the point here is that we worship God in spirit and truth. So to be enamored with all this issue about this physical attributes, it means nothing. So that's when people beat themselves up on the head about certain things. When it comes to worshiping Christ or God, it's just irrelevant.
Can I ask?
If you're a true worshiper,
it's very important, sir. It's very important, sir. Why do you think? Because people don't even know how well versed I am in this stuff.
I can tell.
I've been to Israel. I've done all that my thing back in the day, so I know what I'm talking about. Why do you think they rebelled against Christ the first time he went to the temple? Why do you think that was? They didn't think it was one of them. That was the point. He was Hebrew. They were Jewish. He was not one of them.
No.
That's another thing. Even Christ, in the time of Christ, as you all know, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, not everybody believed him or not everybody converted. Okay, but that did not stop God's work to continue. Up to today, there are many Jews that don't believe in Christ.
The difference between them in terms of they are all what Hebrew simply means is that anarchy from the other side. Go look it up. That's the meaning of Hebrew. So Abraham is somebody from the other side. It's like in the Bible they call the Jai people. You know how they call them Jai? Anarchy. That's what Hebrew means. They are all Israeli, but they're not all Jewish. Being Jewish is different.
Correct. Yes.
Prince Daddy, do you know that the first slave ship that Europeans brought to Africa to pack the first set of slaves was named Jesus?
Well, see, I think you mentioned that before. You mentioned that before, but how is that relevant? How is that any relevant anyway?
In the Hispanic nation, there are so many Esu. That's Jesus now. Does that matter? It doesn't.
So, it doesn't matter because somebody named a slave slave ship Jesus. What does that mean? It means nothing. It means nothing. It wasn't Jesus Christ himself that enslaved the people. No, it's totally relevant. This is an attempt to try to to, if you can say, demarcate Christianity or the practice of Christianity.
I'm not doing that. So
not you. I'm saying in an attempt to.
I just feel like it just doesn't make sense for an African.
But this, Mike, these are human beings in action. These are human beings in action.
One white man or whether is a Palestinian or is a European, is your God and a personal savior, and you can't get to God without him. That's just ridiculous.
No, it should not be. It should not be. If you get to a point of worship,
I mean, come on, man, you gotta examine your IQ to accept
that. Mike, please let me ask you this question: if they brought the ship called Jesus to come and capture the African slaves, who sold out the slaves? Is it not the same traditionalists?
No, it was not traditionalist, though. It was criminal. They were selling people.
So the Oyobo man,
give me evidence when Babalawo was selling something. No.
To come and get them. The Oyobo man that brought the ship, Jesus, knew the nooks and crannies of Yoruba land to carry people away as slaves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing that whether we were saints.
African traditionalist people that sold out.
No, it was not. What do you mean by African traditionalist people? Are you seriously? Are you saying it was
in those days Christianity had not come to Africa? We were selling Africans.
It was people selling criminals. It was normal. It was all over the world. People
that's what I'm saying. People. So religion.
So you can't say it was African. No.
If there is evil everywhere, just like there is good everywhere, there is evil everywhere.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, I find it very ridiculous that people of one race, one society, they're completely different.
Their own culture.
I accept that a person of another race is their God and a personal savior, and without him, they can't go. They can't see God. That's what I find very ridiculous. You know?
Is that any different?
But you are entitled to your opinion. Everybody.
It's not an opinion. It's just ridiculous. It's fact.
I mean, everybody.
There's no other group of people that will do this except black people. Chinese man will find that very ridiculous.
Yeah, that's to
Japanese man.
I'm not saying
telling that without a white man or a Palestinian man can't see his God.
Mike, because just like many Christians, by the way, a lot of people, I'm assuming Baba they've not transitioned beyond this material, physical worship of God. We've passed that stage. That's like old school stuff.
What stage are you in now?
worshiping Christ in
Yeah,
the in
because
spirit,
God is a
and
spirit,
truth.
and
I
those that
think
In
worship Him
spirit
must
and
worship
what? Which
Him in
spirit?
truth and in
can you
spirit.
guys allow Baba to even answer the question I asked earlier?
Oh, Baba ran away, couldn't handle it. That he ran away.
Prayer, come on,
No. I
No,
didn't run away. I wanted to
Yeah.
listen to other
Let him
people's
answer.
perspective.
I helped
I'm
him
just
now.
kidding, just kidding.
Because
I helped
I'm
him.
teachable,
Yeah,
and
I helped
life
him out
is
earlier.
learning until one breaks his last. So, Ajale Kuku, please remind me your question again, please.
Yeah, the question is that why you calling yourself Jew? Because of the religion, because of the Jesus Christ you worship, when even the Jew themselves does not even believe in that Jesus Christ. They don't worship him. They don't do. They have nothing to do with him. They don't regard him as their savior or anything. But you regard him as your personal savior, that person, that's God. You see him as God. But
No, I don't see Jesus as God.
oh, you don't
I
see him
read
as
my
God.
Bible, and
Oh,
there is no place
you said
Jesus.
it's the Father. You said it's the way to God. But
Yeah, is a way.
the Jew, where he comes from, does not see him as the way to God. They don't even see him as Messiah. The way you see.
Yes, because a prophet is not honored in his own land.
Oh
Oh,
You
God!
understand?
oh,
They
that's
were expecting a warrior king. They were
so. Don't you think?
expecting a warrior king and
Don't you
expecting
think?
to liberate them from the clutches of the
Papa,
Romans.
if I tell you what they call Christ when I was in Israel, you would I can't even say it on internet. It's that bad. No, just to let him know. Like I
know they will never accept
I
him.
thought you are a first-looking generation. Why they fear?
Okay. So
They will never accept him.
They refer to him as because they don't they don't believe that it was
No.
Let me put it this way. They don't believe that it was conceived of the Holy Spirit. They feel like it was on your maleni. I'm not kidding. No. I'm not kidding.
But Babati, his death was predicted
Let me
by Isaiah. Unto us a child is born. His name will be called Wonderful.
Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. This is their perspective about the Christ that we believe globally and that you believe. They feel like they believe that according to their own history, because I mean the most issue want to want in their own history, they very had stuff out of wedlock. Call it Bomole, not to come up with the idea of Holy Spirit. That's what they believe.
Babati, that is conspiracy.
I was there, for God's sake. What do you mean that conspiracy? I'm
that
telling
is
you.
conspiracy theory. Babati, can I say this, please? Can I say this, please?
I am not saying.
Hold on.
So Thomas, you have to argue against Jewish people.
Hold on, let me finish. Thomas, they can reply me. I'm telling that the people down there that I actually had a tour guide. I was there for 21 days. I was in Israel. I was in Palestine. I was all over the place. And when you go to those historical sites, the way they see the Bible and Christ is completely different from the way you see Christ as Christians. It's completely different. They don't even take it serious. The only reason why they will even talk to you is because they want to take your money for you to buy all these crosses and memorabilia, whatever, whatnot.
Souvenirs.
Yeah, but they make money from me. That's the only reason they pretend that they even like Christians coming over there.
That is fine. That is fine, and doesn't change anything.
Hold on, please.
Because they care.
That's the whole point. Babati, can I answer
stone
that,
the builder rejected has become the headstone of the corner. That is the essence. They rejected it. We accepted him.
Yeah, let me.
Thomas, try and bring Paddy in at some point. You know he won't force his way in, but try and bring Paddy in.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Waman. Yeah. You asked the question. Let me answer your question. In the same Bible, the Bible said, I come to you, my people, you rejected me. But anybody that has accepted me as the Lord and your Savior, I will accept them.
Bible. I'm telling you what the down there are saying.
No, that's what I'm telling you. That's what brought that in the Bible, that Christ came to his own people, they rejected him. But as many as possible.
No, wait. In their own book and belief system, the person is supposed to be pure Jew that will save them. When he came, he wasn't technically he was Israeli, but he was not Jewish, he was Hebrew. That's the reason he was for the rejection.
He was probably Palestinian.
That's the difference. To them, prophetic narrative will savior. So
that is fine. That is their own understanding.
Let me finish.
So you know better than them.
Even till now,
they are still waiting for their guys. Even till now, they are still waiting for their Messiah.
Ajay, you are looking for trouble.
Okay. Because hold on now. Please, let me finish, please. Because according to their own book or whatever,
Simba, thank you. It's not a Yoruba man, no.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but I'm saying that in their own book and narrative, talk to any top Jewish person that you know as friend. They will tell you. They won't say to the public, but it does not fit that.
But see, we got it. But I understand that. But what is their point? Or what does that change? I guess that's my question.
Okay, this is my point that I'm trying to make to you. When somebody now. Even if your wife, if you have wife and they will say I'm white, I'm American, I'm also Christian, but they never claim to be Jewish. But the reason why I was surprised that Baba was saying that he was Jewish, because why can't he be just
qualified?
No, hold on. Why can't you be Yoruba and a Christ follower and that's it? Why must be Jewish?
Baba is trying to explain to you the spiritual. One second, the spiritual meaning of that. I'm not, Baba. I don't. You can tell me. He wasn't talking about being a Jew.
Daddy, what's this spiritual I keep talking about, man? Can you really explain it?
Let people land, please. Let people land, please. We are just talking on each other, please.
Why can't you let even Baba
go on, my brother?
Okay, let me wrap it up. See. Being a Jew doesn't mean like physically. Okay, even that Apostle Paul talked about it when he was dealing with the Gentiles about a circumcision. When the Jews were trying to reject the Gentiles for not being circumcised, and Apostle Paul was able to explain to them what the true meaning of being a Jew is. So trying to go after Baba for calling himself a Jew is not the way to go, because that is not the spiritual definition of a Jew. And Mike, you seem to have a problem of using the word spiritual, which is the essence of our religion anyways, because again, we don't worship God in the physical form. It's beyond that. We worship him in spirit and truth. Okay.
Just to clarify,
Prince Daddy, are you a Jew? Are you a Jew like Baba?
Mike, hold on. Let me bring Paddy.
Well, he addressed me. Can I respond to him at least?
Okay, I'm a Yoruba Jew.
That's all.
So you say you don't worship God?
You respond, then we go to Paddy. Yeah, respond, Mike.
So what is the cross and the image of Christ and the saints that you guys have that you bow to? So what's that? What are those?
No, Catholicism. Hold on. No. You are going to another tangent, please.
No. You said no. I'm responding directly to what you said.
Please.
No. What you said. What do you mean another tangent?
Yes. No. Let's hear from Paddy. Mikey, please. One man just came in and said we should hear from Paddy.
About
you accuse me of something. That's why I'm responding. It's not like
no. Hold on. No, we are going to.
What is no? I'm responding to you. I say no.
But
I'm not fighting here, Mike. Please.
You are being ridiculous now. You say I go to another tangent. I say I didn't. Dude, stop chatting. I don't like that shit, man. Stop it.
You people do not even allow.
Please, thank you. That's enough.
You people did not even allow.
You can go and sleep, please. Let's hear from Paddy, please.
To land. You didn't even allow Baba to land before going to another person. They are interrupting him, interjecting him. Let Baba.
That's what I'm saying. They don't even let people land. Let people land. I wonder. Let's hear from Paddy. The next person I want to hear from Paddy, if it is here. Paddy, your floor is yours.
All right, thank you,
Thomas. Oh my God. Come on now. Go on, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, the conversations has been quite here and there. I'm almost not sure where and where to pick up my piece from, but I probably want to. Thomas, do you mind muting, please? Thomas, do you mind muting? Because I'm using my headphones.
Yes, we can hear you. You can speak a little bit louder.
We can hear you, man. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah.
But sorry, Thomas. If Mike is still backstage, can you bring Mike back, please?
No. Simba, please don't tell me what to do. Please. No. He's saying shit. I hate. You know I hate swearing. Please. No. Please. I will bring him back when I want to bring him back. Mike knew that all this they are swearing in US. I hate it. I said, hold on, please. I'm even begging him. Please. He's saying I don't like all this shit. No, I don't like all those things. So you, America, you can swear. You can't be swearing online. People are watching us.
Be careful, though. They will ban you too.
Please, Buddy, go on, please.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Thomas. I think the first question I wanted to ask Baba, and maybe it will give him some time to also finish up his points that Achaleku had already asked him, is so him claiming to be, I mean, not claiming to be Jew, but I get what he's saying, but I wanted to know if he practices the Jewish characters, so do you avoid certain kind of meat? Do you not eat pork? Do you celebrate their public holidays? Do you do charity? Do you study the Torah? Stuff like that. Because those are the things that make you Jewish. If it's
because Christ has come to cancel all of that. He said, he called himself is the water is forgotten the he referred to himself he wore many garb. He said, I'm the Lord of the Sabbath. He called himself the something water. I can't remember now.
Living water.
Living
bread of
water.
life.
Bread of life. And a host of other accolades he gave
And
himself.
the high priest too.
Say again?
He called himself the high priest.
Okay, the high priest.
Yeah.
Very well. With all of this, you understand, he distinguished himself from other prophets that has come before him. And some will say, I'm a searcher, I'm a thinker, I'm looking for the right way. But he came, he said, he is the way. You understand, the truth and the light. But the fact there is, I follow him. You understand? And he said, because in 2 Corinthians, he said, and there abideth faith, hope, and love. So those are three key things, even though love trumps all. So that's why I use the word I'm Jewish by faith, because it's one of the tenets of Christianity, a follower of Christ. I have hope in him. I have faith in him. And I have love for him and love for humanity also.
All right, thanks. I mean,
but I eat pork.
Thanks for that clarity.
I eat pork.
Okay. All right. Awesome. I mean, thank you for that clarity, right? And I think maybe even though being Jewish or being Hebrew and being a Christian are somewhat consanguineous, but I think you are mixing both of them, right? So the things you've listed out are not what makes you Jewish. They're what makes you a Christian. So Christianity means that you believe in Holy Trinity. As a Jewish, you should not believe in Holy Trinity. You shouldn't. As a Christian, as a Jewish by faith, you should not even by default, you should not even believe in Jesus Christ. Because Jewish as a religious by faith, has also been mentioned on this stage, do not believe in Jesus Christ, and they have their reasons.
I think we are mixing it. We were mixing FATE with FAITH.
No. I'm not even speaking to that by default. I'm speaking to the fact that you are alluding your
I'm sorry, Patty, real quick. The premise of that argument is flawed because even the Christian religion was started by Jews. Apostle Paul was a Jew. Peter was a Jew. They all were Jews. So your argument about you can't even do this and that because you're a Jew is flawed. Sorry, continue.
Okay, yes. So yes, there were Jew. Paul was Roman much more than he was Jewish, but that's a different argument. They were Jews, but the moment they became Christians, well, in fact, they weren't even the Christians. The Christianity, came up much afterwards. And by the time we in the part of the world where we met Christianity, we met it as a faith-based religion and not necessarily based on the Jewish bit. What Christ came to do was pretty much sacrifice himself. I mean, we all know that story. Sacrifice himself, as a lamb, black lamb. But his path to God, or his path to, his how he preaches salvation, is totally vastly different from what the Jewish bit is. So remember, one of the things that Christ even mentioned to the disciples was that he was going to make them fishers of men, and they're going to believe in him. In fact, which also led to their persecution. So remember that many of these disciples that you are referencing were either stoned or they were jailed. They were maimed. They were chased out of because they were deviated away from their initial Jewish beliefs, and then they were tilting towards a Christ. I mean, what eventually became a Christ-like faith. So what I'm saying, what I'm trying to refer to Baba is his point to me. I mean, and I'm not saying that he owes me that, but his point to me would have been vastly much more valid if he had said he was a Christian, right, than much more than him saying that he has been a Jew. But because even by default, a Jewish religion is totally different from Christianity religion that he's referencing. So almost like saying Christ from a Christianity standpoint and being a Jew from a religious standpoint do not even align. They are vastly different. So even though I understand what he's inferring, I get clearly where he's coming from, but then he's acting his Jewish connection or faith or belief to the fact that he's a Christian. But Christianity believes in Holy Trinity. If you worship as a Jew, or if you have a faith as a Jewish person, you do not believe in in Trinity.
Okay, how about being a Christian Jew?
Just remove the word Jew is the point. That's what they're saying. Can I contrast at this point, please? It's like, let's say somebody from England that is white converts to Ifa worship and comes to Yoruba land, and they're like, oh, I worship Ifa, and I'm like, oh, wonderful, I do, or show whatever. Oh, by the way, I'm also Yoruba. I'm like, hold on, that you're going too far now. So just
it's Yoruba by faith. It's Yoruba by faith.
Yes,
because Ifa is Yoruba. Ifa is Yoruba.
How can you be Yoruba by faith?
Yeah, because he's an Ifa follower, adherent.
No, it doesn't make you Yoruba.
Ifa is a Yoruba god. So
it doesn't make you Yoruba. If you're practicing Ifa, does not make you Yoruba. But even by faith, does not make you by that.
Okay, that is fine. Maybe it doesn't apply to the Ifa worshiping, but what Baba is saying still applies and holds true. Okay, it's not a Jew by the practice of the tradition of being a Jew. By faith, just like he said. Okay, that's why, because it said that the Gentiles were grafted into Christ through being Jewish. Okay, but even Christ and Apostle Paul, I wish I can give you those exact Bible quotes. Apostle Paul actually admonished some of the early Christians, because when they were trying to convert the Gentiles to be Christians, these Jewish people were demanding that the Gentiles be circumcised. And Apostle Paul went ahead and gave a really beautiful quote in the Bible. Okay, why being circumcised was not necessary, because they've had the true circumcision, which was the circumcision of the heart. Again, circumcision of the heart, which is more important than the physical circumcision of the people. You follow. See, you got to read the Apostle Paul, man. It's one second, really. And to Patty, one second, and to Patty, by the way, Apostle Paul was a Jew. It was just a Roman citizen. It was a Jew. Let's keep that in check or in perspective. So Apostle Paul, you got to read the Apostle Paul's epistle, his work. The man is brilliant, and he broke everything down. Okay, it is not, again, we're not caught up with this issue about being a Jew. If he says a Jew by faith, it is so. And it's not by the practice of the traditional beliefs of the Jewish people, but more so being Jewish grafted into Christ.
No, you're
Jesus.
wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, and here's why. Because you just answered your own question. You said, Paul said what? Of the heart, right? No, of the heart.
Circumcision of the heart, yes.
Meaning that being Christ-like, that's what he was talking about. You following Christ itself is good enough. You don't need to align yourself with the traditional values of the old ways of doing things. Following Christ enough is good enough for you to be one of us. Doesn't mean you should then change yourself to them, because you can never be them. So
right, but Apostle Paul was
hold on. It was referring to being Christ-like, where the word Christian comes from. That is the heart conversion, not the practicing with Judaism or in his prayers from that. That's what. So you kind of went against your own argument in some ways to perform.
I didn't, but guess what? I'm not even going to say that you're wrong, but I didn't go against my argument because I'm trying to.
My point is this: being Christian is good enough. That is good enough. You don't need to start forcing yourself to be.
No, but here's the thing. It is very important to understand the symbolic meaning of being a Jew. It's very important, actually, as a Christian. It's very important. Okay, there's a reason why Jesus Christ. It's the reason why Christ came to the Jews, and the Jewish people are what we call a people group that represents Christ. They are a people group. Christ could have come as a Yoruba person or an Igbo person, a Hausa person. It didn't matter. But there's a reason why God went through Abraham and came all the way to the Jewish people and chose those people as a representation of himself. And the Jewish people.
Wonderful. You do know that technically being Jewish in that context is a covenant, right? It's a blood covenant with.
Yeah, it is a covenant. Exactly. Okay. So to the point, yeah.
Hold on, because let me just end it up right there. But the covenant that you Gentiles are making with Christ is not the blood; it's the one by the cross, according to your own Bible. It's a new covenant. Remember. I know this thing. What you have with Christ is a new covenant, not the old. They live by the old one. You are living by the new covenant with Christ, not the one that they signed there. So how can you then link yourself to the old covenant that they had? Their own is different from yours. Is my argument. Your own is with Christ. Their own is with before Christ came. It's two completely different covenants.
Well, I agree with you, but I agree with you.
Guys, can I say this, please? Yeah, can I say this? Simba, if I'm a bit harsh the other time, just apologies. Mike asked that behavior or swearing on here. I don't take swearing here, and we have rules and regulation here. You don't insult people, you don't swear, you don't call people name. So that's why I put him in the background, and he left in his own volition. I didn't kick him out. So you guys continue. Thank you.
But Daddy, I hope you get my point, because it tells you that he's coming to fulfill that. So it's like I'm already here to fulfill the Old Testament. The issue that they didn't abandon what they already signed. They didn't go with him. But your only to them is Christ. So stick to that is my point. I hope you get my point. Just like
BT.
Okay, folks, it's past midnight here. Please excuse me. I go to sleep.
All right.
Thank you. Nice talking to you all.
Paddy, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Your mic is
all right, Baba. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good night. Yeah. See ya.
Yeah. All right. I probably would just speak to Prince Daddy instead. And the argument that that I hear that he's trying to make is him being a Gentile and not necessarily being a Jew. And I think one of the things that Christ did, because I think to me it somewhat diminishes Christ's effort. Because one of the things that he tried to do was to ensure that the salvation didn't only end within the Jews, it also included the Gentiles in it. And that's where the likes of him, myself, and every other person who are not Jews, who are not from the descendant of Abraham, direct descendant of Abraham, or direct descendant of David, who didn't come from those loins. Somebody has a hot mic there. I don't know if it's Thomas. There's somebody with a hot mic. Yeah, all right, thanks. So those people are Gentiles, and that's enough for you to even hold on to your faith base. I mean, we all know the story of the lady of the Samaritan, the lady met by the well. So those things include you into that faith. And being a Gentile and a Christian is very, very valid. In fact, it's your faith and your connection to your promises of salvation is still as valid as you being a Jew and being a Christian as well too. But for those, so I'm not speaking to the fully Jewish base, but I understand that one of the things that the Jews has done, even for those who are affiliated as Jews, is that the entire process of religion is almost not what Christ has preached, or it's almost not what how Christ has been presented to us. But that's on one point. On the other point that I think someone mentioned, I want to talk about it because it kind of came to my head, is that when someone was speaking around how come we maybe like the Yorubas were able to absorb, I'm not speaking for the entirety of the West Africans, or one of the reasons why we were able to absorb Christianity was also the way it was introduced to us. So I want to make a point. So whilst colonialism was one of the reasons, was one of the ways, right? But there are also voluntary conversions. And in fact, the very first Christians were largely the ones who were voluntary conversions. Those who were the ones who were, captured in that ship called Jesus of Lubeck, So those ones were like the very first. So there were people who generally converted voluntary. There were also some missionary efforts, yes, that happened. There was colonialism, yes, also that happened as well too. And then there also syncretism, and I think that's the one I'm even trying to
Sorry,
speak
Paddy,
on. Yeah.
Are you Yoruba?
Yes, I am.
Can I ask you an honest question? Do you think we are culturally? Do you think we are better off without Christian? Like, if you have to do it again, we would have been better society without the Christian invasion into our culture.
Okay, so I think the point I'm trying to make now might answer
it's a simple question,
a little bit. And no, I'm not dodging. I just don't want to derail the point so that, but I'll probably just infuse into the point I'm trying to make, right? So syncretism, is one of the things that made Christianity a little bit easy for us to assimilate. And I don't want BT or Mike, if Mike is on stage, to flip out. So remember, in our pantheon in the Europe, right, we have the concept pre-existing of Olodumare or Elidumare, however it's called, that supreme God. But then we don't worship him directly. So we connect through him through other spiritual deities, or
right,
however you want to refer to them as well too. So people were worshiping, or people were worshiping those deities, but then we understood the concept of God. But what Christianity was able to do was to give that, to say, look, you can almost have, all you need just, rather than having several different families or different people worshiping several God, you can now even worship that God directly. So what's Christianity didn't...
Paddy, slow down. No, it's very important. Okay. Olodumare is not the God of the Bible. I hope you know that.
Just again, I said
no. Because when I hear Yoruba people singing Olodumare in church, I always laugh. So when you say
I know
Olodumare is not the God in the Bible. Let's not.
I know. Okay. No, again. So this is what you and Mike do. You don't allow people to finish. Just want to quickly. I'm not dismissing that. I clearly said at the very beginning that Yorubas understood the concept of that supreme God that Christianity was bringing. What Christianity gave us, there is Jesus, right, and then there is God. So Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and that God is that supreme being, or Sky Daddy, or whatever it is, that supreme deity, that supreme being that we have there. It wasn't a new concept to us because we also already had our supreme being or supreme God, which is called Olodumare. So that's so I clearly separated the two. So just flow with me. So that concept wasn't new. Now, what Christianity gave to us was a little bit different from what Islam gave to us. Now, I don't know if the Muslim might give pushback, but how Islam, one of the ways Islam was able to hold his own waters within the Yoruba within our empires, within the Niger Congo empires, was to reduce slavery. So when jihad came, people who were not Muslims, people who were not Muslims were kidnapped as slaves. So part of the reasons to avoid being sold were captured and then eventually sold as slaves was to accept Islam for the vast majority of people, aside those who were accepting Islam based on trade or individually. So I'm speaking to those ones. So Islam came from a jihadist standpoint. However, Christianity came from multifaceted ways. So there were the voluntary people, and then there was this syncretism people as well, whilst also not bearing colonialism and missionary. But the syncretism of itself was easy because people what Christianity was selling, people already had that concept already pre-existing. So that's why you see that many of the names that our forebearers within the Yoruba pantheon were referring to our own supreme God. It was easy for us to call this Christian God the very same name. So, and that is to your point in BT, which is where your point came in. So people were now referring to God, to Yahweh or Jehovah as the same name as Olodumare, because there was that connection. So the ways you would hail Olodumare, or the same way you would exalt even Ogun or Orumila, or you also use those or Batala rather, you use those same exaltations even on Christ himself and God, and that's where syncretism came in. So it was easy for people to assimilate into it. So not all of us within the Yoruba pantheon took Christianity by colonialism. So when people say we're colonized by Christianity, not everybody took it that way. And I'll give an example. In fact, there was many pushbacks. An example is one that I've had on this day before about when we had argued with Mike, not argued per se, but when we had bantered a little bit around Shopono. So there was a massive pushback. Another example, which is probably a very popular one, is the Kitiparapa War. The Kitiparapa War was also a little bit of a pushback between the Yorubas and the missionaries. It was part of, so there was taxation, there was also religion as well too. So it didn't come in all smooth or all well and dandy. There was pushback. So when they were trying to forcefully colonize, Yorubas pushed back. But when they came from a missionary standpoint, Yorubas accepted it. And even that acceptance is almost what we are still doing today. So you find churches like Tribunal, Seraphim, and Celestial, and the very early Adeboye days were able to use the same way we worshipped our deities, our gods. We were able to transition that into the way we worship Christianity.
So they stole it. So you can use all the fancy word all you like. You can say concept, transition, whatnot. If you say those are that's gone beyond concept. Anything you can't keep using the word concept. That's just literal robbery. So just call it what it is.
It's not robbery.
That is not concept. Excuse me. That is not concept anymore. That's beyond concept. Why? You literally just stole the words. That's not concept.
It's syncretism. No, hold on.
Just robbed one faith to the other one. That's robbery.
Okay, hold on. The reason you can't call it robbery is because the people who are using it are the same people who were using the other ones. If it had been the missionaries who took the word and went into maybe Europe or went to Spain or went to Rome and use those words, then you can call it robbery. The people who are using the Alagbada in us are the same people who are also using Alagbada in us for Jesus.
Wait. You remember one of the reasons I don't like Crowder was because when he was doing the translation. So when they even called devil issue, is that also concept as well? So it wasn't even coming from the locals. It was whatever the person transcribing the Bible to their language said it was. That's where the robbery came about. That's my point to you. So when you say it's the devil, when you say God is Olodumare, when you start using this to preach to them, you literally are robbing them of the truth.
Okay,
that's my point to you, sir. That's my point.
All right. Okay. So again, here's the thing: what the Saros did, Ajay Crowder being one of them, and quite a few of them did to Christianity as conversion indeed was bad. Yes, I accept that bit. But again, they didn't do it because they had a motive of changing our religion. The way it was done was to make a relationship between, this is what you have, just hold on, this is what you have, and this is what people are presenting, and these are the similarities.
So their ignorance cost us.
Of course.
Yeah. So that's my point to you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But ignorance is no defense. Is my point.
Okay. Yes.
Ignorance is no defense.
No. Okay. Yes. Ignorance is no defense. But remember, if you, I think you keep missing my point. Right. My point is saying that if Atiku didn't come in and say, this is the Bible, we've converted it. If you want liberation, if you want to receive free healthcare, be a Christian. No. What Atiku did was to look within the Yoruba pantheon and found deities that were similar, and he could use those things to equate into breaking down what the Christian God meant. Do you understand? So it wasn't coming with a very new concept. It wasn't coming with something that was vastly new. That was why it was used issue in the first instance, because the concept of what issue was referring to people,
brother.
He was able to action it to that sit. Yeah.
I'm with you in terms of trying to find similarities. My point is that sadly they were not similar. Yeah. They were far, like the balance. I'm telling you, our court morality, the balance of our court system was issue. So because so how is that even similar to what the devil is? So that was even wrong.
Okay, well, so
it's similar now.
Okay, hold on. Okay, no, so the similarity, right, it's because issue itself was supposed to be like a shapeshifter, even within the Yoruba pantheon, right? It's not, it doesn't have like one form, and that's on one side. There are also several kind of issues. I think you can attest to that. So because within the Bible itself, issue wasn't that. Even though the way we accepted issue as a modern day Christian is that evil guy that's in hellfire that's going to form. I mean, as much as we know, issue is not in hell as of today. Issue will be in. Oh, sorry, apologies. Then the devil, the devil is not in hell today. The devil will be in hell at the end of the day, after judgment, right? And we also know that no, that's not. I'm just saying what the Bible is now. The devil is going to be, as far as we're concerned, the devil has only been casted out of heaven, right? And then after judgment day, so right now he's looking for who to devour, who to kill, and then who will bring their souls into hell with him after the day of judgment. What I'm saying is that because of the suits, the cunningness, the shape-shifting attitude that was projected of the devil or Satan within the Bible, and again, I'm not making a case for Ajayi Crowther. I'm just understanding now. I'm just understanding, like, look, this was the closest he could use. Issue as a deity is not of one form. Issue as a deity can be good today, can be bad tomorrow, can be bad to you, not bad as a person. Can be bad to you.
Let me explain to you what it is. Please.
Stop being heckling now. No.
Because you got it wrong. No, just give me a second. Are you a fan of Star Wars? Issue is pretty much what you would call Luke Skywalker. It's supposed to bring the balance between the force. That's what it is. It's not shape-shifting anything. His job is to do that, to balance both sides on purpose. So if you're going to left, it will go to right. If you're going to right, it's to balance you between good and evil. That's what his job is. So it's not, you can't say shape-shifting. He balances both sides of the force. That's what the issue is.
Okay, fantastic. But that point's clear. Wait at it. Done. Okay, so even if you go that route, right? Even within the same devil, the first act that the devil did to people is to be like it was evil. But the first act that the serpent did, or whatever it is did in the Bible, as people refer to it as this case, is to let Adam know that you will not die. You'll only be able to see like God. That's like what it did. And if you look at that context, it wasn't evil. He just presented the options that Eve had to her, and Eve took it. On one corner. If we look within the Bible, the only people that Satan or the devil killed are just people. That's Job's children, and those are the people that the devil killed. The devil did not kill any other person aside those Job's children within the Bible. Nowhere else that the devil kill anybody. So I'm not trying to say. So the devil itself, as send the Bible, it's just someone who would just present you your other options, whether you're good or bad, and then there are consequences for it. What you've said about issue is not far-fetched. If you are good, it will give you good. If you are bad, it will give you bad. Again, I'm not making a case for Ajayi Crowther. I'm just understanding why he must have made that flaw. We know today that it's a flaw, but we can't always, but it'd be unfair even on us as people who are Yorubas to say that the issue as the god was just a god of just, it's not the same thing as the god of Ajay or the god of children. It was more like, if you did bad, you could call issue to punish you for doing bad. If you did good, so, but you get my point. Let's not even drag about issue. But again, it really goes back to my point. All I'm just saying in a nutshell is that one part of the reasons why Ajayi Crowther was the Saros, were able to use Christianity to convert people was because the concept wasn't vastly new to them. It was still worshiping. It was worshiping from within faith in your heart. The only difference that you did not need to do too many sacrifices. You could just go within your faith. And I give you clear examples. In fact, if you went into the very first slave ship, I'm sure somebody you guys must have learned the story. We're supposed to be Christian converts who went on the ship to go and become get baptized. So the story. Let me just make it very very mild. The story was, Henry. I keep forgetting the man's name. I think it's Henry Locke or something like that. I probably will try to Google it. I remember his name. Well, I'd come in, and then he was able to get people on ground to convert to give their life to Christ. And then part of the ceremony for you to become a full Christian, right, was to get baptized. On one side, another option was for you to get on that boat, and then you sail into a land. By the time you are sailing back into your land, you will have become a Christian. So he did that first act. So he was able to get this, voluntary converts, kept them on the ship, and there was that he will sail them into Europe. And then by the time they sail the ocean and then they come back, they become Christians. And he sailed these people and sold them into slavery. So the point where even the queen loved the idea, found the idea, and then she funded his expedition. And then the Jesus of Olubok, which was the first ship, didn't come in with chains. He actually came in to sell Christianity to people. And these people took that Christianity, and that was almost the very beginning of the transatlantic slavery. It was based off Christianity. So yes, so those guys used the Christianity as a tool to deceive people, but they weren't even in chains. It was by the time they realized that, people were going, they were not coming back. And then, of course, it now became a whole different ballgame. But those first converts were able to convert from the white man's conversation with them because they already understood the concept of a supreme deity. That's all. And that's the point I'm making. So you might want to push back, BT, if you think otherwise.
Yeah, okay. Let me chime in real quick. I think you may have somehow answered my question I've thought about before. So, because I think Babati and Mike, they've argued that the concept of issue in the Bible was mistranslated by Ajayi Crowther. And I was trying to make an argument that, look, to your point, that, in an advanced society such as the Yoruba, when you guys talk about the different gods that we have, the concept of the devil, Satan, should already exist, because in most culture, if you go to the Chinese culture and other cultures also, there's always this duality that exists. So if we have Olodumare, or God in the Yoruba tradition, what is the opposite of it? What is the opposite of it if it's not issue?
Point, but issues. The devil is not supposed to be the opposite of God, though. But I'm sure.
Yeah, that is true. In this context, yeah. I totally agree. Yes.
Yeah. And so in this context, it could be anything. Funny enough, it could actually be Shopono itself. I'm just saying, in this context, in the context I'm also making, if Ajayi Crowther could have also used Shopono, the only difference was that the way Shopono's punishments were said to have come were a bit more physical. So remember, just to give a quick example, was supposed to be maybe like the chicken pox. The what people assumed was chicken pox was supposed to be the grains that they had eaten was coming out of their skin. And if the devil had done, which was something that the devil had done to Job, remember in the Bible, one of the plagues of John, if Ajayi Crowther had thought through and wanted to use that point, he could have assumed as well gone ahead to make the devil and call the shop owner instead of calling the issue. But to your point, which is almost like what BT had mentioned, maybe like Skywalker or Loki within the Marvel verse or any other character, is that the closest to the concept of what Satan was in that context was Eshu. And it could have been Eshu Lalude or any other issues that were there. But he just felt like, look, this is the closest to the concept. But then, but because he was pressured to come up with the Bible by the British at that particular period, he just went ahead and
So, Paddy, the reason, sorry, but maybe
actually, Baba Chief, for jumping. So, go ahead.
Yeah. So the point I was trying to say that if the mistake, he even did the same thing. He also did the same thing to the Igbos as well too, and used Ekwensu as their own version of Eshu. So in his Igbo Bible, he used Ekwensu, which is supposed to be the concept of who Eshu was to us within the Yorubas. The Igbos also had their own version of that god, literally called Ekwensu, and that's what Ajayi Crowther went ahead and used that same thing, did the same mistake as a result to with the Igbos. So he made that mistake, but
he certainly made a mistake. He certainly made a mistake and was pressured by whom? I didn't know that story.
Okay, no. So I think there was a pressure time for him to be done with that conversion of the Bible.
What about transliteration? Because I don't believe that every concept or word in the Bible we had it in the Yoruba language. So I know the word for angel is not a Yoruba word, and Angeli, okay, that's more like a transliteration. Okay. So how come he didn't do that for Satan's also?
Oh, that's the example I was trying to make before your voice came in. Is that if the modern Yoruba Bibles now have now made that correction. So if you get a modern Yoruba Bible, you will no longer see Eshu there. You will not see Satani. So that correction has already been made already. But I know very many traditionalists still make that same point as a talking point. But Satani is now what Yorubas used to refer to as Satan. They don't refer to him as Eshu anymore. But of course, because it has become like a street parlance, we almost sometimes it takes a while for these things to acclimate.
Satani is not Yoruba now.
Exactly. So
it's with you, but sorry. Let me just say
in our songs, Satani Kojogbon. Okay, right. So they don't call it Eshu anymore. Just that, but because
this is the reason why. This is the reason why I get very passionate about the issue, because in our own culture, the issue itself is your court. The balance. When I say balance, that is your court system. That is what is so. Even in the court system, that was his duty. So you will see what you call the messenger, So if that's why in life, if you're too good, you get punished for it. So you're supposed to, you've been too nice, come back to the center. You've been too bad, come to the center. So that is the whole point of the issue. So even our old court system, even to now, if you go to Ake Palace, if you still go behind the palace, you will still see the old issue courts, people still go there for the future.
Could it be a deliberate effort in demonizing our own deity?
It wasn't some kind of ignorance, which maybe I didn't want to go too deeper that with Paddy tonight, but there was a deliberate attempt to balkanize our culture, and they knew exactly where to go. They knew, because that was the heart and soul of what you would call in today's world your judicial system. It was the balance for our enforcing what we consider good and evil. So, but once you mess that deity up, you pretty much have that system's court system.
Because that is the same thing where a Yoruba man will call himself a Jew just because of the religion.
So that's my own thing. I just didn't want to push back so back with Paddy, because that would be a different conversation. We have to go in depth.
No, I agree with you. It was it's not even an argument. It's a deliberate effort. They just did
when
it
you say
deliberately. It wasn't a
when
mistake.
they go against your Olodumare and say, oh, because if you ask the average you're a bad person that is a Christian in church now about Olodumare, they will think it's God. Paddy knows it's not, but most of them don't understand that. So it's not like, oh, it was just kind of something that was similar. They knew exactly what to attack. Those key deities, they went after them.
They wouldn't have known. I mean, so okay, even the
they
person
wouldn't have known.
Hold on, the person we're speaking about here, Ajayi Crowther, was picked up as a slave by the Fulanese at what age? At 12. He, was taken on this expedition, dropped in Sierra Leone, grew up there, school there, came back. He came back to his ancestry. He wouldn't have vastly known all the intent. So by the time he came back, it was. I mean, so just give an example. And I'm Prince Daddy. Pardon me for using this example. So let's use a Prince Daddy as a case in point. So Prince Daddy had said before on one man show that he probably maybe at the age of 8 or something, he had moved into the States, and then he's probably lived there almost all his life. Thankfully, he hasn't lost his Yorubaness. Same thing with Ajayi Crowther. He didn't lose his Yorubaness, not because he was already taught, already speaking the language. He already understood some of the religion. I mean, we would assume that he did. And then he grew up in Sierra Leone with the British, came back as a Saro, right? Now, again, part of the characteristics of it, again, so I've said it before and I'll say it again, and I'm not making a case for him to say what he did is right. I'm just putting myself in a situation of the British have said to you, you have a mandate to make a Yoruba Bible. You have a mandate to even give this your people, a name, and so you had to give them a geopolitical name.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can I recommend a book for you to read? No disrespect. That will clarify so that you will know exactly how they did it. It's a book called Black Critics and Kings: The Hermeteus of Power in the Yoruba Society. It was written by Andrew Aper in 1974, but they did a reprint in 1992. So I'm going to put the link down. Just take time to study it, and you will understand how exactly that was done. And you can go on YouTube and even listen to Shoyinka briefly explain how that was done. So this idea that it was not deliberate is false. I'm sorry. There's enough evidence for you to look up.
To my point, to my point to you, of all the gods to use, of all the least characters to use, what purpose was issue 7 to the Yoruba pantheon that making him evil was justifiable?
Like I said earlier, when I said it was the heart and soul of our court system, and I gave example of even in Ake Palace now, they still have those court systems that people still go to resolve cases, family disputes. Even till now, people use those court systems even at the Western Court in Abeokuta. So that was earlier I said our court system was based on the worship of Eshu as the balance of the force between good and evil. So when you go and swear before a god, when you make promises, so that's what it was for. So when you attack the court system, the very founding head of that court system, what do you think that was for? You destroyed the court system of that culture.
Perfect. So now
there's no balance then, because you can't trust what is not balanced. The old issue was it was fair-minded to both sides. That was what they attacked.
Okay, perfect. So I you know what I will do in my pushback in my pushback to you, I will use the two words you have mentioned, good and evil. So even though you should, the God of crossroads, God of good and evil, the God of knowledge of good, whatever it was. One of the first things that the serpent had done to Eve was to let her understand there was a tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is already documented in the Bible. It wasn't just the Yoruba Bible as well. So again, I understand you a whole 100%. I'm also just saying that whilst I identify with what you're saying, let's also just understand that the intent would not have been, because if that were the intent, there would have been far much more thing they would have done. Yes, I get what you're trying to infer now, that you also affected the court system, but then there were also other court options as well too. So there was a dating bit that made people fear, but there are also court systems that we had in the Iyaloja market. There was also court systems where we also had, we had different sect of what's it called, monarchs, or different sect of people within the monarchical hierarchy who were also the ones who were making judgment. We had ballers who were solving those things, who were humans. Yes, there was a deity bit as well too. But then there would be, but beyond issue, there were also other things that people would use to swear for you to choose your faith.
So if I attack your supreme, if I say I have many things that I can use to swear, but then I attack your Supreme Court, what am I saying? Does the lower court is it relevant then? That issue is like the Supreme Court of our. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The issue was the Supreme Court of our own judiciary system.
Okay, so you argue what you're inferring now is by making the devil name issue at that time, which will have taken, which definitely took centuries before it became, vastly accepted. You're saying that all the entire process of that Yorubas used to judge cases became flawed. Is that your argument now?
I'm saying that, normally it's the balance, like I said. But when you now make him look like he's on one side of the divide, the trust to even go before him to do those things were not needed anymore. So he was abandoned. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, usually it's like, okay, let's go before issue and do this A, B, and it's fair to us. But when I say, oh, it's always on the other side of the divide, it's always evil. So you cannot go before you go that you don't trust, that it's not fair now. The fairness of issues, what they took away.
But beyond taking it away, they were also proposing something else. Are you saying now that what they proposed didn't work or hasn't worked for the vast majority? Are you saying the court system? Are you saying that the court system that Yorubas had before, which you are inferring now, was largely built around the issue? Are you saying that because remember, I mentioned to you too, it wasn't so easy. There was pushbacks, there were battles, and I gave an example of the Parapa war. So these things were not they weren't easy transactions, even amongst the Abeokutas. Even though this is a different kind of war, there was the Adubi war, which was also a pushback around taxes. So there was so it wasn't like the British came in and they had it all smooth and easy. Of what they were in between, they had people like the Alaki Vegbalang of that year, who was pandering to them. They had the Saros who were also pandering to them, and then they had the first many of the Yorubas who also wanted to be like the Saros, and then they were able to use that to influence Christianity. There were also the missionaries as well too, who had built churches and schools, which I understand, to also use those things to convert people. And then again, there was also colonialism, which was a very terrible stuff. So it wasn't like maybe we the Yorubas came in, took it, hook, line, and sinker. There were several multifaceted ways that they used to influence us.
Right, but I agree with you. But I'm just saying that one of those ways that they used to build the culture was the court system, the concept of court, the system of the courts. So that's one way. Of course, they did the different things as well.
Baba T, please, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, do you mean that when the foreigners came to the Yoruba land, they converted all the Obas, and the Obas turned their back against the issue?
No, they didn't go out. The kings were not. Of course, they influenced them, slavery and all those things. What I'm saying is that how Paddy was talking about, they brought missionary. Of course, they're not going to just say everybody, but unlike the Muslim ones, which was very forceful in the north, they kind of permitted ours slowly. It wasn't like a gradual process. So if I go after the son or daughter of the priest in terms of conversion, and I show her favoritism in terms of to Jiggy or to those foreign goods, she becomes special. You lure people in like that. But they also worked on the kings as well in converting them, but it wasn't so much of religion initially. It was more of using the slavery tactics. Like, okay, you buy slave, we give you this A and B, A, B, C, D. Then, we have this faith as well. So, of course, if you're a king and somebody, it wasn't really like free in some sense. Like, somebody is, so I wouldn't really want to use the word option. Not like they had option. Somebody can kill you if they want to kill you. If they offer you anything, you will take it. They can tell you it's an option, but it's really not an option. So, but when people then see you moving towards that belief system, your people move towards that. But in terms of the court system itself, is when Crowder was writing his whatever, and he brings it out and tells people, "Oh, do you remember that court system you used to go to resolve issues? That God has always been evil. It was never good in the first place." So if you convince enough people that the way they're going to resolve that issue is not fair, it's never been fair to them, what do you think happens to that system? I remember issue in most cases back in the days when you went to resolve, even when you made blood covenants with people and you could not resolve the issue and you've gone to the lower court, you've gone to Ogun, whatever, or yeah, and you could not resolve it, guess where everybody went to? Issue. That's the reason why I said Supreme Court of our judiciary system. But if you then say our judiciary system is that the guy there has never been fair, it's always been evil, what do you think that does? People will not go there, they won't trust that system again, even though it's the fairest. So you took away the positive side. I hate using that word, the light of what issue is. You took that away. And over time, it took time. They worked on the minds of the people, but it took time. So once you take that away, it permeates through the system, because the issue is I just said the court system itself. There are many ways that is even done beyond the court. There are many things that issue does for the society, more than, because balancing evil and good is just more than just settling disputes. So there are other things in society itself. The role of the king in balancing the force, the head of the markets, the family system itself. They must sacrifice to issue. They must do some things rituals to issue. Those were also abandoned as well. So it took away many things within the.
Babati, don't you think that what was responsible for all this is lack of, maybe we didn't write our own history? You know, and
I know I'm a man, I have to say it, but Atenuje of our people also.
And it's not only peculiar to the Yorubas now. You talk about the black race generally.
I know. People kind of,
because then even this because the other time when Madam Rosie was pushing back, he said, I didn't know your people that are selling you people as slaves. And those are the history that the European wrote that she read, and she believed it, and it's also using it against us.
So for the Mrs. Rosie, I put the name
of the reason why I'm saying is that how did they get the slaves that they took out? How did they get them?
No,
they just came like that, and people started selling them like that. There was a lot of pushback. They killed a lot of people. It's like what is happening very presently.
It wasn't that way before. You got to understand. Usually, if you were a smaller kingdom, the only way you could survive was to form alliance with an empire that would guarantee your safety from other kingdoms. That was the way it worked. So if you paid your what we call shakole, your taxes to the big boys, they will send protection to you to guide you, your farms and farmland. What the European? So if I defeat you now,
how is it different from what is happening presently?
Let me finish. So you know where I'm coming from. So if you lost, they take your women, they kill the men, and they sell you they make you slaves within their own empire, or they make you pay with your own kingdom, or they take you somewhere. The slavery was not selling you to other people before the white people came. It was using you to expand the empire that they already had.
So how did the white people get the slaves then?
What they did was that they introduced incentives with weapons. So they would now go to those small cities and say, you don't need to join the people of Benin Kingdom anymore. You don't need the other people anymore. We can help you defeat them. But if you win and conquer one of their smaller towns, those people give it to us. So to guarantee their own safety, they have to trade with the white people. So they were using those smaller towns that ordinarily will succumb to the pressure of those bigger kingdoms. They were giving them weapons to fight the bigger kingdoms. But in exchange for those weaponry to keep coming, they have to sell over the captured.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that they sold these people out, right?
but it was for survival's sake. That's my point. I'm saying the old way before they came up was not slavery. Was not the way that it was done with white folks. It was more to expand empires.
Yeah, but okay. So I think yes. I'm not.
So it was like a trade by barter.
Yes, that was what it was. You lose that you have people. I used to expand my
point I was
empire.
even trying to make. Yeah, the point I was trying to even make earlier was that whilst many of us today focus on the most recent, slave trade, which probably happened, and that's the transatlantic slave trade, the trans-Sahara slave trade that also affected many people, in fact, far much more within our coastal part of the Sahel, the Sudan area, lasted even long, even lasted even to as recent as
the they call that one Trans-India.
The Trans-Sahara. No, the Trans-Sahara.
No, it's Trans-India. The one that happened in Sudan, Kenya.
So there's the Trans-India. There's also the Trans-Sahel. That's the ones that happen within the Mali, within the northern part of Nigeria. Yeah, the Bogu happened in the old Malian Empire, happened in the old Ghana Empire, happened in where we have like Niger, Chad, northern Nigeria, even some part of Bogu. Those ones was even worse, because by the time our people were getting into the Iran Saudi Arabia area, they were not just using them as slaves, they were also castrating them. So meaning that they had to take a whole lot more. So one of the things that chattel slavery did was, after they took the slaves for a couple of hundred years, they stopped taking new slaves, and then they had the ones like in America, in Brazil, in Cuba, in the Caribbean islands. They're procreating. But the ones that the Arabs did, which was one of the things that birthed Islam, they were taking those slaves. If they died in the Sahel, they would die in Sahel. The ones that made it, when the men got there, they castrated them so that they won't have babies. And once that man's lifespan is gone, they were also taking much more slaves. And this slave trade happened up until Common Era. Common Era meaning as recent as 1970-something, 1980-something, they were still, taking black people as slaves. And you will find some of them even happen today in likes of Libya, in Iran, and Saudi Arabia, when you find Nigerians crying that, that they're using them as slavery in some of those areas. Those are the torments that black people face through within the Arab world is even far much more grievous. As terrible as the transatlantic slave trade was, what happened within the trans-Sahel slave trade was far more egregious. And I think to Rose's question is that it was like a triad. So that you would sell slaves, and then they would take those slaves to America. On their way back, they go to Europe. They'll bring in fabrics and sugar, either for plantation, bring fabrics, bring guns, even up to some of the women we revere, like Madame.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That it's our people that is selling our people to them, right?
It's not straightforward the way you are saying it. The way you are saying it, you are saying it in a very derogatory
Let me surprise Rosie.
To give you an example,
Yoruba, when they say
one second.
Everyone is slave.
Just 1 second.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah. So Rosie, just to give you a little bit of context, right? Dahomey that we know today, at some point, tried for several years to colonize modern day Abeokuta. So even with the Amazon warriors and the colony wasn't just the land; it was to use them also as slaves. So it was to just have an idea that a whole Dahomey, which is current day Benin Republic, was going to invade an Abeokuta place, take on the land. But I think what made that particular beach difficult was that they met a very strong resistance. So the Abeokuta warriors were also as strong as the Dahomey female warriors. So it was a stalemate battle that happened for decades. So you will find that country coming to your country to take your people and use them as slaves. Another example is that you find people like the Igalas who will go into to current the Igbo in the southeastern region and take the Igbos and sell them as slaves as well too. So it wasn't. Yes, it appears today as we're using it ourselves, but in principle, how it was back then, how we are a monolith as Nigeria, or we are monolith as blacks now, or monolith as Yorubas, wasn't the case back then. So it was going to be someone like an Ajayi Crowder was sold by the Fulani, by the Northerners. So the Northerners of today, which are probably modern in Nigeria, were the ones who were taking Yoruba slaves and selling them. So Ajayi Crowder was sold by a Northerner. So it wasn't like maybe, of course, we had Yorubas, someone like Efeshe Teodowura, who was selling slaves. But they're different stories. So some people believe that she was selling some more than some Yoruba people, and there are also people who believe that she was selling people from, they're buying slaves from the Galas, and the Galas largely sold Igbo slaves. So to buy slaves from Igalas, but then the different accounts. We just don't know. We just don't know which one to believe it. But to Babate's point, whilst that happened, we also had very many Yoruba warriors who pushed back, because what had happened was that we had several kings or rich people within the Yorubas who had amassed several muslim guns. So they were able to now fight back those people who were coming to invade their land. So it was an invasion. It wasn't maybe, they go and wake you up and say, come and become slave. It was several lands, several territories, invading other ones to go in. So one of the things that made the Oyo Empire very strong was that the Oyo Empire was providing some sort of shelter. And the Oyos they were known for their cavalry, being that they were horse riders. So your empires, once you were paying your taxes right, they were somewhat guarding the vast majority of where we now know today as your empire. But in between those people, you had someone like Dahomey, you had people like Bogu, you had people in Nupe, you had people all the way from as far as not current day Ghana, but the old Ghana Empire, people from Mali Empire, who were, people from different places who were actually taking slaves and selling them. And they were not selling them only in Badagry or so. They were selling in Sierra Leone, so there were Sierra Leoneans there. They were selling in several parts. They were selling in current Gold Coast, different places, even all the way to Angola. Angola still were selling, even to Zanzibar and Tanzania, the Sudanese, the Mandinkas, the Dinka tribes, different people, different places. As long as they have access to you, your settlements, they will use you as slaves. It was the practice that, at that time.
Okay, this makes sense to me, because before I thought that it was these same African chiefs that were catching their people and selling them out just because of greed and the gifts the whites were.
Because that was the story they made. Yeah. That was the story they gave.
No, Rosie, not their own people, because because you keep saying their own people. It's not their own people. Remember, it's different people. It's different tribes. So you can't say like you were saying their own their own.
Yeah. Okay, I understand it now. I understand it now.
Yeah, can I come in? I'm sorry. Yeah, I think to a certain extent we sold our people. Okay. I think during the Oyo Empire, some kings tried to stop the slavery, okay, because they were making money from slavery at that time, but they tried to stop it. But during the Kuriji War, when Oyo was fighting with Ekiti Parapo, that really made the slavery trade boomed, because both sides were desperate to win the war, and they were really invested in slavery trade. So and that was what brought about Ijebu Ijesha, by the way. Why they were trying to capture the Ijebu um, uh, slaves and trying to sell it to the Ijesha. So during the Ijebu Ijesha, that was what actually boomed the transatlantic slavery trade. So in other words, in a way, we actually sold our people into slavery. Trying to buy weapons from the Westerners, from the British, to conquer territories, because they were very desperate during the time. So yeah, in a way, we also sold our people.
But that was after the fall of the empire. Remember when God was powerful, but when God died, because it was that powerful, it was also detrimental to the empire. So once it was off, and there was no need for me to give my dues to the center anymore. Then what do I do as a people? I want to dominate that space because it's weak now. The thing is over. So God, I think God dying from that time was the beginning of the end of that Oyo Empire. It was never really the same.
Yeah, in fact, it was after the fall of Oyo Empire. That was when Kuriji War came about.
Because it was not there anymore, and they already killed off the main king anyway. It was just a role, so it was not even that powerful.
Exactly. And if you study history, those were this last group of slaves that were transported to the Americans.
I'm saying that those slavery back then was more for expansionism, like just to expand the empire. So if you look at the map back in you will see they will expand, they will contract, they will expand, they will contract. That's the way it works.
Yeah, that's right.
But
Yeah,
once
you're
he, but once he became crazy about it, I mean, you can't fault Gar really. To me, it wasn't that bad. It was just the king just wanted. It's like Guy is more like you know. Have you seen that movie Jagu Jagu?
Which
Yeah.
guy is this? Is this a Bashanuga or which
Yeah,
guy?
Guy is
Okay.
more like Ogundiji. But now
But that Jagu Jagu, that man was very evil now. Was bad was
but it's being
bad.
used. You know, imagine Ogundiji now saying, "These guys have been using me for so long. I'm done working for them. I want to control those kingdoms now." That's pretty much what Guy was. It was being used to dominate everything, but it was like, wait a minute, I'm even powerful than this. Well, so when he told the king, "Bow down to me, or I'll kill you," and the guy said no, and they killed him. That was just from there. It was just never the same again. When he died off, it was over, because those kings were weak.
that was what broke your empire. And that Bashanuga is actually is a different history of different. I mean, it's a different history actually, because Bashanuga was this grandson of Basharu Yamba, and that Basharu Yamba was the grandfather of Afonja. So it's like you repeating. It's like you what do I call it? Like a revenge of what they did to Afonja.
Right.
But that's a different history. Yeah, yeah. So that was, but the time I'm talking about during the Kiriji War, that was the time of Latosha, you know, in Ibadan. That was not even your empire.
All this that you're talking about, is it written somewhere? Are there books on it?
Yeah, there are books on it.
No, they are well documented.
There are books on it.
Even if you put the name online, you will see stories about it. You can read about it.
You can read about
Did you guys read this book called Odojo or Deninubo?
Yeah, actually just
that was written in
the English
40s.
version is written by Shoyinka. I bought that one for my
No, it was written in the 40s.
You can find it on Amazon.
Well, Ogojo there was written by Fagunwana.
Yes, but it was in Yoruba. It wasn't in English.
Yeah,
Shoyinka had to write it again in the 60s.
Yeah, which is that's what I'm saying. I said I bought the English version for my daughter, so I'm saying to her that she can check on Amazon to get the English version.
Yeah, I read the English version too in school.
But by the way, Rosie, the guy also wrote like 2 other classics you need to check out. That was not the only book he wrote back in the day. But there also
that wasn't the only book. Okay.
Yeah, he wrote about Obojo. Let me even find. I've even forgotten it. But Paddy, do you know what's crazy though? I have word that your Nollywood are trying to adopt that movie on screen. They trying to buy the rights. You know that book was they had the right to
the movie will be it'll be awesome.
That would be CGI. That would be CGI on steroids.
Especially this movie, Jagu, it didn't end well now. The way the girl died. I mean, that wasn't a good ending.
No, it's good. No, you know, the end when the guy was shouting Ogundiji, you know, in Yoruba culture, if you shout somebody's name 3 times, they will come back now. So the guy is not technically dead.
No, it's going to have another part.
The girl came back.
Like, it's going to have another part. It's going to have part 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
the guy, the owner of the Femi Adebayo said it. He said there's going to be a part 2.
You can tell now, even the way it ended, when Ibrahim came and said, like, what happened? So you can tell that would be a part 2. Yeah, that's a very good movie, though. That movie, in my opinion, I've not felt good about Nollywood since the days of Mainframe. It's like watching Shabu in the 80s with Abidja plus Mainframe
with Olowaye, Jima Liu.
The movie was good, but the voicing wasn't nice. They should have allowed them to speak Yoruba, and then they'll be writing it in English.
They did.
No. Choice on Netflix.
Change your audio, okay?
Change your setting.
Change your audio on your
Netflix when
you watch it.
Oh, I need to change it. Okay.
It's just like all this Indian movie and Mexican movie that you watch in Nigeria now. You think that they are speaking English, but they're not really speaking English.
No. Simba, she's saying that she didn't watch it in Yoruba. That they didn't. No, the movie was actually done in Yoruba.
You'd enjoy it more in Yoruba.
I watch it in Yoruba. I watch it in
So
English.
they have Yoruba, they have Portuguese.
If you watch it in Yoruba, you enjoy it better.
Okay. I think I have to.
You will be able to appreciate the language.
Yeah, because when I was watching it in English, it didn't sound original. You know, I was.
You would enjoy it more.
But in fact, can you, Babati, can you imagine that it was a non-Nigerian that was telling me have I watched Jago Jago, a non-Nigerian?
You know me. I'm for food. I'm a cinephile, so I'm into movies. How it's shot, cinematography. I'm obsessed with it.
In fact, I was surprised when a Kenyan was asking me that if I watched Jago Jago.
The movie
I was looking dazed.
Simba, the movie was #1 non-English movie in the world when it first came out.
One thing I think about is this famous Yoruba actor that had a lot of Ogunde. Some of his plays. I wish they could put it in Netflix too.
They must do a lot of remake. You know those plays. If you really wanted to, you must. Yeah, they should actually.
Celluloid. I mean, the production will cost them more because of the way those tapes were shot. Making the remakes is gonna cost. If you'll be shocked that it's gonna take longer time to recompile them than even shooting a whole new movie now. So being able to convert those very old, celluloid short movies from those tapes, getting them and trying to make them into 4K. I mean, even the cost it took them to convert Titanic, even though it was shot, in common era, to what they have it today.
Yeah. Can I ask you, Paddy? Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
More serious.
yeah, sure.
I didn't want to say it earlier, but I'm going to say it. So I was privileged to be in somewhere, and that's how I knew about trying to buy the rights to those books. Okay, so the issue came up about, because this is what I said. I won't tell you how, but you should figure it out. I said, if you guys are going to produce this, the story must be told from the African perspective. The story must be told from the African lens. That means we Africans telling you about our story. I don't want where like a half of the Yellow Sun or whatever, where you have Bruce Willis flying to Africa, and I don't want all that. That was my own. When they asked that we should comment about one of those books, I won't say the one. That's what I said. I said so. But this is where it got crazy, Paddy. Who should direct this kind of movie? If it's going to be a $50 million budget, who should direct that? A Nigerian? Do you have a name?
I'll recommend Kunle Afolayan, or maybe now I think Adebayo.
Or a CGI high power movie.
I mean, there's some guy that I also know.
But what about this mainframe guy that I just mentioned now, Babati?
Oh no, he's from the.
Those are older generation. Those are older generation.
So you think it's not? It doesn't fit to this generation?
No. To direct the movie, yes. We're talking about
they can produce. Don't get me. They can produce,
Yeah,
but
they can
directing,
produce,
because those movies are heavy CGI. I don't think they are very versed in those kind of.
BT, yeah. Should I bring up something?
Yeah.
If you look at the Woman King, right, and then if you look at the movie that Kunle Afolayan did recently around the Oyo Empire, you would see that we still kind of have a long way to go. Even though we will praise them for the vast improvements, for the scenery, we're getting there. But how the Woman King portrayed Africa and the costuming and the production and the cinematography is far much more.
It was great, but the script was terrible.
So the script. Also, I think where you are right is that when it comes to when you're making remakes of old traditional cultures, what they were trying to emphasize wasn't the genuineness of the story.
It was the feminine kind of.
Exactly.
Like they had, for God's sake, they had the Ibadan people coming in with lawani on the head. They don't wear that back in the days now. That's not the Oyo people now.
Oh, no. They were right. The Oyo Empire used to wear turbans.
Not in that time. Not that time period. No.
In that time. No,
that was wrong.
BT, I'm not kidding you. During the chivalry days of Oyo Empire, so people don't understand that the Oyo Empire are not where they are today. The Oyo Empire was at the edge of the Sahel.
Okay. Let me give you that. Let me give you that. My point is
horse riders, you know.
How many Africans were involved in writing that script? You can tell this was it was a Western perspective about feminism on the African side. It wasn't really African telling their stories, and that's my concern with this kind of African movies. I don't want them being the one telling us about us.
Okay, no. So I think another bit. If you look through the credits, you will see that they actually indeed followed. You use some African historians, but again, the story was largely based from the lens of the Dahomey warriors. So in terms of the
now they bring the money.
So no, it was
no. It was not.
Because they didn't actually they weren't trying to they were like, oh, we were trying to slave. No, they were actually selling. They like you said, the whole point was highlighting the feminist part of the history of the whole thing, which kind of did a disservice to the other.
But if they are the one that is going to sponsor all these movies, of course they're going
to. I'm saying the producer was a white girl. It was a white guy that was a producer.
She's a mixed race girl. Kind of, you know.
My point is, I want if it's a Nigerian movie, I want a Nigerian person that
even the Nigerian story you want.
Then give them the money now. Then you can
go. Yeah, you will also sponsor that.
Them already now. No. Hold on, guys. As of today, they are funding them. I mean, Netflix funded Kulia Folayo. So we have the story of Jagun Jagun. We have the one for the story of Anukulakpo, right? And Anukulakpo came from the Ifa story, right? I mean, from that mythology. What I'm saying to you is that for a Yoruba person for a Yoruba person today would not see the Dahomey warriors from the lens of the Dahomey warriors from within themselves itself. Of course, a little bit was skewed to make it a bit more interesting here and there, but I agree with you. They were projecting the strength of the African women, you know, from the Wakanda, you know, the Wakanda story and all that. So from that lens itself, I think it was beautiful to know that indeed within the West African culture, just neighboring Dahomey that we ended up colonizing in some way, we had women who stood up and fought men of other kingdoms, right? And at that particular time as well too, the story, the accuracy of course, is not in full details in terms of maybe the warrior that had a child with the warrior. Those ones were adjustments. But the fact that the Oyo Empire was indeed a dominated empire was true. They didn't make Oyo inferior.
So,
in fact,
on the front part, Paddy, on the front part, why didn't they show where we beat them? You know, we people from Egba, we kind of beat them up a few times.
But the story is,
why did they show that?
Yeah, but the story is not about the
Wait, do you mean that there were women that were fighting in this
war?
Yeah,
the Amazon.
You know, the Dahomey warriors are actually true. They were indeed, you know, Dahomey female warriors, because their men had died in several wars, you know, and the fact that remember, even within the story, the Dahomey.
Can women fight? Can women fight?
Thomas, do not underestimate the strength of
I'm trying to poke at Princess Rosie.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
This kind of Thomas. Sorry,
Thomas, you know, just keep quiet. Before you put me backstage. You are one of the co-plotters. Now you put me backstage.
No, I didn't.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No, from what was said.
Paddy, you see the movie already.
Let's hear from Remy here.
Sorry, Thomas saying something. Yeah. You know that this type of people, when they are in the primary school, is next door, is that sits on the same bench, is that strong female girl that always tells you, sit down there, don't go there, give me your food.
Tomboy, that tomboy girl. I mean,
bullied Thomas very well when he was in primary 4. I have one particular one when I was in primary 2 that time. The girl always bullied me because she's tall and strong, very, very strong. She's a bad girl from Ekiti, and she have this.
But what? How you guys remember primary 2? I don't remember primary 2.
Are you kidding yourself? You don't remember primary 2. You don't remember primary 4. Can you remember primary 4?
Primary 4, okay. Never.
Thomas, go and use Ogunsoye. Because this one that you cannot
remember. What can you be remembering primary 2? Primary 2.
Oh, you can remember. You can remember. So
what it means that Thomas is one of those kids that they took to primary school at the age of 1.
Thomas,
he was not mature before he started school.
Australian kangaroo.
Don't
Don't eat too much of the Australian kangaroo, Thomas.
That's all right. Australian kangaroo memory me. How can you be remembering primary 2?
I think.
No. I even remember. I remember my primary 1. So what are you telling me?
But
are you kidding me?
Paddy, can I ask Paddy a question? Paddy, can I ask you a question? Do you think that with the success of Dagun, do you think they will invest more on those? Because the epic movies kind of died down for a while. We went to this Lekki kind of everybody wants to be posh. Do you think that we are back to the era of epic Yoruba movies again?
Oh yeah. So the Jagun one is a photo shoot of Anikulapo and a few other ones that come like that. So I think what is different now is that these directors and movie producers are a bit more intentional. They're no longer just making stories from the cup of their or
the very predictable one.
Exactly. They're now running research. Because those researches are not the contents that are actually viable selling now. So history is selling now than before.
No, Paddy, I think they learned from the music industry. They want to go original. Because that the only story that people can appreciate is your culture.
Simba, my girl cried. My girl cried when that girl died. When that girl died, she was crying. I'm like, oh my god. She's like, no, how can they kill her? I said,
Actually, I think the Yoruba classes should return because all those modern Yoruba movies, you can kind of predict the end.
Yeah, it was.
I was even surprised that the girl would die that way, and even the girl was even the Agemo. And you can see that in the ending, you are right. That is not the end of the movie. He was just trying to kill what's called that brutal Jagu himself.
Remy, who can believe that? Remy, hold on. Who can look at the beginning of the movie? Look at the landscape. I'm like, this is Nigeria.
That movie
is Oyo now.
Outclassed.
That is Oyo, guys. That was Oyo State too. That was that. I'm like, they have all this in no way.
They have
all this in
Oyo
State.
To like Oyo Town. You go to like this. There's another.
Have you ever been to Alafin's Palace?
No, I've not.
But it's good that during the shooting, it's good that during the shooting, these Fulani guys didn't go kidnap them.
No, forget about that. Madam Rusi is not bad that bad now.
Come on.
It's just propaganda.
Because the impression we have is that all the villages, all the rural areas.
You people in diaspora, you heard so many false stories and you believe them.
We are exaggerating.
Nigerian newspaper.
I thought there are no farmers in Nigeria anymore because of the Fulani.
So what are they now eating in Nigeria? They are not eating food.
Sensational headline. You read the news where they will tell you that 10,000 people just killed in this particular village. And you will surprise, 10,000 people just like that. And before you flip another newspaper, that this is sensational news headline, they will tell you in a town very close to Kwara in Learning, about 2,000 people were killed by herdsmen. And when it's all lies. I think there are so many evil Nigerians that they want to turn around.
So people are still peacefully going to their farms and coming home safely.
Exactly.
Everything is just done now. Everything is okay now.
Wow, that's good to know.
It has never been that bad, Madam Rosie. It has never been that bad.
It is the newspaper, just a way to also sell their own newspaper.
Remember those
if you say people cannot go to farm in Nigeria, then how would they eat?
Growing up, we used to wave to them now when they come with their cow. That's the way we were. It wasn't a big issue, but now they're coming with their cow. They have guns. I'm like, but
it's true that some of them they are not from the original Fulani, some of them from the Senegal and the rest. And
No, but the question we're supposed to ask ourselves: how is it possible for somebody to come with herds of cow and invade the village, and he will still be able to run away with the cows? Is it possible?
No. And none of the cow will
But
die.
that was what happened in Bongo now. Is that not what happened in Bongo and all those
that one they live
What
there.
happened? There's nothing like that. Anybody, if you see any invasion, they don't come with cow.
Okay, okay.
How is it possible? You can't run with cow now.
Lie.
They are bad for like, but they say, oh,
But there were cases of some of these people manhandle.
It wasn't the headman that we've always known.
But you guys remember that. Quick one. But you guys remember that the primary issue then was that these cartels were invading people's farms and eating on their farm produce. That was the beginning of the conflict. So you find locals, telling those headsmen to move away, and those headsmen would say, we've already been grazing here. What's the problem? So they were settled within the locals and maybe the heads of the farm, maybe their malims or whoever it was that they were. Now, but just to take away from we still had the militias that had guns. But I think maybe one of the things that people are probably missing, I just want to move back a little bit to politics, is that the Niger peace we've had, within the last 1 year and a half, was because they had a civilian, president who was vastly cooperating with Nigeria and Chad to chase those people. But now that we start having some sort of stuff, it's just back again because the military junta is giving freeway to those unmanned Sahel. So I think I've mentioned before that the entire Sahel is, in fact, Niger itself has the largest unmanned space in the entirety of the world. So that desert, that's the entire Sahara Desert, is the largest unmanned space ever in the world. Because there are thousands of miles where you have so much land there and there's literally no one there checking you out. There's no drone, no security agency, nothing, because it's just sand. So those guys, they can come in, commit a crime, run straight through Sambisa forest, run to the Sahel, and they're lost. All they have to do is just wear their white turban, and you won't see. They look like mirage to you. And I think that's like one of the reasons why I don't support this. This junta, this coup that happened. But and then maybe if they can get the civilian president back, we can have some sort of peace installed within that.
How do you feel about those advocating for military under the disguise of freedom, Nigerians? So
those things are ridiculous. So I don't even like discussing
on this platform. They were like, yeah, they're going to free them. I said, military care. Yeah, what's going on?
Okay, no, I think I remember the day Atiku was arguing that we had it smoother and softer within the military.
So you mean they're not going to release
the mistake people make. No, the mistake people make is that they mix a system of government and economy and mix them into one, right? Democracy as a system of government is our military forceful rule as a system of government are not the same as your economy. So your economy can change or shift, can make or mar you. In fact, during the time of Abacha, we were having it worse than we had during the time of Babangida. And during the time of Babangida, we had it worse than we had it during the time of Buhari, and go on, all the way down. But saying today that is a people would forcefully take government, that you cannot hold them accountable, you cannot question them, you almost don't even have your freedom as a people, is a better government or is a better way to run, is where that blows my mind. But
that's what we call false doctrine in Christianity. False doctrine. Heresy.
But for them to keep equating the economy of 1980, even from a global lens, I think the other day I was watching a documentary in the American system, and then I was saying that the median household income for people to buy a home in America in the 80s, if you're earning up to, I think buying a house then was about 60,000, Buying a house in America today is, in fact, a very cheap house, about 400,000 in the same America. So that means America itself as a country, even though they have what we refer to as a stable economy, the income level has risen astronomically. A family household could survive on $40,000. In fact, you were wealthy, any $40,000 in the 80s. Today, in this year 2023, a household income of 150K is broke. So why would someone not come in today and make that same case and say, oh, because we're changing dollars at $1 to XYZ back then, we have to do the same in 2023. Those are socioeconomic factors. That's economy. That is not system of government. I don't think anyone who understands the nitty-gritty of how we suffered under the military, back then would want us to. We wish us to go back to something simply because they want $1 to be, they want $1 to be 1 for 1. What would make $1 1 for 1 is not military.
How would you explain the situation of like Cameroonian president that's been there for over 40 years? If the military comes and kicks him out,
44 years.
They say it's good. They say his son is getting
that is terrible. The military needs to kick them out and bring new set of people.
Rosie, they say his son is. They say his son is getting ready to take over from him. So it's a family business now.
Okay, so
even the one of Gabon, the transitional president is also a cousin to the ousted president. So it's still a family affair.
There's no difference then. Just waste your time.
So are you serious?
Yes, and the guy was even talking that there is no plan for any transition. He does not have no plan. He does not know when they will return to civil rule. He does not know. So that means we are having
I this point. Okay, so I think let me land this point, right? And the point being that their constitution permits it. Maybe they have to keep running for election or however it is. You find that in Europe, Angela Merkel did how many years? She did 16 years. And nobody felt that Germany was terrible. Yeah. Holland have a prime minister of how many years? Probably 15 to 20 years. Their system of government.
What about Russia? Belarus.
Exactly, same in Russia.
What about
Putin?
With China. Putin has been there for exactly. 24 years too.
No, he left and came back. Russia. He left and came back.
Yeah. So we have Russia. We have China.
Yeah,
China
he left in the early 2000s. And he came back.
I'm sorry,
so
Patty.
In other words, you are supporting this president to die.
No. Quickly, please. Regarding Angela Merkel, would you say they had a free and fair election, and she came back to power many times because she won?
Okay, no. So again,
and sorry, before you answer that question, by the way, Russia, we're not going to count Russia or China. They have a different form of government. Even though okay.
Yeah. So,
sorry, Paddy.
How do you mean, Prince?
Paddy, before you go on,
let me hold on. Let them have that one. This is that interjection. Yeah, go on.
You mean me?
Go on.
Damn.
Okay. Yeah, Prince. You said they have a different system of government in Russia. Can you clarify that? Because I live in Russia. And it's exactly
Russia. So no. 1 second. So Russia, we know, is not communism, so they transition to democracy, right? But in Russia, I'm not faulting them, but I don't think they practice the true form of democracy. It's more like an oligopoly in a lot of ways, and the powerful people, Putin and Medvedev, they know how to work out the system. So, and you can tell me how it is, but from outside, we don't think that. Well, the people love Putin. We know that, but I don't think that's
not true, bro. You're wrong.
No, Remy, please let Damien respond.
Okay.
Let them respond now, please. Yeah.
I think we're just probably brainwashed with our anti-Western ideology. Like we hate the West, then automatically the East is good, like Russia and the rest. But in reality, most people in Russia don't love Putin, and most of them don't even love to live in Russia. Come on, what we're talking about is just like Nigeria. Most of the politicians, like Putin and the top politicians, the children live in the West. They all live in the West. They don't live in Russia. So this is just like a different form of dictatorship. Putin, he jail oppositions, he control the
Okay,
media.
so you do agree that it's not a pure democracy? That's what I was meant, right?
Yeah, you cannot. We have different.
Yeah, my point is, we kind of, I mean, like the Pan Africanists, like the modern Pan Africanists we have in Africa right now, they're trying to move away from Western democracy and trying to move closer to Russia. But in reality, they're contradicting themselves, because how can you say the Gabon president is the rule? I mean, the family of Bongo has been ruling for over 56 years, and you see nothing wrong in Putin ruling for over 25 years. So it's contradicting each other. And the ideology that the Russians are living a good life, like they have the best economy, they're fine with their rule, is wrong. That's just a fallacy. They they try to protest, they get jailed, they got killed, they got thrown away, thrown out of the window. So it's just more like a dictatorship, and they're not fine with it. It's just like the slaves. So it's similar to what is happening in Africa. So when you see Russian neighbors trying to break free from Russia, trying to have a good economic power, trying to have freedom, okay, and you see Africans that don't even understand the rule of communism or democracy, and they're trying to move towards Russia, it's embarrassing. I mean, it's just, I can't believe it. It's something it's more than what I mean. It's just I feel so ashamed to watch the scenario, and then you hear people talking about moving closer to Russia, breaking away from the Western. No, I mean they're practicing democracy, okay, but it's just the same way the Cameroonian president is ruling Cameroon. It's the same way the Gabon president is ruling Gabon. No difference. It's exactly the same. Exactly. No difference.
In addition, Dami, I just want to talk about the Chinese model, which particularly they practice a kind of democracy that it to me is a little bit weird, but I will quickly explain it. What they do is very simple. The local community will do a shadow election in which they will select their own leaders. Maybe I will call this kind of leader councillors or something like that. And then after that, the councillors will now select those ones that will be in the local government. The local government will now select another set of lawmakers. This set of lawmakers will go to their national conference every year. They always do it every 2 years. Every year, they do it for 2 weeks. It is this conference that they will now talk about their plan for the year or for the next 5 years. Now, when you talk about the top echelon, like the presidency, they have a 2-term tenure. Each tenure is about 5 years, and you are supposed to stay there for 10 years. So these local deputies, they call them deputies, that will go to Beijing. These ones, they will now select some leaders also. So those leaders, they will now select another 7 important leaders. So these 7 important leaders are the one that the president will come from. So this is how it's been done. It's also voting, but the vote is very descriptive. You cannot see where they vote, but this is how they choose their own leader. But unfortunately for them now, the present president changed the rule to allow him to go for 3rd term. So he started his 3rd term yesterday, which is not supposed to be. He eliminated most of his enemies, and he closed down that country using COVID-19. When the world opened to the world in 2021, I guess, he still closed down China for another 2 years, saying there's still outbreak of COVID-19 there. So there is a power play for 2 years because they don't want him to continue. But at the end of the day, he is successful. So if this kind of model is what most of these African countries want to copy, Russian and Chinese model, they are just deceiving themselves. I'm not saying that the Western model is also 100% safe-proof and is the best.
Of course.
I always advocate for that. We should just use our own and take some of their best, and then we can fuse it together for our own benefit, because we are totally different country. with different culture and tradition. So maybe Nigeria.
So you are stealing my idea of terraforming, but would that even be across board? There still has to be.
No, it won't be across board because of Africa. Because, like I said before, I'm sorry to say this. I always see a black man are very greedy and very, very. How to say, African man is very greedy. It's always about me, 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 me.
Can you bring Paddy up, Thomas? Thomas, can you bring Paddy up?
So it's always about me, me, me. So how can you talk about a small country of
2.5 Thomas has gone to sleep. He's not here.
Like Gabon, 2.5 million people and being ruled by one single family since almost 1960s when they got their independence. And it's still rotating. And I'll go and write it down. A big crisis will still happen in Gabon sooner or later. Because
the struggle for power, right? The struggle for power.
Yeah, thank you. And the same thing will also happen in Niger. There's going to be a power struggle there. There's going to be a crisis.
Remy, you know what is actually happening in Niger? Let me tell you. And that was why all these powerful leaders in the northern Nigeria were not supporting Tinubu to actually dethrone that guy. You know, that guy is an outside guy. The guy there now. So he's an outside guy. The former guy was actually an Arab guy.
Yeah,
but he's from. It's not Fulani, he's Arab. They have Arab minority. It's from Arab minority in there.
Okay.
So it's still tribal politics that they were playing in that region.
Even in the northern Nigeria, there's an infighting between the Hausa and the Fulani. And that is why you can see most of them confronted Buhari during his last days in the presidency, because most of the appointment is true towards the Fulani people. And the Hausa people.
No, there is no Hausa in the north. Hausas have never ruled Nigeria. They are not even in the top echelons of our economy.
But are they not the poor one?
It's like they are being subdued by the Fulani. They have been subdued by the Fulani.
The Fulani are the minority and the Hausas are the majority. Is that not so? So most of these Hausa are not educated. So that is why they continue to suppress them by using this Almajari system, where they continue to have children, but we won't educate you. So we continue to give you food, clothing, and the rest. So this
and then they will be recycling poverty.
That is what is happening. So how can you, the amount of money spent on the northern Nigeria trying to tell them that the children should go to school? Still, these children also find themselves in the street again. Why? That means they deliberately do something like that. Not that they cannot force them to go to school. It's a simple law. If you find you on the street, then we'll take you and send your parents to jail. Every kid will go to school because the government spend a lot of money providing schools, and most of them, in fact, 50% of students in the northern Nigeria.
But they don't want to listen to that. Was that not one of the things that put SANUSI in trouble?
So, that's what I'm trying to say, because they have already bamboozled their mind to say that you don't really need the education. And to
let me tell you, if you want to get an average black,
yes,
by the time you put anything in religion's coloration, then they will not be able to think right again. That is the problem.
You are right. You are totally right. What really saved us in the southern part of Nigeria, and not all totally on the people in the southern part also, is because we still have this kind of feeling that religion should take the backbone and hard work should be number one. So some Yoruba people, you just have to work hard for whatever you want, and then religion is just a way to pray to back what your success or whatever ambition do you have. But unfortunately, because of the Pentecostal churches and New Day Imam and Alpha, they have already changed some of
that is changing gradually, though. It's changing.
Yeah, it's changing because
I can't brag anymore. Before I used to brag like, oh, in our own area, culture supersedes religion. But now I'm like,
no, the reason why it's changing is because before the COVID-19, this modern day Pentecostal church, they continue to preach miracle and continue to preach success, that you don't need to really work hard. God can bless you, come to church or something like that. And we also have the Islamic also saying the same thing or similar thing like that. So a lot of our people who are, of course, lazy, they just say, once I go to church, God will do the miracle. And when you talk to them, before they say one or two words, they put the name of God in front without clear cut having a job or looking how to get a job or finding something to do. So this also affects the psyche of the average Yoruba person. So because if you are not in their line like that, they see you as somebody that is not religious, somebody that is evil, somebody that is not good enough. They always see you as that. So when you go to your Yoruba line and you start to talk against their pastors or whatever, they see you as evil. They see you as bad. They see you as unbeliever. They don't really like you and they don't want you, something like that. So I think we have a lot of work to do. Like I always said, religion is the number one problem in Africa. And it's number one problem.
But Remy, I used to think that it's poverty that actually entrenched religion in Africa.
No.
But when I see people from diaspora who have lived there for at least decades, and sometimes the way they talk, it amuses me. And so I think it's still, I think it's the mentality, not really poverty.
Actually, when I went out also, I also have the mind about prayer first. But when I get to a country that majority of the people, that their population is 12 times the population of Nigeria, and they don't believe in actual God, and they just believe in their hard work, and their people are truthful to one another, I continue to now rank my brain. What is really going on? These people never go to church. They have church, they have mosque, but not as a lot like in Nigeria. They don't care about church, they don't care about mosques, and even their Buddhism or Buddha, they don't even go there. Everybody just think, once I graduated, this is what I want to do. I can find a job, I can move to bigger city, and their life is prospering. And I ask myself, these people, they never believe in nothing. At least there is God there too. Why is their city very good? Why are people very, very good notion? Why do they have good deed every time? Why do they even think? And every Chinese will ask you, are you progressing? They don't want you to be telling them lamentation every time that, my life is bad. They don't like it. If you tell them, today my life is, they will be very happy. If they see you buy a car, they will be very happy as a foreigner coming to their country. If they see you living in a good environment, they will be very happy for you. They continue to say, Jayo, that means share you up every time. So when I see this culture and then just oppose it to our culture in where I came from, I was like, we have a long way to go. And
Remy, so if you look at it now, we have China of about 1.2 or 1.3 billion.
1.3 billion.
We have India of about 1.4 billion people. And so they are taking like almost to, 1/3 of the world population. And then somebody will come here and tell me that it's only one person, through one person that you can go to. So all these people, they will go to hell. They will go to hell.
India would have overtaken China for a long time. But unfortunately, because of the class status in India and because of religion, it's also slowing them down in India. But unfortunately for them, because they like to be educated and they continue to send their children abroad to learn a lot of things. So all those professionals, because an average India is a family man, they're always patriotic to their country, no matter how they stay in abroad. You can see an Indian man, before he can go outside of that class to marry a non-Indian, I will tell you the chances is nearly 5%. Most time they continue to feel like marrying from their own class, and they have this tradition of trying to give back to their community or to their society. But when you look at the Nigerian context, even if you want to give back, the people you want to give to spread the money, they are thinking about themselves. They are thinking about, how can I put this money in my own pocket? So that I or me situation is still there. Even among the family, it's always, even if you are trying to have your own immediate family or extended family, you want to spread everything, you give it to one person, that person will just pocket everything. So the mindset is not really good. I don't know how we are going to do it. There's a lot of work to be done. Because if the orientation from birth is not good, when I was in the primary school, I used to have teachers that would teach us civic education. They would tell us how to be patriotic to Nigeria, how to be good Nigerians. and they will continue to tell us good things every time, and they continue to encourage you, and they continue to, like, of course, those have the cane aspect. If you did not perform very well, your teacher will beat you, and when I get home, my father will also beat me again because I failed that particular subject. But if you just opposite it to today, it's totally different. So no more cane, the society. In fact, it's a lot of work to be a president in Nigeria or a governor. If truly you want to be a good leader, you have.
Let's just call it what it is. I know you're being nice. Nigerians, Aaron. So they need a high. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. You're good. They need high-handed. That you can't be too nice with Nigerians. You want to lead them. You must have that kind of OBJ kind of attitude, where you're like, no nonsense. I will mess you up, but I'm nice.
Yeah.
So that's the only way.
You just look at the last election. After the result, you just look at how they continue to bastardize the country. This is the same country you came from, and you continue to speak ill of the country because your candidate did not win, or because you don't like the person that they declared the winner, and you continue to bastardize your country. I've never.
And do you know, Remy? Do you know? They've always said that the window for somebody from the South to become president is very narrow.
I know.
I think Obi just closed that window now. It's over.
I see him as a very, very selfish person.
The guy just ruined his own tribe. Just ruined your chances to forget next year. I'm sorry.
Because of you, some of your leaders in the Southeast, they let you have your way. Some of them lost their position. Some of them are senator in PDP or APC. They lost their position. So even they let you have your way, and you still continue to think about yourself. You don't think, and when they no more sit at home, you do not talk, you don't care, and your people are being maimed, your children are being flogged, the teachers are being flogged. You do not talk, you do not care. Only what you are interested about is you alone. So what kind of a leader is this? A leader that cannot sacrifice, a leader that cannot show us the people he has mentored over the years. You cannot tell us, you cannot give us one man that through me, you have mentored this man to be a governor, I've mentored this one to be a senator, I've mentored this one to be a top CEO in a company or something like that. How many people have you helped? Nothing like that. Everything is just about you, and you. And then you also want to use that religious angle to become the Nigerian president. God really saved that country. If he had won, then we are in the masses of all this Oyedepo and all these big church leaders. His own would be worse than Jonathan.
Because it does not does not understand basic economics. Like, just think about it. What have you ever had in any society where a governor saves more than a year's budget somewhere? Like, where is that done? And things like cutting or saving is some kind of I don't.
And when you talk to me, they say it save money. What do you mean? The money is.
You have bad roads. You don't have good schools. What are you saving?
Look at Lagos State, for example. I was watching the commissioner of the Blue Line yesterday. I was extremely happy because this is good. And then the governor said the red line that's from Okukumaiko to Iju, not Iju, to Iju, that one will be commissioned by December. It's 96% complete. This is very good because once you open up, who cares about whether gas is 500,000 or is or 500 naira or 1,000 naira per liter? You hop on your subway. They are timely. They are on time. They are safer. You travel in a more friendly environment. The AC is blowing to you any time of the season, and the price is not so expensive. The IES is just 750 naira, and because
no. By the way, they are giving them half off.
I know. That's what I just want to say. Because of the palliative, they cut it down by 50%. So who will not like this kind of thing? If the red light come on stream, that means the money they generate from that, they can start to build the completion of the blue line and then start the green line and not the yellow one. I was so proud of Lagos. I'm telling you, if my state, Ogun State, can just be 50% of Lagos.
Remy, don't, let's not do. You know how I feel. You know I'm going to start.
Are you not ashamed that you are in
Lagos?
Are you not ashamed?
I'm telling you this.
And you are just wallowing in poverty. Even Oyo State supposed to just cover their eyes and shit. We can forgive Osun and Ekiti. They are newer states. But for all those old ones, like Ondo, Ekiti, Ondo, Oyo, and Ogun, I beg, what are they doing? What are they doing? Look at Ibadan. I just don't get it. Are they not going to Lagos? Are they not saying? And you are telling us, they will be telling your story. Yeah, they are paying your salary. The salary, then it's over. Thomas. Okay, Babati, you can continue.
Thomas, is Thomas? Dami, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Prince Daddy, are you there?
Maybe they are sleeping.
Yeah, Dami, where are you from in Nigeria? What state are you from?
I'm from Osun State. I'm from Hede.
Osun.
So you kept quiet, right?
you know, all they do is dancing. All they do is dance now.
I don't understand.
All they do is dancing. They dance in Osun now.
Their eyes will wear when
the guy put all these people there now. Did they care everything?
Yeah.
They always play politics of bitterness there and petition writing. That's what they know how to do.
Can you guys remove that Oluwo of Iwo from seat? Can you do that? Damn it. It's an embarrassment to your bodies.
Yeah, to be sincere, I don't know much about Osun politics. I just have a general idea about Nigerian politics. So, but I know Adeleke is the governor, and I was embarrassed when he was elected. To be sincere, because I don't really see any potential in him other than dancing. So I don't know, probably because it comes from Davido's family. Yeah.
You can dance now, damn it. Only Komale.
Yeah. It's been a while. I've not been in Nigeria for a while, so I don't really know much. And by the way, Babati, thanks for having my back when one man was trying to.
The man had a PhD in Yoruba and he's telling that you don't mind that ways.
Yeah, it's not about grammar. Actually, it's been a while. Yeah, I studied in Russia, so sometimes I find it hard to communicate in
Russia
in English. Yeah, I studied in Russia. And
can you bring up Paddy, please? Bring up Paddy now. Thomas.
Yes.
Can you bring up Paddy?
It's not here.
Oh,
yeah. No, it's not here.
He went down to fix his mic, but the
mic. Maybe he will come back. Makinde, my governor. Why are you my governor? My good governor.
You're good. See, I'm saying. This is the problem. The guys speak the truth when it comes to their state. They start telling lies. What do you mean? What has it done? Thomas,
if the Anambrans can call Peter Obi a good governor, why can't I call Makinde good governor?
So where is your objectivity? Where is your objective viewpoint? What happened?
Even though Peter Obi performed so shambolic in Anambra, Alara don't baraga now. So I have to promote my governor. That's my governor.
Wait, though. The court is when? Is it tomorrow or today?
Which Wednesday, tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
Wednesday.
I can't wait. So this thing can be over. We can move on to our lives.
No. This thing needs to go to rest. Immediate alacrity.
Thomas, do you know how many friendships were ruined because of this election? Even I have friends that they don't even talk to me again because of Peter Obi. Mama, what is since primary school? The primary school friends, though.
That's all right.
I'm telling you.
Do you see how people try to spoil the image of Nigeria after this election? Man. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I was telling Thomas and friends, I said even my own patient was telling me in the clinic that what happened? Why do you? They heard that your guy did not go to use fake certificate, whatever. And I said, how did we get here? Like, what do you even know about Nigeria?
Gabati, come and see us yesterday on Kaisoria between Nigeria and South Africa. It was a serious fight, though.
There will be people down there. There will be people down South Africa.
But it didn't come. It was me, Kumi, Soli, UFC, and Lajide. We have to face those Kenyans.
I can't cope with those people. I can't cope with them.
With the Kenyans. We have to deal with the Kenyans and the South Africans. In fact, after a while, they have to run away. All of them. One man was also there. It was a serious battle. They started by saying that we are taking their women. And then
that one is a global. I've already told them that Nigerians will always. That's normal for a Nigerian guy anywhere it goes. That's nothing new. But seriously, anywhere we go, But like Dami was saying, it's just, okay, don't mean to be tribal, but which tribe in Nigeria is known for hard drugs and narcotics and all this stuff in Asia? It's your side of the country, right? If you then go online saying that your president is a drug dealer, what do you think you're doing to your people in those countries? You're making it worse for yourself now.
Of course. So
why you How you do it?
Babati, what my conclusion is, those guys are not Nigerians. They are just pretending to be one. So they don't care if Nigeria go to dogs.
Thomas. No. Remember on this platform, maybe I should remind people on this platform. I know you will know this. When Peter Obi started campaigning, we kind of love Peter Obi on this platform initially. If you remember, when he first started campaigning.
Of course, yes. I remember.
When we say, we love him. It was when the Ipobians joined the group that everything went down the drain. When they say, let's go and vote for Peter Obi, they brought the madness from the Biafra movement into the Peter Obi campaign. That's when everything happened. And it will just go, it went down from there. So I think you do have the Ipobians that are causing the problem. But they are using Peter Obi's name to cause wahala.
Peter Obi can't call them to order because the vast.
They are making money now.
Yeah. So you can never call them to order.
Thomas, my friend here, PhD, MD, is still contributing money for the court case. I think I'm telling you now, they are making money now.
These people are mumu.
Dami, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are people are contributing money in America for the so-called court case. I'm telling you, they are making money from it.
Let me give you an example, because I'm a marine engineer, so I work on a ship. I was talking to I worked in Scotland on a ship, Kingdom of Life. So I was talking to my captain. He's from Scotland, and this man was talking about. He has been to Lagos, so he was talking about the development in Lagos. That he was surprised about the development, like Africa is, is moving. So I think because there were no blacks on the ship, and even in the state town. So I met a Ghanaian. I was doing bunkering to the ship, so I met a Ghanaian. He was just walking by, and I was surprised to see a black man around the place. So I was talking to the Ghanaian, communicating with him, and my captain came across, and it was surprised to see another black man in the town. There were no black men at all. So I was trying to communicate with him, and the Ghanaian was asking me how I got a job, and So after a while, the guy started talking about Nigeria, that we have a drug baron as the president, and how did we allow a drug baron to become the president of Nigeria? So I was trying to defend, the motion, that it brought to me, and the captain that had an high view about Nigeria, he's been to Lagos and he was surprised about the rapid development, and he talked about the railway. So he was trying to defend us, like, come on, like, are you? Is that true? He was asking if that is true, because Lagos he has been to is very developed, and this Ghana doubled down on it, like saying, oh no, there might be development, little development, but that doesn't change the facts that your president is a drug baron. Why are you keeping quiet? Why don't you?
El Chapo.
I was embarrassed, like, come on, like, man, I'm short of words. I tried to explain to him that, I don't know, probably his oppositions, like, there are a lot of good things to say about Nigeria. I don't know what these people want to get from it, like trying to spoil the image of the country, trying to make Nigeria look like
they were not Nigerians in the first instance. They were not Nigeria. They have their country. You know their country. They were not Nigerian. They were not Nigerian, so they don't care.
But
they don't care.
Thomas, like I said earlier, that part of the country had a slim chance of becoming president. With what happened with Obi, they should forget presidency. They are done. I'm sorry. No. They just see their fate with the way Peter B is doing with all these.
No, they are not done, Babati. Tinubu, if God willing, Tinubu will do 8 years. He's going back to the north another 8 years. So they have another 16 years. So after 16 years, they can come and queue again.
No,
so
let me.
Going to south.
Let me be honest with you. When it comes down south, do you know where it's going? Like Dami says, it's going south. I'm being honest with you. That's just the way it is. If you put a South from Delta, you get somebody from Enugu, people are going to vote for someone from Delta.
For the Delta, vote for Delta.
I'm telling you, if you put somebody from Bayelsa against somebody from Anambra in the next 60 years, and you say you vote for one person, people are going to vote for somebody from Bayelsa.
From Bayelsa, yeah.
I'm being on the way they have behaved so far. I'm sorry. You messed up your job. I'm not saying it's fair, but that's just the way it is. So.
But Peter Obi knew he can't win this election. He knew. It's just fooling his gullible followers. He knew. He knew that he can't win this election.
Yeah, I think he wants to run in the next 4 years again, 27.
Who's stopping? Nobody will stop him. But all the gimmicks he used on this election is not going to work the next election.
Yeah.
All this religion card that he play is not going to work. Yeah.
I don't think he does well if he runs again. I don't think he's gonna be as impactful compared to the last time. I don't think so.
He missed the chance. He lost it. He can't. There's no way he can be a Nigerian president. I don't even think I think he has done so much damage to
that I've never seen Nigeria that usually even when we fight, by now we should be drinking palmy and beer together and just laughing. That's the way it's always been. But this one, even I personally, I can testify that even I have lost people that are my friends from that part of the country because of P2B. Because me,
if you lost them, are they paying your bills?
No,
they are not paying your bills. Yeah.
No. It's like me trying to be objective, but people are just they are heavily invested in him emotionally. So when he lost, they just couldn't fathom the of their man losing. And me trying to be so now I've been you know how they tag you, oh, it's not your brother. That annoying statement. Tinubu's your brother because he's Yoruba, then nah. But even if he's not he's the president. So they think that some way, somehow, P2B is going to walk out of the court system on Wednesday and be declared winner. That's what they actually think. And I worry about it. If the government is not careful, these guys might do and undo and start causing all over the place. They should, like Thomas will say, that would do anyhow.
Lock them up. That is it. Just lock them up. I knew with what they are planning. I know the security agency too. They are up to the task. If anybody raise any ugly head, I'm sorry.
Like, how can you say you want election at the same time you want to release Nnamdi Kanu? Like, actually, how many things do you want at the time? Like, it's not the conscience. The agenda. I don't get this. You know what? Just go ahead, Thomas.
You know, Babati, what really transpired because before that election, they were propagating secession from Nigeria, and all the people they supported their can or whatever. So, but after that, when Obi came out, the reason why they are selling all this narrative all over the world, I will tell you why. When you look at the African continent, you will see they are the one doing trading in almost all of these African countries. So they were like selling this narrative to them that they were elected drug baron or something like that. It was like a fire spreading among their tribe. We have to do a lot of propaganda, tell a lot of bad things about this guy. If we can do that, then we have some Yoruba people who also believe in this cause. They hijack the NSAS movement and they hijack it very well. And unfortunately for B2, people like Obasanjo and the rest, they are also behind him. And Obasanjo won that power back, power by proxy, okay? Because he knew categorically that if Obi become the president, he will be able to.
He will be the president. He will be the president indirectly.
Of course, he will be the president. In fact, if Obi has won, there are so many people that will be controlling him. The religious leaders will be controlling him. Obasanjo will be there doing his own stuff. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a more messier, messed up country. More messed up country.
Thank God, the Oluwa show that we don't want.
Where I see is that after Wednesday, Tinubu should not deal with anybody. Anybody that go out and protest, they should deal with that person because we are not. Because we are not living in a banana republic, anybody cannot just cause unrest or crisis in a peaceful country. Everybody, even all the countries of the world, every country is suffering one way or the other. You can't tell me where you are living, there is no inflation. The price of food have increased a lot. Yeah.
Remy, in 6 months, in a year now, they've increased our mortgage in 8 times.
Oh my God!
I have
a friend in
1,002. I'm paying 1,004 a year ago. Now we are paying 2,002.
Oh my God!
Almost doubled. People are selling their house because they can't afford to pay mortgage.
Yes, it's not easy. What you just told me now, I need to call my friend in Perth because he have 2 property in Perth there. And I don't know how it's going. I hope he can cope by paying 2 mortgages at the same time. So everywhere in the world, even here, the price of food have increased a lot. and continue to increase because the tax system, the tax is so high on everything. So whatever you buy, they already put their VAT on it. And if you do go for services, they also charge you 24%. Like, for example, the first time I took my car to a mechanic, I was shocked. After the old money, they also charged me 24% VAT. Hey, oh my God. It was so, before I can get used to the system, it takes a while. You will just continue to pay money. This, that, this, that. So,
do you want to check the food of price in Australia? Skyrocketing every blessed day.
Yeah, because the supply chain was distorted during the COVID-19, and if we do not have that Ukraine war and Russia, maybe things will be a little bit better. Because most of these European countries, most of the food they are imported. Okay, not that they produce all the food. Many people live in America. Maybe they are lucky. At least they have a lot of food being grown.
Most of our food here is being imported.
Yeah, it's imported.
Most of it's being imported. Yeah. Even though we farm, we have the land, we farm, but they still import.
Yeah.
They still import.
So you can see. Yeah. So, and I think democracy is just a game. Today you win, tomorrow you can do. It does not mean the end of the world. You can try again.
Last week, our Reserve Bank said that we should be expecting another inflation in mortgage interest rate.
Oh my God!
It's just Remy. Thank God I'm working very well. My wife she's a nurse. We are earning very well.
Mm-hmm.
The other house we rented the other house. We rent the other house. The occupant is paying for the mortgage. Mm-hmm. Then we are paying for the one we are living. Mm-hmm. It's just crazy, man. Crazy.
But at the same time, no matter how income you make, that means more than 50% is going to mortgage. So you are talking about house alone. What about the other stuff? Because the gas you are buying does not remain the price day in, day out. They continue.
Our gas can be $2.50 in the morning. In the evening, it's $3. In the midnight, it's $2.50. $2.30
per 4 liters. How do you
buy
liter?
We sold liter here.
It's expensive there. Australian dollar, $3.
$3.
So normal dollar, I don't know the exchange rate, but it's also expensive. It's high. It's high.
Remy, I fill up my gas $80, $70 before. I fill up my gas tank yesterday. I spent $120.
Oh my God.
100, and even though I'm driving a hybrid car, 120. I've never filled up my gas $120.
The phenomenon I witnessed is that more than 25% of people already changed totally to electric vehicle. Because here we have a pole, and if you want a charging pole, they just come and install for you. So most people now are driving, they encourage electric vehicle. So in the next 5 years, those crude oil of Nigeria should start to get their heart very well. Because crude oil is not going to be the main thing anymore. The way they are going in Europe, they continue to buy more electric vehicles. Come and see them. Mercedes-Benz, Volvo, all of them.
But Remy, there is inflation everywhere you live. But we are complaining in Nigeria as if the government is punishing our people. If there's inflation in America, in Australia, so what do you expect to happen in Nigeria?
The problem in Nigeria is the communication and perception. The perception is still there for a long time that anything that happens in Nigeria, if any bad or evil thing happens in Nigeria, is the president. If I don't have food on my table, it's the president. If anything that is wrong, you have to blame the president. They never even think about blaming their governor. Everybody just blame the president. Like if the president have to provide everything for them. So that's the perception about our people that our leaders are evil. But I always ask people, leaders come from followership. So when you are blaming your leader, indirectly, you're also blaming yourself. Because the same leader comes from your community, your village, your state, your local
government, locality.
So we are as well blaming that these leaders are evil, that means the generality of our people are evil. That is the way I see it. So, but if you get
Mr. Remy, I want to put something. Mr. Remy, please let me put this one. If you see, when you talk about inflation in Australia or maybe in Finland, in America, you have to look at the capital income per head of these people. So, and when you measure it with what people with that of Nigeria, you will see that indeed our people are suffering. We cannot allow someone who earns 40,000 naira to buy fuel 800 something naira and see it as normal, or someone who earns 50. I have to tell you there's a serious issue. So we cannot use this.
Midwest, sorry to cut you short. If you are earning 30,000 naira or 40,000 naira, how can you buy a vehicle?
How can you get a car? Why are you driving a car?
How can you even get it? With your 40,000, it's not enough for you even to buy a car of 500,000 naira in Nigeria. Because when you calculate your income per year, we are talking about 40,000 times 12, which is around 480,000, and minus tax and everything.
Okay, thank you. Let me also add this one to you. If you put it that way, let's drag it to food. I had 35,000 naira, a bag of rice is 60,000 naira, maybe 50,000 naira.
You can't be calculating.
I'm working, I cannot also eat. So when you wait now, I want to round up.
Why do you go and buy a bag of rice? What do you need a bag of rice for?
I need it because of my family and my wife.
You can't buy a bag of rice. You are not entitled to buy a bag of rice because your income doesn't connote buying a bag of rice.
Midwest, I also want to tell you something before you go. Most people who live in developed nations, whether America or Europe, most people, 80% of them are doing 2 jobs.
Yeah.
2 jobs. Go and ask
Remy,
them.
I have 4 jobs.
So you see now, at least minimum 2 jobs. So you can
minimum 2 jobs. You can't survive without 2 jobs.
Just suppose it that they also work hard for them to also pay all those mortgage and whatever they want to do. 2 jobs.
Remy, I think most Nigerians, they have the victim mentality. I don't know. An average Nigerian think they think Nigeria is the worst place to live on earth. You know, like it's almost like they're getting an award for being the poorest nation on earth, which is not true. And when you see most Nigerians, they talk about the minimum wage in Nigeria. Oh, you can't get a bag of rice, but they compare that to the average wage in developed countries. They don't talk about the minimum wage in developed countries. Look, the reality is, if you are earning a minimum wage in England or in America, you can't afford. I mean, you find it hard to afford a lot of things. You can't afford your rent. You can't afford your bills.
You can't even buy a car. You can't afford a car.
So I don't know where the mentality comes. Like comparing the minimum wage to the average wage in developed countries. Why don't you compare the minimum wage in Nigeria to the minimum wage in developed countries?
Damian Thomas, wage is being paid hourly. It is the hour you put, and that if they say you are going to work for 1 hour, you will sweat that 1 hour. It's not in Nigeria that you collect your salary at the end of the month and you might decide to don't go to work or do half day and go and do your business, go back to your shop or something like that. I'm talking about the civil servant. So, but here you work per hour. So the hour you make, then you get paid. If you don't do that 1 hour, you do put in the hour you pay at the end of every 2 weeks or maybe a month, that's what you get paid for. But in Nigeria, they have the luxury of working as a civil servant. Majority of them, by 12, they are gone. They have other side gig they are also doing, like have their own shop. So they don't really put in the man hour there, if you really want to calculate very well. Everybody is changing the system. And if they want to do something, the most important thing they will think about what they can get from you. You have to put something on the table or before they open your file. So the corruption is not only about in high places, everywhere. So like Babati said, and I always advocate for this, Nigeria need a little bit of iron hand. All this democracy about America we are talking about, human rights, this right, that right, it's not going to work. Because if it works, that country will not move forward. Before anything happened, the so-called Umara will be shouting, "Yeah, President Biden, come and help us in Nigeria. They are killing us," and which are totally false. It's not true. The same Lagos you said they are not doing. Even the subway line, the one they just opened yesterday, it's even more beautiful than some country subway. It's more even highly stand. The standard is so high that some other countries have been into that have traveled to. We should appreciate what we have. And some people are talking about they have it. Maintenance is the problem. If we know maintenance is the problem, and the governor was saying there will be security, 3 levels of security. You have the neighborhood watch, the police will be there, plainclothes will be there, and then the railway station, just like any other country of the world, they also have their own security there. So that means like 3 to 4 layers of security are at every station. And they are warning Nigeria, please don't cross the railway line. It's electrified so that you don't get electrocuted. But go and write it down. Some of them will not listen. They won't listen, and they will try to.
If you don't listen, you die now.
They won't listen. You will see.
It's simple as ABC. If you don't listen, they said they don't tell the child not to put his ears or hand in the fire. But if you put your hand in the fire,
yeah, Thomas.
Yes, please.
Letting my other handle and then
the other device. Yeah, this one is echoing. Yeah, I will let the other ones. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So if you put your hand in the fire, you're gonna get burned. So they don't tell you not to put your hand in the fire. So if you do that, you get burned. So I think, as Dami rightly said, a minimum wage in abroad, you can't do anything. You are just like a poor person.
Yeah, that is why you have to do 2 jobs.
That means you have to do all the
hours there to make money.
Remy, when I was in Nigeria, I thought I was working. I'm a hard worker. But I got here, I said, I am just joking in Nigeria. I'm joking. I'm wasting away in Nigeria.
Actually, what I discovered in this country is that sometimes the money you make, you don't even have time to enjoy the money. Because it's like a triangle lifestyle. That is what that's where I see it. Unless you have your own money, you are doing your own business. A triangle lifestyle, you go to work as the base, and then the 2 other base is shopping and your home. And you continue to repeat this thing day in, day out, year in, year out, every time. And then you decide to diversify if you can save enough money and try to think of other things to do. But
it's when I went to holiday, I step out of this Australia, I enjoy life. Last time I enjoyed life is December last year that I went to Nigeria.
It's virtually for most people. That is just it. How can you? If you have a job in Nigeria, if I would advise, if your job is good and paying you very well, don't trouble yourself.
If you have a stable job in Nigeria, there's no point traveling or migrating. Doesn't make sense.
Just build a house in a very good environment and enjoy your life.
No. And this country, I don't know how you guys live. Where I am is boring, man. My only is church. Let me tell you my cycle: work, home, church, grocery. Work, home, church, shopping. Work, home, church. There is nothing else. I don't drink. If I'm a drinker or club guy, I will still be going to club. That is it. That's just
easy for you as a family man with your wife by your side. You go to club every night. You can't do that. She won't accept. African, she won't accept that from you. So that is life generally.
There is no bro, daddy kan. I want to go and visit the family. There is nothing. Nothing.
Everywhere, in Western world, they promote individualism, in which everybody just think about themselves. So, and they can do whatever they like with their life. So you can, like, for example, you can step out of your street and you might not even see nobody. You can walk miles, nobody even say hello to you. You can do whatever you. So it's not so.
I live in a neighborhood. My neighbor don't even greet me.
Greet you
Can you
from
imagine?
It's the same thing here. Yeah, when you go life for a gentleman's life now.
Yeah,
Who cares about?
They don't even greet. When I bought another house, we moved to Indian community. That's why I have friends that they will say good morning in the morning, good morning, how are you? But when I was able to be with the whites, they don't even greet you. They don't even want to associate with themselves with you.
Yes, it's true.
Australia is even worse. Australia is worse. Yeah, I've been. I was in Australia in Melbourne. I don't know if.
Yes, I'm in Melbourne too. I'm in Victoria.
Oh yeah, I was there. Actually, I don't know if you know a country. Your neighbor, Papua New Guinea. You know, I think
Papua New
Thomas.
Guinea, of course. Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Indonesia. What do you call it? New Zealand. Yeah.
Yes, and you guys, Australia, you are bamboozling all your neighbors anyhow you like. All those Papua New Guinea.
They're colonizing them. They are colonizing.
And when we talk about Nigeria, they will tell us, "Oh, leave our labor alone. Nothing could do." You have America. They spread their power all over the world. If you don't follow what I want, I kick you out. So, and we Nigeria as this giant or in West Africa, you're like, no, don't do nothing.
Yeah. Papua New Guinea, Cook Island, Solomon Island.
Solomon, you know very well, my brother.
Yeah, I'm a marine engineer. I've traveled around the world.
So. That is why. Yes. You know, you have all the map of the world.
Yeah, that's right.
So Australia is not a bad place, but it's just thinking when you want to visit home, you think of 24 hours on the flight. That's just the problem. It's really good, not bad. It's one of the safest country in the world. One of the safest country in the world. No natural disaster, because we don't have land borders. So our waters is mounted like mad. Our water is mounted. Security on submarine on everywhere. I don't know. It's too safe, man. No one can try any mess. And our neighboring countries too, we are just like big brother to them. So they can't even try any they can't try any mess.
The white man that discovered that area, they were quite lucky. Big land surrounded by ocean. They are in control of everything. They are quite lucky.
They are everything, my brother. If you want to come to this country, it's either you come by here or you come by water. There is no other place.
Yes, of course.
No other place. That is the two means. Then their borders is mounted like
they also have a vast land, very vast land that if
Australia is the sixth largest landmass in the whole world. Sixth largest. And we are just 25 million. Just 25 million.
So I hope the community, Melbourne is a big city, but my friend lives in Perth, and he told me that if you don't mind, if you go and buy a land which is quite cheap in the countryside, then you are going to be living with crocodiles, snakes, and
snakes, of course, with kangaroos and.
They encourage you to buy land, and says some Australia, that's what they do. They buy acres and acres of land in the vast interland or countryside so that they can have a big farmland and they live with the nature.
My God! You can drive 24 hours. You will not see one house. When you are traveling, going to Perth, go east. Oh my God! The land. I don't even think somebody can say I own those land. Yeah.
Thomas, you know that China is one of your rivals, even though you're a little far away from there. And they don't need a road linking you up in order to deal with you. You have 25 million people. You get your independence. in 1901 from Great Britain, right?
Yeah.
A country such as Australia, which is about, I guess, 50% Christian or something like that, if I'm memory serves me right, and then 38% people who don't have any religion. I think it's 43% Christian, no religion, 38%, and then Islam 2%. Yeah. So one of the things you benefit is the same thing that Great Britain benefit from is its racism, white racism. They let you, they leave you alone to survive, including Britain. Britain would have been destroyed a long time ago because of the wrongs they've done to a lot of other countries in Africa, in Asia, and others. But so your defense is still the United States. Any day, the United States, this let's say Obama, if he was a good guy and he's actually Afrocentric, like me, if I had gotten in there, I would have let you guys taste a little bit of what you've been doing to Africans, right? If I had gotten in there like Obama did, I would have let Britain be on its own for a little bit, right? And have people separate them from Scotland, Wales, all those people that want independence. I would have given it to them. So your country is small. It's the United States that's guaranteeing your safety. Right now, you're like a satellite for United States to rival China. China wants to deal with you, and they can. Do you understand what I mean? They don't have to have a road linking you to their country. But anyway, that's by the way. You said earlier that you paid $120 to fill up your tank in the last few days. Even though you have how many oil wells do you guys have? Oil fields?
Oh, what do you mean by oil fields? The
oil, petroleum,
They have, but they are reserving it for when everything crumbles in the whole world. So we are still importing our fuel.
Right. They cannot.
They're just keeping
have
it.
Their cake. They cannot have their cake and eat it too. See, that's the thing with Africans like me. If I'm a Nigerian president and I see something like that, I'll be very upset, right? You look at how little you're paying about the same thing everybody. Those who have oil, who are using their oil, right? Like us in Nigeria, you pay the same thing. While else you don't want to use your oil, you want to keep your oil for a rainy day. You ought to be paying
saving it for rainy day.
Saving it for a rainy day. You should be paying $10 a gallon at the minimum if you want to keep your oil, right?
We said liters,
which is about 4 liters make a gallon, right?
Gallon, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll settle for maybe $5 a liter if you're gonna keep your oil, because all those oil that Britain is using, they have third, fourth, fifth largest, the three of them, the third, the fourth, and the fifth largest oil companies in the world. That's our oil. They don't have a lick of oil, but a little bit in Scotland. It's unfair. So I blame the United States for all that nonsense because, you could even see with this particular administration where Saudi Arabia, their existence depends on the United States. If the U.S. doesn't guarantee their safety, these crazy Arab Islamic fundamentalists would have taken over that place. They're not going to let a family keep all that oil and all that money. But anyway, so Babati, I'm very is Babati, you here? Is he here?
I'm here now. Sorry, I'm on call. So I was away.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed. Whenever I hear you talk, when there's no Igbo person on this panel, and you succumb and you go to the bottom of the barrel, and you talk like Remy here, for example. It's not fair.
You're my favorite panelist when you come up. It's a pleasure listening to you all the time.
I appreciate it. It's also reciprocal.
But I was just addressing that. Like, if you listen to my election, I said never in the history of our modern politics have we seen where usually when we fight as Nigerians, we heal, we drink, we just move on. But this one, it just feels different. Like I've never seen this level of division.
Like a canker worm.
Right, but you know the healing. We all, boys are always gonna be boys. I don't believe in what they call masculine toxicity. Right? You know, men, you come out here, you banter, and that's okay.
Right.
But there are people who really mean it. You know, when you, for example, Peter Obi as a phenomenon, right? It's a Nigerian phenomenon. It's not a Southeastern or Igbo, even though it should be. And somebody could argue it. For example, somebody like myself, I'm proud of him, right? As it's not perfect, but everything's relative. Now, there's somebody who made a constructive criticism of Peter Obi along with the rest of the trash everybody was talking about. And that criticism was that how could you save money? Talking about Obi's frugality, right?
That was me. That was me.
Right.
That was me.
I thought so.
Yeah.
And that's a constructive criticism. Somebody could say that. Somebody who doesn't understand the meaning of saving money. Obi, those who support us, they talk about that he paid the salaries on time, right? I mean, now you're judging all these things based on Nigerian standards. You know, somebody paying salaries on time.
Very low.
It's a virtue.
Very low bar, by the way.
Right, but what I'm saying, you know, in Nigeria terms, it's a big deal, especially in those days when a lot of states were not doing that. But he paid his salaries on time. He invested heavily in education, perhaps the most to do so. So now, if you listen to him himself, will tell you the virtues of saving money. He's not just doing it arbitrarily. You know, he's frugal. When you dig deeper, you find that he's the same in his family. For example, he has a 30-something-year-old son, and he won't let him buy a car. That guy ended up being a teacher, a noble profession, right? So he doesn't spend money. Now, we also peeped behind, there's a confrontation between him and a very rascally bishop in their state or somewhere over there. He's a popular guy. And this guy was trying to hassle Obi for some money. And Obi says, look, I will do the project, send me the project, I will do, but I'm not going to give you cash, right? Now, you can't blame somebody like that knowing that, I don't know how many of you have built property in Nigeria and maybe your family member, the ones that are up there trying to help you do so, and you'll be sending them, remitting money to them to do it. You find out in most cases that they don't use those funds for what it was budgeted for. Do you understand what I mean?
I'm with you.
Yeah, there's diversion of construction funds. It's rampant in the country. And a lot of us complain. In your earlier segment, you talked about the church and how you cannot just judge your salvation based on these pastors. Obviously, even no matter what your pastor does, your relationship is with God. The pastor's behavior does not reflect on whether God exists or God is good, right? So what I'm saying is that when you have a medical doctor such as yourself and the other guy that sounds like Remy, Simba and all that, who's also a medical doctor, and you are trained and you went to school, it's very important that when we're in a forum like this, my presence here should be redundant. You should be upholding the 10 of true or false, thinking, using your head, trying to make the country better. So it was quite a disappointment. I listened to you. The same feeling you have for me, I have, it's mutual. I respect you, your profession, and whatever you do. So I would now call on you to repent. It's not, no matter what we all say, Yorubas, Igbos, we're Nigerians, we're true Nigerians. We have a lot of...
No, you are missing my point. My bigger point was that part of the country needs to get their politics right. That was what I was trying to say. Like, once you get your politics right, it will be easier for you to then run for office. Because, like, maybe you might not agree with me, but I think you agree with what I'm about to say. I think that this was supposed to be your turn, and you lost it because your politics were just wrong. You were not very tactical.
Okay, well, let me respond to that. I disagree on both counts, both the premise and the conclusion, right?
Really?
Number one, let me first deal with the conclusion. I believe that P2B won the election by a wide margin, right? But we have a tribunal coming in the next 24, 36 hours. So we'll find out what they think about that. But by all reasonable conclusions, even when you look at the polls, I can post one now for you. I don't know if Thomas has the ability to share it. Let me post one on the private chat. Now, Obi consistently, in all the polls that I saw, he beat everybody. So let's not sell Nigerians short, okay? Nigerian people, when I say that Obi won the election or that he featured very well in the polls, I'm not saying that the Southeasterners made that happen. No, Nigerians.
It was Nigeria, right?
Yeah, Nigerians in general were yawning for progressivity and trying to move along, and you know, the Nigerian spirit. And they found that in P2B. He embodied all that stuff, right? Even notwithstanding his faults. For example, the one you pointed out, which is frugality, that was dealt with, trashed out, lampooned, and we all, some of us enjoyed it. It's one of his characteristics. And it's not evil, it's not mean. He doesn't go overboard, and he still does it with his own funds, with the state funds. He doesn't. I mean, I've seen him give his speeches when he's talking about his frugality. People are laughing and crying and falling on the ground.
Can I ask you though? Like, let's say tomorrow the court says he lost. Would you advise him to pursue this further at the Supreme Court level?
Very good question. Very good question. So let me finish what I was dealing with. I dealt with your conclusion on that, and then the other thing you talked about is that we didn't play our politics well. That's a refrain here. It's often cited, but people who are participants on this panel who are fair, Yorubas, Igbos, Hausas, they point out that that's not true, and they really give cogent reasons, but for some reason it doesn't stick. So I don't think I could do much better than that, but to say that the nature of politics in Nigeria, you still have primordial sentiment. You have Christianity versus Islam. You have North versus South. Then you also have Igbo versus Yoruba, the tribal stuff. And then all the complications that go along there. So there is no expert in that. What the only cure for it ends up being what we had, which is a good candidate that goes around, that can go out there to the houses. They won't accuse him of tribalism. They won't say he's achieved his things based on nepotism, religiosity, and all, even though they're trying to pin that on him because there is an unfortunate statement that he made out of context. Because when a politician goes to address a body, if you're talking to kids, you're going to say, say you went to school, elementary school, and you say, kids, this is this. Okay, so following that, you go to a church, you're going to say, church, this is what I want you to do, right? So, but then...
Oh, you mean that take back your country stuff at the church?
Yeah. Out of context, it's not good.
I've always said, to be honest with you, that there was no need for him to go to church, because once Tinubu said Muslim, you already had a church vote. There was no need for you to start making rounds around the place. That was a mistake in my opinion. But
okay, well, somebody could say that as well, and I disagree with it, but a reasonable person can say that. I believe that he methodically tried to expand his base, right? He went everywhere. He talked to everybody. He went to the press. He went to Islamic states and donned Islamic culture. He went to Christians. He went to Yorubas. He went to Igbos. He went to Ijos. He went to everybody. So you have to then, when there's ambiguity, because somebody who just looks at that statement, yes, can be making that kind of case. But then when you look at somebody's character and look at his antecedents, his spirit, his meaning, right? Then you'll be able to know what he meant by what he said. But having said that, the last question you asked me is a very, very good question. What do I expect to happen if this tribunal gets it wrong, right? I believe they're going to get it right. First of all, I believe that Tinubu is going to be removed from office in the next day or two.
Thomas, hold on. Guys, hold on. Hold on. Let me clarify here. So it's one thing to.
Babati, I'm so sorry. Yeah, just 1 second. Thomas, I think Adewale is trying to come in. Can you?
Yeah. Yes, it's already in. Yeah.
He finally left me after 2 years.
So, guys, hold on. So, Pana, can you clarify? It's one thing to remove Tinubu. It's another thing to declare Peter Obi the president. So, which one is it? Like, would they call for fresh elections? No, Thomas, hold on. Let's clarify so we know where it's coming from.
Right. Okay.
Are they going to just remove him and call for fresh elections, or they're going to declare Peter Obi the winner? Which one is it?
Okay, so obviously all these are prognostications that we're making. Nobody knows before what's going to happen. It depends on which of those things stick. What did they see? Were they thorough? How deep did they go? Does the certificate matter? And did they find that he had one or not? According to the Constitution, what kind of interpretation are they going to give the Constitution, right? Where it says you have to have X, Y, Z, and then if you don't have that, if they go methodically, go all the way down and try to sort this thing out completely, look at the votes, count the votes, find out which votes are valid, which invalid, right?
Because you said they're going to remove him.
Yeah, I'm coming.
So
I'm trying to give you the reason of what I'm going to suggest may happen. So it depends on which one of these stick, right? The things against there are many things that encumbers Tinubu, right? For example, the Constitution is very specific that you have to have a minimal certificate, right? High school, for example, secondary school certificate, WASC. So if you go out there, you claim you went to Harvard or whatever, and there's questionable over there. You don't want to show how you got into Harvard because you need that high school certificate. Okay, is that you? Is that him? Things if they go deep down, he may be disqualified if they apply the Constitution. What's going to happen is that the person who's fronting as a force by INEC will be disqualified. You understand? So if that happens, then they're going to order a total brand new election. Now, if they don't go that route and they go the route of accepting the elections, accepting the candidates, but now they want to see the votes, count the votes, legal votes, then they're going to, what's going to happen is they're going to find out that Tinubu did not win a single state. I mean, it'd be astonishing when they make the revelation of actually what happened. When you count out those votes, like I did mathematically here, I showed mathematically that he didn't win a single vote. His best stand would have been Lagos State. Let's just go back to February 24. I'm back, all right? If you see anybody, any conscious, any reasonable person, and you say, what states are Tinubu going to win? The first one they're going to tell you is Lagos State, and they're going to say he built Lagos. What was that Remy was asking for? Somebody that was a mentored. He mentored a lot of people in Lagos. He's from Lagos State. So the only thing would Obi and Atiku meet the threshold of 25% in the Lagos State. That would be the equation. It's not that they're going to straight out win it. Now, those opposed to that would say that there are a lot of Igbos in Lagos, but some others will come back. His supporters will say, look, you don't have that many Igbos in Lagos enough to take the state. But anyway, so in a mathematical, say somebody, you're going from 1 to 10, a scale of 1 to 10. So that will be his 10. The other 36 states plus the federal capital territory, there'll be variables, there'll be X. But at that date, on that date, before February 24th and going back, you have a mathematical formula that will be X is less than 10. So as you start plugging in for those X, Abia, it's going to be less than 10. Right? Remember that there's no 11 in that scale. 10 is the most, which will be his Lagos. Kaduna is less than 10. Any of those things will be less than 10. So when you put in the 10, which is Lagos, he lost. So there's no state that he could win. So that's my own calculation. Now the tribunal was independent, and they're gonna be, if they go the route of looking at the results, you're gonna find out that River State, Wike's hubris notwithstanding, he lost that state. Even when you go to the IREV there, it's clear that you look at it that he lost River State by a wide margin. And even he lost Lagos by even a wider margin than is being portrayed by INEC. So that's my thought. If they go as jurists and use the jurisprudence that's out there, anywhere in the world, right? And try to determine the votes, then what's going to happen is that Obi would emerge as the winner and the president will be sworn in. Right? Atiku will come second. So hold on. This is my opinion. I mean, it's my opinion, but I'm giving you the reasons why I think so. I'm not just throwing it out there.
Before you finish, please, by the way, however this thing goes down tomorrow, I think it's better that you come here and just talk about it. That would be something for us to want to hear your perspective, regardless of how the case. That would be something. Go ahead. Sorry.
I will do that. So let me conclude, knowing that others may either have a question or have their own contribution, by saying that, as important as this Wednesday is, it's only if the tribunal does the right thing. If the tribunal doesn't do the right thing,
but Pastor, hold on, please. What is the right thing? Hold on, please? Is it to reinstate Peter Obi is the right thing? That is your own right thing.
Right. What I said.
Hold on, please. Upholding Tinubu's election can be even the right thing. Your own perspective can be the right thing.
Let me know when you want me to get in.
Yeah, you can come in. Yeah.
Okay. Look, I want you to know that as I sit here, I'm sitting, you can't see me, but as I sit here, I am talking to you as an African, as a human being, as a Nigerian, as a Biafran, right? I'm talking to you wearing all these hats. But one thing that holds all these titles that I hold together is true and false. I have to go with the truth. Tinubu, under no circumstance, is the right thing. With election notwithstanding, he's not the right person to represent our country. Fortunately, he didn't win. This is not knocking anybody. This is not talking to the Yorubas. Talking to Tinubu, not the Yorubas. Right? He did not win the election, so we can't divide ourselves about that. We have to move on. We have to get on with it. You have to understand this, Thomas, especially. I'm trying to talk to you because I don't know why. I heard you earlier when I was driving. That's why I had dialed in on my cell phone earlier. Say something about your governor. If the Anambra State people can praise their governor, why can't you praise your governor? Well, it makes sense to a degree, but not for us who like you in Australia. You've talked about how you have your house, you're making payments, and payments going up, and which means we all face the same thing in diaspora, right? So you're a responsible guy. You have a house, a mortgage. So it's heartbreaking that you don't apply whatever obtains, because when you talk about Australia, you're just one of us, just another guy, another Nigerian in diaspora. Educated Nigerian. But when you talk about Nigeria, you talk in tribal terms. If there are a number of people are doing the wrong thing, praising their governor, you should admonish them. Two wrongs don't make it right. You can't go praising a governor that doesn't perform because somebody in Anambra State is praising their governor. Incidentally, some of us don't come from Anambra State. We have other states, and the same thing you find Anambra people doing. If it's horrible, I find the same thing horrible. There's nothing joining us by the hip. We're different states in Southeast. The Imo people have their own thing, and Anambra and Enugu and Abia and all that. We're all different. And Ebonyi. So the fear of the Igbo man, which there's a clip that if you have time, I want you to Google it one day. There's a guy has a comedic thing that goes on. He calls himself International Abuki. That's his name. If you Google it, if you play it, it's very hilarious. It's funny. He's portraying to be, I don't know if he's Igbo. He could be Igbo, but you cannot tell from his dressing and the way he talks. And he's talking about, and he made sense in what he's saying, that nobody, that he says, we don't hate the Igbo, right? He does it with northern accent. Say they're afraid of the Igbo. Everybody's afraid of the Igbo. The British are afraid of the Igbo. The tribes in Nigeria are afraid. They love us, but they're afraid of the Igbo for whatever reason. I don't know what it is. And I found that even though it's a comedy, but that happens to be what it is. You don't like Southeasterners because you're afraid of them. So, but why go down, even if they're down below your own level? Why go down to that level, praising a governor who's not performing just because a number of people, and I'm using that as an example. It's not that serious, but that kind of tells you what you're doing with Obi and Tinubu is the same thing. So we have to get the country right. We have to get the politics right. We have to do it. We have to do it. So some of the criticism that's leveled at Obi, some of it he deserves it, some of it he doesn't. But then when you look at everybody else, to me, I believe that he's one of the people that's going to quickly pull us out of these problems that we have. Even his frugality will help. If you cut the excesses that these public officials, they take probably over 75% of Nigeria's income, revenues. These politicians share it without building anything with it that you can see from space. There's no monument or anything. They practically just take our money, take out everything that's made to educate and feed the people and do the things. And they just take the money. So Obi's stand is that having, I don't know if you watch his speeches, go ahead, take your time and watch his speeches outside of running for office. He's had so many of them on the YouTube, right? And he'll be telling anecdotes how when he comes in there, the governor has this entourage of cars and so many cars. If he's going to Lagos or Abuja, he has to be accompanied by so many people who have nothing to do when they get over there. Now, somebody's gonna say, if you fire those people, they don't have a job anymore. You are frugal. You're selfish. But that's the job of a governor or an executive. Somebody is elected, and their powers and what they're supposed to do is delineated by that constitution. You cannot go there to be a nice guy, to spend the people's money. You know, so there's specific things that the government is allowed to do, that a president or governor, and whatever is not delineated there is reserved for the people. So that's what I'm saying. So some of those things are a little bit more complicated than that. But anyway, to finally just wrap it up, Baba T, what I'm saying is that when this tribunal comes in, let's say they do the wrong thing. And now to Thomas, the wrong thing would be to ignore the Constitution, or not to get down and see how those votes, since INEC did not transmit it according to clause 38 of procedure and guideline for that election, procedure and guideline 2022 for the 2023 election. It's right there. You have to transmit the results from the polling unit to go to the IREF, the system, so we can see it. Is the only way to show that it's transparent. You have to have a transparent election. That office doesn't belong to him. It's a public office with laws, including the Electoral Act. And part of the thing that Electoral Act, remember, many people worked so hard, intelligent Nigerians, to have that Electoral Act signed. Transparency is important. You cannot say because I'm the chairman, I could do whatever I want. Because if you extend that reasoning to logical conclusion, let's say on February 25th, midnight, 2, 3 in the morning, he comes and says, you know what, I won the election, me, Mahmoud. I won. What are you going to say? Because it's a possibility he could say that. You can only point out to him that, look, you couldn't have won because you did not run, right? And you're going to be able to methodically go to court to show that he did not win. He's not a czar. He doesn't tell us whatever he wants. We have to go by the Electoral Act. We have to go by that procedure and guideline, INEC, to show the courts that he did not run for office and he couldn't have won. He couldn't make himself president. So now you go to lesser degree. If he couldn't make himself president, he cannot make Bola Ahmed Tinubu president. We're a country of laws. So that is the approach. If the court does that, then it ends the matter. Now, Tinubu will be removed from office. He could appeal to the Supreme Court, but Obi should be sworn in right away on Wednesday. If the court then decide not to they decide to be corrupt, right, and they do not itemize things, now is there a possibility they go and they look at the votes and Tinubu won? Fine. If they show that, that would be the right thing to do as well. To answer your questions, Thomas, if they could go and count the votes, valid votes, and show methodically that Tinubu won the election, fine, that'd be acceptable. It's impossible, but let's just say something like that happened. An unlikely event, something like that happened, right? It should be accepted. But if they just play with everybody, which I suspect that they might, that's a 5-10% chance they may do that, get corrupt or intimidated or whatever, and they continue this nonsense, then we the people, now remember all these guys, the senators, the courts, they are representatives. We have a representative government. The actual sovereign, the owners of that country are the people. They are the final authority. It's their country. If the courts, abscond and don't do their job, then the people will stay. And it's done in many countries, time after time. It comes in many ways. You see it going on in Niger, going on in Chad, going on everywhere else in the country. In their countries, they take back their country by force, by all means necessary. And that's what I recommend here. If the courts don't do what they're supposed to do, the people ought to now finally solve this Nigeria's problem this time. Get out there, take the country back by force. So that's my conclusion on that. Thank you. Thomas, you there? Baba T, you there?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I yielded back, but I can continue if nobody else has anything to say. But
No. We need to shut down now. We've passed 9 hours here. I have a meeting to attend to.
If you shut down, I will arrest you.
Adewale. You always came in at the tail end of the program, Adewale. What are you drinking?
No, I've not been drinking. Everybody drinking, I've been drinking. I don't drink.
I know you are doing some daddy duties over there.
Yeah, I've been listening. I started the show with one man at the point I
Really?
left you guys. Yes.
Wow.
I was in the comment section, but I didn't have enough time to. My battery was slow at the time.
Hop in, yeah.
Yeah, so I couldn't join it, but notwithstanding.
Adewale is sipping his Jack Daniels at the backstage.
Huh?
Adewale is sipping his Jack Daniels at the backstage, huh? It's whiskey.
No, I'm not a drinker like you
But
guys.
Adewale, something is bothering me about our Yoruba people on TikTok speaking Yoruba, talking about BP. I don't know what I mean.
What do you mean by PE? You're going in and out. I can barely hear what you're saying. Can anybody hear what he's saying?
No, he's breaking up.
Yeah. Thomas, we can't hear you.
It's just, I don't. PP. Hear me now?
Barely.
Yeah, it's
Hello?
better. It's better. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
better. Yes. Yeah. 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 Our Yoruba people on TikTok, I've been watching them lately, talking about private parts, speaking in Yoruba language. It's just too graphic. Too. I don't. What is going on in this world?
Then
I
don't
don't.
listen to it. Don't watch it. They didn't compel you to watch it.
No, I don't watch it. You just come on it. I don't watch it. It's
It's bound to happen. It's called social media, where anything can happen, or everything is happening. So don't listen and don't watch.
No, I don't listen. But you just on TikTok, you just scroll, you
But
just you.
yeah, by the way, it's Pansa still there.
Yeah, it's here.
Pansa.
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
We spoke about your boy yesterday, Bobrisky.
Who is that?
Bobrisky.
Who is he?
Your one and only boy. I think you operate from that circle. You don't know Bobrisky in Nigeria?
No, I don't. Sorry. But go ahead, refresh my memory. What do you do?
Give me a break. Really?
I'm sorry to spoil your game there. I don't know who he is. Sorry about that. But go ahead. What did he do? What do you talk about?
Ladies and gentlemen, Pansa is lying. He don't want to tell the truth. Pansa and Bobrisky are family. They're actually probably from the same family. Idris and Pansa. He finally showcased his husband on social media.
Oh, he's
everybody,
like a weirdo or something.
And everybody commented how handsomely beautiful he is.
Is a cross dresser or something?
Are you telling me?
I don't know anything about that.
Anyway.
But I'm not against people and their lifestyle, like I said.
There you go.
People have a right to their own lifestyle. I don't begrudge them for whatever they do. So as far as they don't try to influence kids or do something illegal, pretty much. If it's just for themselves, entertainment, lifestyle, that kind of stuff, it's their thing. They're entitled to it. That's one of their rights as human beings. Okay. Right? Is that your position as well?
I won't say anything. I'm always listening, so I'd rather keep my mouth shut. Anyway, but I have my own.
What about you, Baba T, the doctor? What do you think about that?
They all spoke about their preference yesterday, and everybody deferred to you. So,
to me?
But yes, that you are going to give us the details about your brother Bobrisky.
Is he an Igbo guy, Bobrisky?
You tell us who. We can't even tell whether he's from Igbo land or Hausa land or Yoruba these days. So
okay, I will do a research next time.
He's a man of man.
When I talk to you next time, I'll look into it. I'll research it. I have never.
You should know better than us, anyway.
Yeah, I'll check it out because our country is in such mess that I haven't talked about anything else with that.
Well, speaking of what Thomas said, in as much as we come from a very conservative background, Africa generally are very conservative, and we're hypocrites. We knew all this thing is happening, but now people are having more awareness. When I was growing up, there was nothing called sex education. So, but I think our people taking it a little bit further by being a little bit vulgar about what they say on TikTok. TikTok is like an all-comer. Anybody can branch out and start
putting content on the internet from stable of TikTok. So, but like I said, you may choose not to. I think there's a control measure. You may decide not to, have such come um, to your thread. If you don't want to, you can block those things on TikTok. I'm not so sure, but I think you can. Just like the Instagram and all that. If you find it very offensive, uh, but you're no longer in Nigeria, you're not in Australia, so don't be surprised seeing all those contents popping up on your thread. Uh, that's where we find ourselves now. Speaking of tomorrow's judgment, I listened with the rapt attention of what Pansat was saying about Tinubu being disqualified, and well, I hope your wishes come true, Pansat. Like miracle does happen, and I hope the miracle happens. Um, but they've lived long enough to know that sometimes the pendulum of justice in Nigeria um, doesn't usually swing. You know, you can tell by the rhythm and the way the wave, that blows the the bells um, hook. I would say that I don't see. I haven't seen any point that shows that any, they will deviate from the status quo. I haven't. Um, what I'm saying is that it's possible that the the court is going to defer to the HINEC as an umpire, and whatever the HINEC come up with is what the court is going to stick with. Do I foresee Atiku going further? Absolutely. By taking the case to the Supreme Court. And that was the reason why he was digging more from the Chicago University issue, trying to subpoena and get the official document about his admission process and all that, because he wanted to really look at that aspect since he's unable to establish a serious case on the outcome of the election itself. So disqualification he will benefit more from the incumbent being disqualified. And the council must have laid that out during the, client lawyer session and decided we need to be taken further. And that's a good one. And for the other, for OB, well, I hope it's okay. I was on the Twitter this evening. Most of the things I was reading were not political at all. Some of those misguided elements or people that are not really supporting him, but for their own selfish agenda, planning to foment trouble by in the name of protest. Uh, I saw the thread on Twitter that's actually people are gearing up to foment trouble by trying to protest tomorrow, and also coupled with the Ajero's protest as well. So, but let's watch and see. But I don't see the tribunal. Um, as a matter of fact, the tribunal that sat in Edo State, the one that judged the case of Oshomole and the plaintiff from PDP, actually, because one of the pleading was that the INEC did not upload the result of that election, the senatorial election. But the court set it aside and said it's not a must. So, and I don't see the same court of appeal. I don't see the presidential tribunal, saying otherwise. I don't. But by and large, it seems like one of the panelists said earlier on the show that it seems that, I think it was Emmanuel, that it seems we, the one in diaspora, are the one really finding the number of discord in the society, or pushing those people back home. That a lot of them, so many of them, have really moved on. So see, it's, nothing is actually coming up, but people in diaspora.
Let me ask you a question then, Adewale. If the tribunal comes in and they ruled for Obi, for example, what do you think, if not you or those here on this panel, those listening to us, but what do you think, for example, the Southwesterners would do?
They would jubilate, of course.
I said if they find for Obi.
Yeah, but if the tribunal sacked Tinubu and nullified Atiku and declare Obi as the winner, the true winner of the election, well, the southeastern people will jubilate.
No, I'm talking about Southwestern people.
Southwest.
Yes.
Well, let's say, I think the only area that I think will be a little bit of where to be careful about is Lagos. Other than that, every other part of Southwest will really, really bother. But I don't think it will go that way. But I think people will be over and extraordinarily cautious in Lagos State because of, the high number or concentration of people of Southeastern. Going by what happened during the election, they will be highly cautioned. I know they won't troop out on the street and jubilate, but if that will happen, that means in some areas like Ojo Alabas and where you have more predominantly people of the Southeast, will be where that jubilation will happen. But I don't see that happening at all. I don't see the tribunal going.
Yeah, no, I understand. The question I think you answered it in the first part, but so you would then recommend.
I think the only thing that they could do, hold on one answer. I think the only thing that they could do is for them to command the INEC to conduct a rerun. Now, is that a ground to disqualify Tinubu? I don't see any ground of disqualification. Now, if Atiku is able to establish that he's able to gather some significant amount of, remember, their numbers are very close. The margin is not that much, right? So he was able to prove that he's able to get at least 25% in, I think, 12 states, and then also with a significant amount of number, then I think the tribunal can say, you know what, since it's between the first and the second, let's have a rerun, and that would not benefit Peter Obi. Now, if the tribunal now decided to disqualify Tinubu, going by the record that the remaining two, they were unable to get the 25% in 12 states, then the tribunal can now decide, okay, we're going to have a rerun between Atiku and Peter Obi. But like I said,
we're not far away. I believe that those are the scenarios. That's one of the scenarios, is what you just said last, right? But it would be disingenuous to say that you don't see any grounds to disqualify Tinubu. There are a lot of grounds to disqualify him. A lot. I mean,
let's take it one by one.
Yeah,
let's take it one by one.
I will. I'll do that. Okay. So, if you see, we have a constitution, and there are laws that govern the election. So, if you're gonna take those laws, right, as sacrosanct, which they are, then it's up to the tribunal to follow the jurisprudence that's already set. Remember, for example, in Imo State, for example, the guy there now as governor came in like fourth. Now, it hasn't happened in the presidential, but it has happened in the gubernatorial, where he came in fourth, and then the tribunal was able to look at minutia, count the votes, and do blah blah blah, and he ends up being the governor. So that's jurisprudence, right?
But Pastor, Imo State is not Nigeria.
It's not. I said that, but there's something called scale. Okay, let me give you an example. If you try to cook a pot of soup right now for you and your wife, and it calls for you to use 2.5 cups of egusi, 5 cups of water, blah blah blah, right? But then you have your in-laws come over, right? And now you have 5 people to feed instead of 2. So now you could scale it by using, I guess, 4 cups, or just adjust so you have a little less egusi. Now, instead of using 2 cups, maybe you go to 3-4 cups. Because the way it works is that because that ruling in the Imo State stood, it was not overturned by the Supreme Court, who have the power to overturn it. All right, even on their own motion, they could do it on their own motion and overturn it. But it stands. You have a lot more gubernatorial elections than you have presidential. As a matter of fact, in each circle, it's like 36-1 in favor of the gubernatorial. So you don't have that many cases to go by. But it's actually different, but even more so in the presidential case. In this particular case, I said earlier that there are 2 tracks. It depends on which track they go. None of these tracks are good for Tinubu because he's standing on water. He doesn't have a certificate. Nobody knows his true name. Nobody knows where he's from. He's got cases in the United States where he had to forfeit money, right? Now, when you come back home, he's got a vice president that was running concurrently against the law for Senate and for the vice presidency. Right? That's a problem. He's supposed to win a certain percentage or win outright Federal Capital Territory. So they have to sort all these things out. Whatever they decide is going to affect the Constitution itself, because they're the ones who have the right to interpret the Constitution. The only body who has the right to interpret the Constitution. I mean, Supreme Court, not them, but the courts will rule here in this intermediate phase, in this inferior court. But ultimately, when this case is decided, it's going to affect the Constitution. So, do you have to win FCT, or you don't? The standard right now is that there was a case where the Supreme Court, who this tribunal cannot overrule, it was a case between Obasanjo and Buhari, I guess, where they found that you do have to win that Federal Capital Territory. So that's the standing law right now. Now, this tribunal, if they determine, and as these litigants pointed out to them, that this case has already been decided by the Supreme Court, a superior court to them, they cannot overturn what those people did. But anyway, so he has that problem, right? Whether you need to win 25%, I don't think he even won 25% in the Federal Capital Territory. Forget about winning outright. What's not debatable is that he has to get 25% there, and he didn't. So the second person in the INEX fraud has even worse problem than meeting those things. So even if you take Obi out of the equation, the Constitution still says nobody can be president unless they got X amount of the entire pie or a particular constituent. So like a federal capital, and he doesn't have any of those things. Not to talk about the overall votes itself, individual votes, right? And then INEC is also sued here, right? And they did not even meet the standard of preponderance of evidence, which is they came there and they pretty much just left. They called one witness and they left. They didn't show the public what they did. republic that spent $400 billion, well, 400 billion naira to conduct an election. And since then, he's been behaving like a criminal, like a fraudster, the Mahmoud. Nobody's seen him anywhere. He's inaccessible. He's got a conscience of guilt, right? So to conclude it, I'll say to you, Adewale, Tinubu, whenever it's hot, if you could tell during that NSAS, he runs away from the country. There are people when it's hot, when they come home, when they think there's a problem, or when they think everything is good, then they go away. Or either way, I think that when it's hot, he runs. He did it during the NSAS. He ran to France. And during the election, when he's supposed to debate or do whatever, he ran away. He ran to France. Right. So I believe that he has put in some of these security people here and there, and their generals. And he thinks that if the tribunal does something, he has the capacity like Buhari or Obasanjo. I don't think he does. I believe that the military could actually disobey him because he's not a military man. And his gang are crooks and fraudsters, wealthy Nigerians that he's put here and there. I'm getting a feedback here. I don't know who it is. It may be you, Adewale. If you don't mind, mute yourself. Okay.
It's not me.
It's not you? Okay. I'm getting a feedback. I don't know.
Probably somebody drive. Let me see.
Oh, okay. Probably Thomas. Probably.
It's Thomas.
Okay, so
he's probably driving.
I believe that if Tinubu tries to do something, an illegal order, something unconstitutional, because he's so flimsy. Yeah, let me just land. Hold on one second. They could disobey his unlawful order. He's not a general. He's not a dictator. Unlike the other ones. Tinubu is not a general, a former general, or a dictator, right? The Northerners are his base, where his base. But because he had this escapade for a few months here, he's met some enemies in the north, right? He's trying to go fight their brothers over there in Niger. He's been appointing a bunch of Yorubas in his cabinet. So it's not what they expected. So I believe that a mid-level general could say, sir, that's not an illegal order to shoot these protesters. It's against the law. We're not going to obey an illegal order. I believe that there are those kind of possibilities. That if the Northerners take out their hands, they're nonchalant, they don't care either way. They don't mind if Tinubu is there. They don't care if he's gone. Right? And this court rules against him. If he tries to foment trouble, he could be captured very easily.
Capture who?
Tinubu. No, if he tries to kill Nigerians, I don't think those people, those youngsters in the military, the young.
So you are expecting anarchy? That's what you are praying for?
No, I never said my prayer. I'm not praying for anything. The only thing that, to me, though, what I hope is that
majority of them.
Why do you think this thing is by force? By force? Why do you want to do it by force?
Why I think so is that a lot's riding on this. Our country, our future, we spent a lot of money, a lot of time, right? We want this tribunal to get it right? Not saying what right is, like I did want to try to make sure we are speaking in those kind of terms, and I agree with him on that. Or Thomas, actually, he says the right thing is not for Obi. It's not necessarily for Obi to be giving back his mandate, right? It could be whatever is the correct.
Which mandate? Why are you saying this mandate? Which mandate? Does it have a mandate?
Yeah, let me explain that to you. Listen to what I'm saying, right? We had an election. That election is supposed to be transmitted from the polling units. That's the only way for us to know, as a matter of fact, what that result was. So the IMEC did so with the senatorial election. It was transmitted from that polling unit to the IRF. So they obeyed the law there. But it's something that happened simultaneously. They turned off the presidential one. So now the law is going according to the way it's supposed to go. It's going to the tribunal to figure it out, sort it out, get to the bottom of it.
But even that one, even that one, we have debated it. It's not a law that will be transmitted.
Yes,
it's
it
a
is.
Guideline.
No,
it's
no,
a
no,
guideline,
it's
not a law.
No,
it's not in the electoral law.
It's in the Electoral Act. Okay, if you go Electoral Act 60 to 65, you're gonna find it there, right? It's there. Now, but the only thing is that
We've checked this thing several times now, but it's you that is fixated on this. You are just fixated. We checked several times, not in the Electoral Act.
Simba, listen to me. Adewola, could you mute yourself? I think it's actually from you. I saw it now. Simba, listen to me. I've come here and I've debated this many times and I pointed it out, right? If Thomas wants to indulge it, I will post it on the private and then he will show it to you. I'm saying for all the processes, right? INEC gets their marching orders from somewhere. Now, one of the places they get it from is the Constitution. The other one is that from that Electoral Act. Okay, so if you go from 60 to 65, it will tell you and actually recommends punishment for somebody who doesn't follow in that 65 itself. So in that, though, INEC was given latitude on determining how to transmit that election. Do you follow me? So they have a choice between manual transmission and electronic transmission. That's the INEC has that right. But then in 2022, they published what they call the procedure and the guideline. So at that point, they have to choose, right? The date of the election and all kinds of things in that guideline. So in that guideline, in clause 38 of that guideline, they chose electronic transmission. That's it. Once they made that choice, it's part of the law now, right? It's INEC. They choose to do it electronically and how they're going to do it. So the political parties will relax and figure out they don't have to have anybody accompanying. If they want, they can, but they don't have to accompany anybody to carry those materials for collation because it's going to be transmitted from the polling unit. INEC itself went all over the place on news, educating the public and say, okay, look, we're using electronic transmission. It's going to be transmitted from the polling unit to the system to IRF, right? So they at that point, now they can also come back and table a motion among that particular INEC itself, a commission, and change their mind. They could say, we're not going to use electronic transmission anymore. We're going to do a manual and they're going to vote. One of them cannot make that decision. For example, Mahmoud himself, right? Because that's there are places he went on TV a few days before. Oh man, it's too noisy here. Too noisy here. Thomas, it's too noisy. So Simba, so INEC, they have the power to go back and table a motion and change their mind and go from electronic to manual. They didn't do that.
How did you know?
I know because
how did you know?
It's in the public record. It's not there. It's not on the public record. If they do that,
so so that pronouncement that he made a few days before the election was a unilateral decision. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, by himself. He doesn't have that kind of power. He's just a chairman.
How did you know? So that you are saying that they didn't have any meeting before that. He just stood up on his own and went to the media.
Yes.
Is that what you are insinuating?
Yes, because you could go to the records, okay? Because about 2 months ago, I really made an extensive. I want to make sure of that. So I'm trying to tell you that the what they call procedure and guideline was not amended. It stays the way it was. They didn't have another meeting. It's a public thing. They cannot do it. They cannot do it secretly. For example, when they do that, they have to publish that manual. They would have published another one, a procedure and guideline. For example, remember, we have to make these arguments to the most extreme end. Let's say if he determined that he doesn't want the election to hold on the 25th, because it's be in that manual, right? And he said, okay, I want that election to hold on the 20th. And the public is getting ready to go out and vote on the 25th. And Mahmoud comes out and says, I don't know what you guys are doing, but this election held on the 20th. Right? He doesn't have that kind of power to do that. Do you follow me? So it's the same thing as far as choosing between that manual and electronic transmission.
But let me give you a practical example, Sir.
Sure.
In 2015, the election was shifted, and the INEC came out and announced a new day for election. It was not written in their guideline. We didn't see it in their guideline that time. So what is the difference between this one and what they did this year, this last election?
Excellent question. See, the commission, like I said, can change something, but it's going to be, because whatever is in that guideline is law. So in that case, during Jonathan, for example, Jonathan moved the election for like 2 weeks from the day it was supposed to be held. And that's true that INEC, they will invoke all kinds of powers, have eminent powers from the president, emergency stuff. Then they're going to redo it and publish when that election was going to be held again for the public. They will cancel this, but it's not an individual. Jonathan cannot do it by himself as president. He cannot just say cancel. He has to go through that INEC. INEC is going to then publish, educate, transmit, popularize, publicize the date of that election and do the materials and have all the stuff again, just like you're going to have a fresh new election. So the INEC has that kind of power. INEC has the power to choose how the election is going to be transmitted. But once they made that decision, like in this case, let's just stop at, let's not use arbitrary examples. Let's look at the actual. INEC did not change that procedure and guideline manual. It stands. It's part of that election, right? And the method of transmitting. Now, this court, they are going to be the ones to make all these decisions. They have to. That's very important now. If they determine that, I don't know where the noise is coming from. It's so annoying. I'd actually yield back until that noise is done. Go ahead, Simba. I'll yield back. That noise is bothering me. Okay. Simba.
Yes, I'm listening, Pansat.
Okay. So that's what remember when I spoke, I said there are two tracks. It depends on which track they're gonna follow, or they may follow both. All right. Number one is to get down to the minutiae of both the laws, INEX performance, the votes, counting lawful votes. If they do anything like that, it favors Peter Obi. But if they go the other way, where they don't go to the minutiae, they look at the legal standing of the candidates, and they look at the qualification of the candidates. Just broadly, they look at is he qualified by education, by citizenship. Now, remember, Tinubu has a dual citizenship. He has a citizenship of another country somewhere. Anything that is horrible about somebody, he's got that problem. Whatever you could think about right now, right? That can make somebody be thrown out.
But what I can summarize from your discussion, Pansat, at least you base your assertion on what is being circulated in the public. But I hope you know that the court has the privilege of having the details of the whole situation, the claims, all these things that were heading around. And if you believe in what is in the public space, and you don't believe now, if they now come out because they have the facts, and they come out and it's not in favor of what you are praying for, will you accept, or you just still continue believing what you are peddling now?
All right, that's a very good question. I think that's the second time you've asked that question in many ways, right? What we have on Tinubu in the public's domain, what we know, they are the facts. Now, could there be more that we don't have in the public space? Yes, but there couldn't be less. Do you follow me? There are things that are known about Tinubu in the public space by intelligent Nigerians. Don't sell Nigerians short. If you go and start piling up stuff that's wrong about Tinubu, somebody like me will say that's not true. You follow me? I in Tinubu's case, I couldn't think of anything anybody's gonna say about him that's not true, because I was just gonna say, if you accuse him of murder, like in this case, Funsho Williams or something like that, I couldn't vouch for him on that. But any other politician, there are some things you're gonna say about Tinubu that's not true, and I'm gonna say, hey, you don't have any proof of that. Most Nigerians are like that, true or false. They're not doing it because of tribal reasons. A lot of anybody who's educated, one of the first marks you're gonna know about an educated person is that you're not really gonna see tribalism on an educated person's mind, right? Now, when we talk about somebody being educated, is it orthodox or is it unorthodox, right? All of my education.
Pastor, you like to do you like listen to the voice, to your own voice?
What is it? Are you projecting?
You've been talking for more than hey, you know how long I've been hearing your voice on this show?
No, I'm having a dialogue with Simba. If you want to come in, you should come in, but I'm just answering his question. We're having a good conversation.
Simba is not even dialoguing with you. You're the one dialoguing with yourself.
Simba, are you gonna back me up on that? I thought
your belief is anyway. I hope you prove
Can I land? Let me land that you come in. I want to hear from you. But listen to this, Adewola and Simba, right? Most Nigerians, educated Nigerians, actually want to start to rebuild the country. That goes, for example, if you look at the behavior of the Edo-lites, for example, Edo people, they're normally aligned with the Yorubas, right? But these people, they've been steadfast in trying to make the country better. Now you go to the north, and you have the Thebes, for example. Now these are minority groups. They've normally been aligned with the north. For example, they would have just voted for Atiku no matter what. People in Edo would have just voted for Tinubu in the past. You don't have those kind of patterns anymore.
Guys, thank you. We must not pass 10 hours. I appreciate you guys. I have to shut down, please.
All right, Simba will continue
next time. Thank you. Pastor, always come early. Always come early. You always came late.
Thank
you.
No
yeah, thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you. Yeah,
bless you too.
We've come to the end. God, we've come to the end of the section again. Yeah, we can. If you are not here, we are not here. You mean our audience? The comment section, we appreciate you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up, take back your country. God bless you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Biafra. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk, say, make them go to prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me, meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ.